began shooting. The police there returned fire quickly. The incident was brought to a close, and the investigation now begins and now gets underway. Let's just remind you exactly where this is in New Orleans. Now, it's reported that this happened on Bourbon Street in Canal Street. It's in the French Quarter. The French Quarter is an area that is synonymous. It's known all over the city, all over the country, and perhaps even all over the world as a place where people go to gather to party, to have a good time. Those streets in the French Quarter are lined with bars, clubs and restaurants. People have a good time, of course, in the bars and the clubs and the restaurants, but often, as you may may have seen from footage of Mardi Gras and footage of the French Quarter, just generally, people end up on the streets drinking and having a good time and enjoying themselves. And you can imagine that there would have been thousands of people on the streets doing just that on New Year's Eve, bringing in 2025. And as I have been saying, there are more people perhaps than normal in the city because the Sugar Bowl, which is a huge annual event in New Orleans, which is a big college football game, is due to be held today. It's going to be held at a stadium there in New Orleans. It's being contested by two teams, the Georgia Bulldogs and Notre Dame Fighting Irish, two huge names in college football, if you know anything about that in the United States. So there will have been thousands of people in the city to mark New Year's and to, of course, have a good time before the game kicks off and the game begins, which is due to be held today at the Caesars Superdome. Whether or not that game still goes ahead following this tragic incident in the French Quarter, that remains to be seen. As I said, we're going to have a police news conference in the soon. We're not clear on timings just yet, but we're expecting that news conference to happen very, very shortly. And of course, we're going to bring it to you as soon as it begins. Now, what you're looking at here is the latest picture that's coming in from in and around the French Quarter. The area where the incident happened, of course, would have been cleared very quickly by the emergency services. The police would have been on the scene immediately. From the reporting, it's clear that the police were right there because after this truck, as described, drove into this crowd of people, the driver of the vehicle, it's reported, got out and then began firing with a weapon. Police were then able to return fire. That's been reported by CBS News, who are reporting the conversations they've had with witnesses who were at the scene. So the police were there at the scene immediately as this incident was unfolding. Now, of course, the area will have been cleared pretty quickly, so the investigation can begin. And, of course, those who have been hurt, those who have been injured, those that were killed, can be taken away. 10 people reported to have been killed. At least 30 have been injured. And this is the area where it happened, which, of course, looks like a very quiet intersection now, as you can just see 3 law enforcement officers there standing guard, keeping people away, directing traffic, it would seem, there by one of the officers. The streets strewn with rubbish from the night before, and just those 3 officers in an area where just at 3:15 local time, you can see it's 10 to 6 in the morning there in New Orleans now, but at 3:15 this incident unfolded. Would have been full of individuals out to mark the beginning of 2025, just a few hours into the new year. You can expect that thousands of people will have been on the streets celebrating the beginning of 2025, saying goodbye to 2024 and enjoying themselves when this incident unfolded. Let me just remind you exactly what we understand happened at the time. Now, local media and CBS News are reporting that multiple fatalities have occurred. 10 at this stage, as we understand, 10 people dead, 30 people injured after a vehicle drove into crowds on Bourbon Street in the French Quarter of New Orleans. It happened early on Wednesday morning. We're thinking around 3:15. Well, CBS News report that it was a truck that was involved in this, a truck that crashed into the crowds that would have been out on that intersection, partying and having a good time, drove into them at high speed. It's then reported that driver of that truck got out of the vehicle and began firing a weapon. Police, who were on the scene very quickly, perhaps even at that intersection, returned fire immediately. There's no clarity at this stage exactly what the status of the driver of the truck is, but we can report that 10 people have been killed, 30 people have been injured, taken to local hospitals, and the investigation will now begin as to the motivation potentially for this, identifying the driver of that truck and just trying to clarify exactly why this may well have happened. It's happened in a hugely busy area of New Orleans as the city, of course, was bringing in the new year and ahead of that, as I say, big college football game that's going to be held today. Local media report that it happened at 3:15. The emergency services were called immediately. The street, as we can see, has been shut down and will remain shut down, one can imagine, for hours, if not days ahead as the investigation goes on. We're expecting to get an update shortly from local police as they begin to try and piece together exactly what has happened here after a truck has driven into a crowd of people in the city of New Orleans at around 3:15 in the morning. It happened at this intersection that we were looking at just then. It's called Bourbon Street and Canal Street, and it's right in the French Quarter, which, as I said, is renowned as an area where people go to party and have a good time. People will have been on the streets, people will have been in the bars, in the clubs, in the restaurants, in the vicinity, celebrating 2024's end and the beginning of 2025. And, of course, the city may well have had a few more visitors this year. There's always thousands of people that will flock to the French Quarter for New Year's Eve. It's the place to go to party if you live in New Orleans or in the surrounding areas. But there's also this huge game that's on today, due to be held today, the Sugar Bowl, which is a college football match that's going to be played between the Georgia Bulldogs and the Notre Dame Fighting Irish. It's actually the quarterfinals of the college football playoffs, so it's a big game. There will have been thousands of fans in the city to watch that game, which was due to be played at the Caesars Superdome today. Now, following this tragedy, it remains to be seen whether or not that game will still go ahead. We're expecting to have an update from local police in the next in a short while. We haven't got a timing for that, but we have been told that there will be a news conference when we will be updated, I'm sure, about the incident that happened and the status of the individual involved, driver of this truck, as well as, of course, an update on the number of people who have been killed. At this point, we're able to report that 10 people have been killed, 30 people have been injured, those 30 people taken to local hospitals. But we'll get an update, I'm sure, from the police in the coming minutes as to exactly what happened here in this what's been described as a multiple fatality incident in the French Quarter of New Orleans. Well, our correspondent, Sadia Chowdhury, is here with me. And Sadia, I know you've been checking in on the reporting about all of this. Just give us a sense as to what we understand happened in this incident.
Well, we're still getting some information and we're still waiting for confirmations. But what we do know is so far that 10 people have been killed. Their identities haven't been confirmed yet. It's thought that they were celebrating the new year. And we know that another 30 people have been injured in the incident. That's so far. We know that this happened around 3 a.m. Local time. So that means it would have been just a few hours after the countdown to the new year, when many people would have been out celebrating. New Orleans is a city in Louisiana. It's on the Mississippi River. It's well known for its nightlife and live music scene. It's a place very popular for bachelor and bachelorette parties, for birthday gatherings. And so you can imagine what the scene might have looked like on New Year's Eve as the countdown towards the new year happened, and in the hours afterwards, people we know had gathered along the popular Bourbon Street, which is in the French Quarter. As I say, it's a prime destination for parties, and the police department yesterday had tweeted about the security measures that would be in place, including drones. It would have been a place that would have a certain high level of security in place for a party the size of New Year's Eve parties. The city's emergency authorities have called this a mass casualty incident, and they've said, get yourselves away from the area. And as I say, this is a place that would have had some security, some degree of security in place. And details are still coming out about what might have happened. And we know that so far 10 people have been killed and another 30 have been injured in the incident.
OK, Sadia, thank you for that for now. Well, it is 12 o'clock. You're watching Sky News Today, and a reminder of our breaking news. Authorities in the US city of New Orleans say that 10 people have been killed and 30 people have been injured after a vehicle drove into pedestrians on the busy Bourbon Street, the intersection with Canal Street. These are the latest live pictures from the scene, that intersection there, Bourbon and Canal Street. As you can see, 3 law enforcement officers seen from this vantage point. You can imagine there are many more in the area around, and a number of vehicles after police were on the scene pretty quickly following what has been described as a mass casualty incident. 10 people reported to have been killed, 30 people reported to be injured. Those numbers are for now. We're expecting there to be a news conference in a short while, and we'll bring it to you live, of course. Our correspondent Sadia Chowdhury is here with me and has been keeping an eye on this for us, a story that's been developing. It's just gone 6 a.m. in New Orleans, Sadia. This happened, we think, at around 3:15.
Yeah, so it would have happened just hours after the countdown to the new year, and you can imagine that there would have been still partygoers out there celebrating the new year. New Orleans is a very popular, this particular part, Bourbon Street, is a very particularly popular part of the area for people that like to go there for parties, bachelorette parties, bachelor parties, birthday gatherings. And so you can imagine what it might have been like on New Year's Eve. And we know from the local government website, it says that there'd been a mass casualty event on Canal and Bourbon Street. It says that the 8th District is currently working a mass casualty incident involving a vehicle that drove into a large crowd on Canal and Bourbon Street, thought to be the corner between those two streets. Public safety partners, it says, are responding on the scene, and updates will follow as they are received. And as you say, we are waiting for a press conference. But what we do know so far is that 10 people have been killed. Their identities haven't been confirmed, and it's thought that they were out celebrating the new year, and another 30 people have been injured in the incident. And as you say, it happened just after 3 a.m. local time, so a number of hours after the new year had been counted down. New Orleans is a city in Louisiana. It's on the Mississippi River and well known for its nightlife and its live music scene. People had gathered there to celebrate the new year. It's a very prime destination for parties. The city's emergency authorities are calling this a mass casualty event and saying, get yourselves away from the area. And we know, of course, from yesterday's tweets from the police department that they had put some safety measures into place ahead of the parties, including drones. And as you mentioned a short while ago, there's also the Sugar Bowl, the college sports tournament that was due to be held today. We'll see what happens with that. Yeah,
that's due to be played at 7:25 this evening at the Caesars Superdome. I mean, as you say, we'll see whether that takes place. It's an annual event between 2 top college teams. This year it's University of Georgia and Notre Dame University. They're due to meet up in the quarterfinals of the US College Football League, but whether or not that game takes place now because of this tragedy, it remains to be seen. I just want to give you a bit more detail about the area where this happened. As we say, it's Bourbon Street and Canal Street. Now, this area of the French Quarter, as you've been saying, Sadia, is one of the most popular areas in the country for partying, for going to clubs, for going to bars and restaurants. And this particular section, Canal Street and Bourbon Street, is said to be the most highly visited. There's sort of 8 blocks of visitor attractions, the websites tell me, including bars, restaurants, souvenir shops, and many other venues. A number of years ago, there were sort of 17 million annual visitors to the area. You can imagine that number has sort of sustained because it's not just renowned in the city and in the country, but the French Quarter itself is known all over the world as a place that people want to go to, not just for events like New Year's Eve, but also for Mardi Gras, which is the annual festival that they have there.
Yeah, it would have been a hugely popular place to gather last night in particular, as people counted down into the new year. We know that the incident occurred approximately 3:15, which gives people, plenty of time to have celebrated and would have still been there. It is also a popular tourist destination, so not just a place that locals visit, but a place that people come to from all over the world, as you mentioned, for various events, including the New Year. We're getting reports now, we're seeing other reports saying that that witnesses have said that the driver of the vehicle then got out and started firing a weapon. It's a really grim start to the new year in a country that has for such a long time had a problem with gun violence. Just to know that within hours of counting down into 2025, something like this should have happened. Wounded people, we're getting reports, have been transported to hospital, and public safety partners are on the scene.
Yeah, and as you say, it's a grim and tragic start to the new year. Unfortunately, mass casualty events in the United States are not an uncommon thing. So it's another tragic start to another year for the United States. And, of course, no connection at all, but another incident of a vehicle driving into people not long after that incident in Germany of a vehicle being driven to people at a Christmas market.
And the city's authorities clearly still trying to grapple with what's happened, trying to investigate this, but also just keen to avoid any further attacks. So the City of New Orleans department responsible for emergency preparedness has warned residents to avoid the area of Canal and Bourbon Streets, saying there has been a mass casualty incident on Canal and Bourbon Street. Get yourselves away from the area. That's a post that they've put out on X. And there's no details in that post about what happened, but as I say, we're still piecing all that together.
And no detail at this stage as to exactly what happened to the driver of what's been described as a truck, as you say, reported by witnesses and by CBS News that they got out of the vehicle and began firing. Police returned fire. Not clear from the reporting at this stage what status the driver is in, whether they've been arrested or have been taken to hospital or in fact have been killed. But we do know that 10 people were killed, 30 injured when this truck drove into the crowd, and it is marked that it was driven into the crowd at high speed, and then the decision by the driver to get out and return firing, it has all the hallmarks of some kind of attack on this group of people in the street here. We're going to hear from the police, I think, in the next few minutes. Not clear when New Orleans Police Department are going to give an update, but perhaps we'll get some clarity from them as to exactly what took place here in an area that will have been full of thousands of people celebrating New Year's and looking ahead to a big game of college football today.
Yes, yeah, a big day. It would have been a big night as well for the New Year countdown, and a very popular place for parties, for gatherings. You can imagine hundreds, if not thousands, of people would have been gathered in very small places, such as this corner between Canal and Bourbon, where the attack took place. And we know that it happened just after 3 a.m, so you can imagine lots of people would still have been out partying at that time. And what we know from the reports is that witnesses are saying that a driver drove at high speed into a crowd and then got out and started firing a weapon. We don't know what happened to that driver, but we are told that 10 people are dead and 30 injured, and that the injured people, some of them have been taken to hospital as public safety partners are on the scene, trying to avoid any further attacks. They've warned people to stay away from the area, to get away from the area. And videos are circulating on social media that appear to show the aftermath of what's happened. We've got a live shot of the scene here on our screens right now, of blue lights flashing. So lots of emergency vehicles still at the scene, and no doubt will be there for several hours to come.
Yeah, absolutely. Let me just take viewers through the the statements, the details that have been given out by New Orleans emergency officials. They put this up on their website, and it reads as follows. The 8th District is currently working a mass casualty incident involving a vehicle that drove into a large crowd on Canal and Bourbon Street. Public safety partners are responding on the scene. Updates will follow as they are received. Now, as I said, we are expecting there to be an update from New Orleans Police Department at some point in the near future. We'll bring that to you live. The detail of where this happened as well is key to this, to understanding how so many people may have been killed and injured, 10 fatalities, 30 injured. It happened, as the New Orleans emergency officials have told us, on Canal and Bourbon Street. That is the shot you're seeing there on the left-hand side of your screen, that intersection there. And that is known to be the most highly visited part of Bourbon Street. It's known as Upper Bourbon Street. It's in the French Quarter, right in the heart of the party district of the city of New Orleans. So one can imagine that at that time in the morning, a couple of hours after ringing in the new year, it will have been packed full of people. So we're still awaiting to find out exactly how many people have died. We know at this point 10 have been killed, 30 injured. No detail yet on the driver of the vehicle.
No details on the driver of the vehicle, but we have been told that 10 people have been killed and 30 injured. And if we look at the emergency responses website, they're calling this a mass casualty incident on Canal and Bourbon Street, and their updates are continuing. They say the 8th District is currently working a mass casualty incident involving a vehicle that drove into a large crowd on Canal and Bourbon Street. There are 30 injured that have been transported to, and they've listed a number of hospitals, including the University Medical Center, the Touro Hospital, East Jefferson General Hospital, and a few others. They say there are 10 fatalities. Public safety partners are responding on scene. And they said that they will continue to operate, responding to 911 calls with additional units staged in the downtown area. The authorities are asking that residents and visitors only call 911 for emergencies as the day goes on. Yeah,
absolutely. And as we try and we wait for more information to come from the police, I guess it's worth thinking about what happened here on this intersection and the method of this kind of attack. I mean, these are known as vehicle ramming attacks, aren't they? We're becoming sadly very familiar with them, and there are mitigations that can be put in place. I mean, if you think about many large cities now, public squares have lots of barriers up so that vehicles can't get onto them. But you can imagine here, this is an intersection, it's in the middle of an old part of town. There is very little mitigation that one could put in place to try and stop cars from driving down there. It's a thoroughfare, it's where cars drive.
Yeah, and it has the hallmarks of a planned attack to happen at a time when many thousands of people would have been gathering there. Many of them would have already been partying for several hours, perhaps. The security, we know from yesterday's tweets that the police department put out that they had, heightened security in place ahead of this gathering, using all sorts of measures that they had in place, including drones, to try and make sure. But as you say, all of that someone had managed clearly to overcome. And the details that we're getting so far is that the driver drove a car at high speed into a crowd which would have been out there partying for the new year. 10 dead and dozens injured. And this happened in a crowded corner between Bourbon and Canal Street just after 3 a.m. this morning, and updates still coming through.
Yeah, and we're actually waiting as well for another update from New Orleans Police Department. We'll bring that live as soon as we can. The police, of course, will be analysing what they know, you can imagine that as this is such a busy area, some 70 million tourists annually visit the French Quarter. There will be lots of CCTV footage. There'll be footage from cameras inside those bars and restaurants that line the streets of Canal Street and Bourbon Street. So there'll be lots of evidence for them to go through. It would seem as if the news conferences getting ready. We'll bring that as soon as we can to you. We're keeping an eye on New Orleans Police Department, and we'll bring you that news conference when they begin. Let me take you through the developments as we understand it so far. Now, police in New Orleans are reporting a mass casualty incident after a vehicle drove into a large crowd in a touristic district of the city. At least 10 people have been killed, although authorities say that the number of people who have died is still unknown and unconfirmed. At least 30 people have been injured, and they have been taken to a local hospital to receive treatment. Now, the incident happened on Canal and Bourbon Street in the French Quarter. It's a popular destination that is filled with bars, restaurants and clubs. And as we've been saying, Sadia, you can imagine that this part of town at that time will have been full of people seeing the end of 2024, bringing in 2025, having a good time out, looking ahead to a game of football that was due to be played in the city today between Georgia University and Notre Dame University. Whether that goes ahead or not today remains to be seen. And then tragedy strikes. Yeah,
it's a really grim start to the new year, not just for Louisiana, but for the country as a whole. As you say, people would have been out there partying, having a good time, and it comes, at a time when, 3 a.m. in the morning, parties are starting to perhaps to wind down, and security would have been starting to wind down at that time, and it feels like a planned attack. The governor of Louisiana has tweeted, this is Jeff Landry, who said, a horrific act of violence took place on Bourbon Street earlier this morning. And then he says he's praying for all the victims and first responders on scene and urges anyone near the scene to avoid the area. And that's something that the emergency response teams have also said. So, you get the feeling that for security officials, they're not happy to say that the attack is over. They still want to make sure that people are avoiding the area and only calling 911 if it's really an absolute emergency.
Yeah, as you say, people have been told to avoid the area. That shot on your left-hand side, that's a live shot of the intersection where this happened, Bourbon and Canal Street. We can see officers just walking into shot there. You can see the reflection of blue lights flashing. There'll be a heavy emergency services presence, lots of police. I have actually seen what looked like SWAT officers as well, heavily armed with long guns as well in that particular area. But it is interesting that you point out that they want people to stay away, that this is a mass casualty incident, but it's not clear whether or not it's open because this individual drove the truck into this crowd, opened fire, police returned fire. There is no further detail about the status of this person.
No further details about what happened to that person, whether they've been apprehended, whether they've died in the attack or whether they are at large. So nothing confirmed yet. And perhaps that's why we're getting these reports from the emergency services, from the governor of Louisiana, urging people to stay away from the area. And, usually when something like this happens, fairly shortly afterwards, emergency services may say a police press conference may say that the attack is over and that people don't have to worry or have any fear. We're yet to hear that from authorities here. All we know are very few facts, that 10 people were killed, 30 others injured, and those who have been wounded taken to around 5 hospitals in the area.
Yeah, and we are waiting for a news conference from New Orleans Police Department, which perhaps will answer some of the questions that we still have about this particular incident that will have happened in the early hours of the morning, just a few hours into 2025, as people will have been celebrating the beginning of the new year, a few hours after the ball dropped, a few hours after the new year began. Perhaps the streets wouldn't be quite as busy as they would have been in the lead up to midnight, but certainly in this part of town, people will have been on the streets enjoying themselves and having a good time. You can tell by the casualty numbers that many people have been injured in this incident. Many people have been hurt. 10 people killed, 30 injured, 30 taken to local hospitals. And it's hoped that we're going to get an update from law enforcement very soon to try and get some more detail, not least on the individual driving the vehicle. The report is that this was a truck. And anyone who has been to the United States and knows about American vehicles, truck can be like a large SUV type vehicle. It could be a pickup truck. It's not clear what kind of vehicle was used here, but a truck drove into this crowd, drove into a group of people at around 3:15 in the morning. People have been told to stay clear of the area. Now, the driver of this truck then got out of the vehicle and opened fire. Police returned fire. And at that point, the details dry up. It's not clear whether or not the driver got back into the truck, was able to drive away, whether or not the driver was killed in an exchange of fire with the police, or whether or not the driver of the truck then ran off into the city. And I guess that is the detail that many of us are waiting for to get from New Orleans police.
Yeah, there'll be lots of questions to the police about the details, because what we've got so far is so little and sketchy. But we can see from the live pictures that the scene is empty of any partygoers. All we can see there on the right-hand side are police vehicles with blue lights flashing. The aftermath of an emergency incident, and we know that this is being described as a mass casualty incident with 10 dead and around 30 injured, and it is happening just around the corner from the Caesars Superdome, which is where just in a few hours the All-State Bowl was due to be kicking off, which is a local sporting event. So, many people would have travelled from, all sorts of distances to attend that. They may have been out partying the night before. There would have been a lot of people on this street last night and in the hours after countdown to midnight and into the new year.
Yeah, just to give viewers some details on this part of New Orleans, if you're not familiar with the French Quarter, it has at least 17 million visitors annually to this part of town. It's a key driver for the New Orleans economy. Millions of people go there, tourists and locals. New Orleans is said to depend on Bourbon Street as a main tourist attraction, as millions of people visit it every single year. Now, because it's bars, restaurants and clubs, it's kind of quiet during the day, but of course comes alive at night, and would have been very, very busy last night as people were prepared to bring in the new year. It's the area of the city where Mardi Gras is marked annually, and in Louisiana, in this particular part of New Orleans, there is a law which allows people to have alcohol on the streets. So as you can see, there's lots of trash there on the side of the road on that picture on your left there. People will have been on the streets, having spilled out of the bars to continue having a good time in the early hours of the morning, as this incident unfolded around 3:15. And just a bit more detail on exactly where this happened. The local officials are saying it happened on Canal and Bourbon Street, and that is said to be the most heavily visited section of this French Quarter of New Orleans, that has the high number of bars, restaurants and clubs. So it's an area that would have been really busy. New Year's Eve, busy all the time, but especially busy last night. And as Sadia was saying, there's a big college football match that's due to happen today, the All-State Bowl between Georgia University and Notre Dame. That's meant to be happening at Caesars Superdome at just gone at 7:20 tonight. Whether or not that game goes ahead remains to be seen. We're expecting an update from New Orleans police later on. Let me just bring you the latest from New Orleans emergency officials. And they say that the 8th District is currently working a mass casualty incident involving a vehicle that drove into a large crowd on Canal and Bourbon Street, as I say, is the busiest part of the French Quarter. Public safety partners, they say, are responding and are on the scenes. We've seen there's plenty of emergency services there, and they tell us here that we're going to get updates as they arrive. We are expecting that news conference from New Orleans Police Department, and we'll bring it to you live as soon as we get it. Now, the details of this case, Sadia, are pretty clear, but there are some parts to be filled in. What we do know is that a vehicle has rammed into a crowd, and sadly, this is not the first time in recent weeks, of course not in the United States, the first time in recent weeks and of course in recent years that these kind of vehicle attack incidents have occurred.
Yeah, and just looking at the scene, you can see what it looks like now. On the corner there, no members of public there, and as you might imagine, police vehicles still at the scene. We've seen photographs of heavily armed officers still at the scene, all while authorities, including the emergency response teams and the local governor, warning people to stay away. And all of this while there's no information on whether the driver of the vehicle has been apprehended, so we don't know what happened to the driver. And a police press conference is due soon, and no doubt that will be one of the first questions that they will have to answer on whether this threat is over, because all indications suggest that authorities are treating this as a live threat, warning people to stay away. We know that 10 people have been killed, dozens injured, and they've been taken to across 5 hospitals. And you can see from the live pictures that this is still very much an active scene with a number of vehicles still present.
Yeah, and that number of those dead, 10 dead and 30 injured, the authorities say that's the figure they have currently. That may well change as time goes on. The other detail, of course, about this, as I just mentioned, is that this was a vehicle ramming attack, it seemingly, and then the individual, the perpetrator behind it, gets out of the vehicle and begins to open fire. Now, of course, in the United States, police are armed, and we're told that police returned fire pretty quickly. What is not clear is then what happened after that, and whether or not the police were able to neutralise, to use a word that they would, the individual involved, or whether this person was able to get out of the vehicle and leave the scene. We've said that, as you said, Sadie, the scene is completely empty now, apart from the rubbish from the night before and a few police officers. And the investigation will be unfolding, I guess, and they'll be trying to piece together exactly what happened and what they can understand about the person who was behind it.
Yeah, so we wait for that police press conference to answer some of those questions. What we know so far is that this attack happened around 3 a.m. local time, so just a few hours after the countdown to the new year, and it happened on the corner of Bourbon and Canal Street in the French Quarter of New Orleans. It's a very, very popular place for partygoers, for all sorts of parties, birthdays to bachelorette parties. So you can just imagine how crowded it would have been as the city counted down into the new year and in the hours afterwards. The city's emergency authorities are continuing to call this a mass casualty incident. They've said their latest post says, "Get yourselves away from the area." So an indication that perhaps they believe the threat is still active. We know that the governor of Louisiana has said something similar about urging people to stay away from the area, and saying that all teams are being deployed and people are urged to only call the emergency number 911 only if it's a real emergency.
Yeah, and there was already an extra police present, extra law enforcement has been drafted in because of that huge game that's going to be due to be held today between Georgia and Notre Dame. Thousands of people from those two states and supporting those two university teams have arrived in the city, of course, to support the team, but of course to celebrate New Year's as well. All right, Saida, thank you for now. Let me just, if I can, bring in Kevin Jewell, who's a security consultant and former police officer, for his expertise on these kinds of situations. Kevin, thanks so much for being with us. As you would have heard from our conversation with Sadia, we've got some of the detail, but there's still some elements that needs to be filled in, specifically about the individual who may well have been responsible for this. What's your sense of what's taken place here, and as to how difficult it is to try and prevent these vehicle ramming attacks?
Good afternoon. Obviously, a terrible event coming so close after the one in Magdeburg as well. With regards to the what's happened itself, it's early days. Whether this was a defined area for celebrating, and my understanding of the area is that it is commonly used for a lot of people going there to socialise. If it was a designated area for celebrations, one would expect that there were precautions put in place, specific intelligence gathering beforehand, and based on that, the necessity for what security should be put in place, whether that's hostile vehicle mitigation, whether that's extra police, or whatever it may entail. But it's early days at the moment. But the sad thing is, as we've seen before in the likes of London Bridge and Westminster Bridge, an area where anyone can freely walk about as a pedestrian area, if there aren't barriers in place, whether it's a celebration or whether it's any day of the year, if there aren't barriers in place and a vehicle can access it, then sadly these things can happen.
Yeah, and those barriers, I mean, they will become very familiar to people now. Sometimes they look like street furniture, sometimes they're sort of shaped like benches, but they are put in place, aren't they? They're concrete or other really strong material to try and protect open spaces. The issue, I guess, here, Kevin, as you mentioned, is this Bourbon Street and Canal Street, when people aren't partying in the early hours, these are thoroughfares. People are using these streets as normal surface roads to get around the city.
Yeah, absolutely. Without knowing the full details, and as you rightly say, you can have permanent vehicle mitigation where it looks like street furniture. Without going into too much detail, a lot of that is present around the world in London and the like. But there are also options to put in temporary hostile vehicle mitigation. And as I say, go back to my previous comment, if this area is being designated and they were expecting a particularly large gathering of people, then, and without wishing to prejudge, because we don't know what's going on, but I would have thought a security assessment would have been done, which may have necessitated or consideration given to putting some temporary measures in place.
That's interesting, isn't it? Because as we know that this area, the French Quarter, is an area where people do gather to party in the evening. You're suggesting that perhaps there could have been sort of a security ring put in wider so that no vehicles could have access. It's not clear at this point whether or not that's a mitigation that had even been used. As I say, we are waiting for the police, and perhaps we'll get that detail when they give that news conference.
Yeah, as I say, without knowing too much about it and the location and where else celebrations were taking place in the locality, unfortunately, it is impossible to protect everywhere, every day of the year. So it may well be that this was just a slight increase on the numbers that are expected. But if you look at London, for example, a security assessment would have been done for the New Year's celebration. So some places which would normally have vehicle access would have been closed off with barriers and blockage to stop vehicles getting through. But so without wishing to prejudge and certainly not wishing to criticise what may or may not have taken place, if there was going to be a particular concentration gathering sort of out of the normal, as it were, then one would have think that another security assessment would have been done, which may have entailed a ring of protection being put around it.
And Kevin, the other thing about this particular instance is, as I've been saying in my conversation with Sadia, unfortunately, we're coming very, very used to these kind of vehicle ramming attacks. This one had the added element that it's reported that the driver of this truck, after the ramming attack had stopped, in whatever way it had stopped, got out of the vehicle and began to open fire. Police returned fire, and there it's not clear exactly what happens next. And that just adds another element, doesn't it? Of course, US police are armed and are able to respond to that kind of incident, but it does add another level to this.
It does indeed, and obviously the US has got its own dynamics with regards to the gun laws. But with someone who's intent on causing damage, causing injury and death with a vehicle, having that added problem of also having probably fairly easy access to a firearm does bring that other dynamic and that extra response element that's required.
Now, Kevin, you mentioned the difficulty of putting in those mitigation measures. You would have to, I guess, be prepared to, if you wanted to do that with an area like this, close off. Kevin, if you just pause me a moment, Kevin, I'll come back to you. I'm going to go to New Orleans, where we're getting a news conference from local police. Let's listen to
what has taken place. Because this is an active investigation, we want to make our citizens aware of what is taking place, and there will be no questions because we are continuing to investigate. We will have an updated briefing at 11. We'll be at police headquarters. If that changes, we will let you know, and for 3 p.m. And with that, we will get our group behind us to assemble. As I said, we will have 3 to 4 of our leaders speaking. We won't be able to take questions because we are still actively investigating this situation. And with that, we will bring our group out and get assembled. So let's get in position for where you are.
So we just got an update
we're expecting to hear from multiple law
Well, as you can see, we are just waiting now for
In the
this
event
news
that
conference.
you have just joined us, we are awaiting the
It
start
was,
of a press conference.
it was clear there that the official who just spoke at the mic saying that the investigation is active, ongoing. Therefore, the officials who are about to speak, about to walk up to the microphone here, will not be taking any questions. I can see an FBI jacket. I can see what looks like an individual there with a police cap, perhaps a senior police officer, perhaps a chief of police. There'll be a number of agencies who will now address the media, give their updates as best they can, but no questions will be taken. Let's go back to New Orleans.
Our mayor and Mayor LaToya Cantrell will start with her remarks.
Thank you.
Okay, just give us just a little space, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. Good morning. First of all, we do know that the city of New Orleans was impacted by a terrorist attack. It's all still under investigation. You'll hear more after me. However, I have been in direct contact with the White House, with Governor Landry, and of course a unified command who is present here. What I'm asking at this time are prayers for those who have lost their lives in the city of New Orleans due to this tragedy. In addition to that, I'm asking the public to stay clear of 8 blocks around Bourbon Street. Stay clear from Bourbon Street, 8 blocks around. Very active, and again, a unified command is in place right now. I'm going to ask Chief Kirkpatrick to give you an update. You're then going to hear from our agent in charge relative to the FBI. So at this time, Chief Kirkpatrick.
Thank you. All right. Good morning, everyone. So I'm going to give you as much of the information I possibly can. We are going to give you an update a couple of times today. So we will give you just the basics this morning, all right? We had this event started at about 3:15. It did involve a man driving a pickup truck down Bourbon Street at a very fast pace, and it was very intentional behavior. This man was trying to run over as many people as he possibly could. It was not a DUI situation. This is a more complex and more serious based on the information we have right now. With respect to numbers, we have right now, and as you already know, this could change throughout the day. We do know that there are 26 injured people who are at UMC Hospital. We know we have 4 at Turo, 4 at Ochsner Baptist, 1 at Tulane, but even as I was walking out the door, I believe I have an unconfirmed additional people who have been taken to other area hospitals, possibly on the east side. But we will give you as many correct numbers as we can as the day progresses. It is a very tragic situation for me to tell you that we know we have 10 people that this man killed on Bourbon Street. That is why we do not want anyone on Bourbon Street today. Wherever you see yellow tape, please do not violate this tape. This is in order to protect and stabilize the scene. We have information to a certain degree of the demographics of those who are in the hospital right now. We do not know at this point how many could be tourists versus locals. but from the information I have right now, it seems the majority are locals versus tourists. What I also can tell you is that this man, this perpetrator, he fired on our officers from his vehicle when he crashed his vehicle. 2 of our officers have been shot. They are stable, and we will give you an update on them. I have yet been able to go to the hospital. I will be leaving here for us to go visit our officers. We have called in every officer that we have. We have so much appreciated our partnerships who have also offered us staff. Last night, we had over 300 officers out here. And because of the intentional mindset of this perpetrator who went around our barricades in order to conduct this, he was hell-bent on creating the carnage and the damage that he did. Because of the nature and the indices that we have on the scene, and we have enough information that the FBI will be taking over this investigation. And with that, I am going to be asking, this is the assistant agent in charge. This is Agent Duncan, Special Agent Duncan, and she has taken over this case on behalf of us and the FBI. As always, we will be in partnership with all of our partners, but Agent Duncan, if you want to have a few words for me.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning. My name is Alethea Duncan. I'm the Assistant Special Agent in charge for FBI New Orleans. As Chief Kirkpatrick said, we'll be taking over the investigative lead for this event. This is not a terrorist event. What it is right now is their improvised explosive devices that was found, and we are working on confirming if this is a viable device or not. As Chief Kirkpatrick said, we're asking everyone to stay away from Bourbon Street, specifically from Canal Street to St. Anne. That is my ask. Once again, stay away from Bourbon Street, Canal Street, all the way to St. Anne until we can figure out what is going on. Our goal is to provide you additional information at the 11 a.m. press conference. Thank you so much, and we will be in touch.
Yes. I will say that we want our community and our visitors to continue enjoying. There's so much to enjoy about New Orleans, and we are going to make sure that our routes in the Superdome are safe today for the game, and yet we had this tragic event, and we're sorry again to everyone in our community. But we do want you to go about the day, as we say, just stay away from Bourbon. Okay?
Can she elaborate on the device? She did say something about the device.
We actually are not going to be taking questions this morning until we have more information. That's why we will give you an 11 o'clock briefing. So until then, please hold your questions. We will give you everything that we possibly can, okay? So 11 o'clock, we will see you at the headquarters, and we will go again from there, okay? No questions, no questions right now.
Right? The device is confirmed?
Thank you all. We will see you at 11 a.m.
Well, there you have it, Chief Anne Kirkpatrick, finishing up that news conference
As you can
from a
see.
police station in New Orleans. We heard there from the mayor, Mayor LaToya Cantrell, saying that this is a terrorist attack. The chief of police telling us that this was the intentional behaviour of an individual who drove around their barricades, intending to drive over as many people as possible. Got an update on the number of people who may have been injured. At least 35 injured, taken to a number of hospitals in the area. Chief Kirkpatrick wasn't able to confirm even how many people had been injured. 10 people are known to have been killed. Now, 2 police officers are said to have been injured as well after this perpetrator, Chief Kirkpatrick told us, drove around the barricade, drove down onto Bourbon Street with the intention of causing as much carnage as possible. After crashing his vehicle, opened fire on 2 police officers. 2 police officers have been shot and they are stable. The FBI, also an update, Special Agent Duncan, telling us that an IED, that's an improvised explosive device, had been found. We're going to get more detail on exactly what happened here. Police are going to give another news conference at 11 a.m. local time. Of course, we'll bring you that live. I want to bring in our correspondent, Sadia Chowdhury, who was listening into that with me. And Sadia, look, the mayor started that off telling us this is a terrorist attack.
Yeah, and promising to give as much info as possible throughout the day, but saying that all they have right now to offer are the basics, and going into some detail, saying that the attack started around 3:15, involving a man driving a pickup very fast and very intentional behaviour, and saying that this man was trying to run over as many people as he could. So, and calling this a terrorist attack. And the mayor there saying that this is still under investigation, and she's been in direct contact with the White House, the local governor, and all the units who were present there. And then she also asked for prayers for those who have lost their lives, but very crucially asked the public to stay clear of 8 blocks around Bourbon Street where it happened. She repeated that plea, asking people to stay away 8 blocks around the street, saying that this is a very active situation and that unified command are still in place. And that before she passed over to ask the chief, the police chief, to give an update as well. And so we've had some information. We've heard the mayor calling this a terrorist attack and giving us some details, saying that a man was driving that vehicle and urging people to stay well clear of that area. Yeah, and that word active, I think, is quite key. The sense being, we didn't hear anything about the status of this perpetrator, the sense being that this individual may, in fact, still be at large and they are still seeking him. Exactly. And I think the lack of that information about where the perpetrator is and the lack of anything saying that the threat is over completely tells us a lot. And it's interesting that the police chief did come back right at the end to urge people to continue enjoying themselves. It's a bit of a strange one for me at the end of that, to urge the city to continue enjoying themselves, to continue visiting sporting places, all while this is happening. Perhaps a sense that they're trying to try and get some sort of normalness back to the city, but you know how they think they would be able to do that when we're seeing these scenes on our screens of streets blocked off, and when we're hearing from the FBI and police and the mayor that people are urged to stay away from that area, and that was a call that they repeated over and over again. Yeah, I mean, Chief Kirkpatrick, I guess, speaking to the economic importance of Bourbon Street and the surrounding areas to the economy of New Orleans, but perhaps after a terrorist attack in which 10 people have died, perhaps not the time to be talking about that sort of thing. Sadia, stay with us. I'm going to come back to you in a moment. I want to bring Kevin back in, our security consultant who was listening in to that news conference. Kevin, I hope you heard some of that news conference, and one detail that I wanted to pull out and speak to you about is that we got from Chief Kirkpatrick, that they had barricades up, but she said that this individual drove the truck around them, intent on driving into as many people as possible.
Yeah, it's an interesting comment. You know, barriers are there, obviously, to stop vehicles if there's a way around them, which seems to be the case here. Then clearly they probably weren't placed as they should have been, and that's not wishing to say criticise. It will all come out in an inquiry, which will no doubt take place in the investigation. But the fact that someone is able to go around the barriers and then into their intended target is slightly concerning. Yeah, I mean, I wonder if we can even describe them properly as barriers if you can just drive around them. But as you say, that will come out in the investigation. She also talked about the intentional behaviour as well of this individual, and I guess that speaks to the conversation that you and I were having prior to that news conference beginning about these vehicle ramming attacks, that I guess once these things get underway, once an individual decides they're going to use a vehicle to drive into people, they can be really devastating. Yeah, again, a lot of this will come out, if not all of it, in the inquiry and the investigation. But I thought the press conference was interesting. It was the usual fine line that the police and other authorities try and tread around, giving enough information and reassurance, but equally not revealing everything. They said they weren't taking questions at the time. Whether the person is still at large, we don't know that. But going back to your point with regard to the target, unfortunately, and as has been said no doubt many times on your programme before, and certainly in security circles, is that if someone is intent on causing injury and death, whether it's because of terrorism, whether it's because of protesting, whatever it may be, mental health, then they will look for a vulnerability, look for we'll return a soft target to go and have the maximum impact with almost kind of the minimum effort. And unfortunately, these are the types of locations that they will target.
Yeah, and look, Kevin, I'm going to ask you to think about some of the words that were used in that news conference as well, and that we're passing what has been said there and trying to draw information from it, which might not be quite right to do at this stage. But the use of the words terrorist attack as well, and the fact that we didn't hear anything about the perpetrator's current status as to whether they had been killed, and as Sadia has said, whether or not this thing was over. What did you make of that? I mean, the use of the word terrorist suggests that they might have some information about motivation.
I think the American laws differ somewhat to the UK legislation around terrorism. So, but I would understand why they've used that, and equally the fact they've given information straight away that this was deliberate. Clearly, the fact that there was a gun used at the end, and they're talking about IEDs as well. So that is why I think they've gone to drawn the conclusion and gone down that terrorist route to say, well, the legislation is different in America. But I agree, it was notable that there wasn't an awful lot referred to with regard to the attack himself. Now, whether he has been detained or whether he's on the loose still remains to be seen. But I wouldn't read an awful lot into it because there could be reasons why they don't want to release the fact that they know who he is if there's an ongoing investigation and about his links, for example.
OK. Kevin, appreciate that. Thank you very much for being with us. Kevin Jewell, security consultant, former police officer here in the UK. Kevin, we appreciate your expertise. Thanks so much for being with us. Sadia is still with us and is covering this for us today. Sadia, thanks for staying with us. Why don't we pick up on sort of the main points of what we got from that news conference? The fact that it has been described as a terrorist attack, the fact that an IED has been found, improvised explosive device. The FBI weren't clear about the viability of that device, but the fact it's been found nevertheless is something to delve into, and the fact that the individual involved in this, the perpetrator who was, as described, hell-bent on creating carnage, there's no detail on where they are.
No, and I think if you are in New Orleans and you're watching this and perhaps concerned about your own safety, this was a really confusing press conference. One person called it a terrorist attack. Somebody else then came on and said it's not a terrorist attack. One person said stay away from these areas. Somebody else came and said continue to enjoy your time here in the city. We know that a few things they seem to all agree on, and that is that this is an active investigation and that many people have died and many others have been injured. And there was a call to stay away from certain streets. 8 blocks around Bourbon Street was what we were told the scene to stay away from. It is a very tragic situation, and we got some details that a man drove quite intentionally, went around the barricades. He was, they said, hell-bent on causing carnage. The FBI is now taking over this investigation, and we know that what we've been told from that press conference, that although we don't know the number of tourists versus the number of locals, it seems that the majority of the people who were impacted by this, the majority taken to hospital, are locals who were in the area, and we understand that they were there for New Year celebrations. But yeah, described as a very tragic situation, but seems to be slightly confusing on how the authorities are labelling this and what the next steps are. But certainly no information on where the driver is now, whether he has been apprehended or taken or killed in the attack. But certainly an active investigation, one that is very much still active and ongoing, and that's why the plea to stay away from the area.
Absolutely, and I've underlined that word in my notes here. The mayor, Latoya Cantrell, saying this is very active, a very active situation. People need to stay away as they're trying to ascertain exactly where this individual is and what may well have taken place. We also, during that news conference, got a bit of an update as to the number of people who've been injured. We count about 35 that were mentioned there, but even Anne Kirkpatrick, the Chief of Police, said that more were likely. She said that people may have been taken to East Side hospitals, another part of the city where she hasn't been able to find out exactly how many people have been injured. And also that detailed that 2 police officers had been shot. They're stable, we're told, but that happened after this individual crashed the car, that, as you say, was driven intentionally into this crowd of people on the streets, and then opened fire. And it seems, the way described there by Chief Kirkpatrick, and again I'm passing it here, but it seems as if after he crashed, he then opened fire on the cops.
Yeah, so that's the information that we got in that very short press conference, that this is a tragic incident. The police saying that a number of people have been taken to hospital and an unconfirmed additional number of people have been taken elsewhere. They say that a man driving a pickup truck very fast with very intentional behaviour was trying to run over as many people as possible. They said they completely ruled out this being a DUI situation. And in terms of the people that have been taken to hospital, the demographics aren't known, but they say that it seems that the majority are locals. This perpetrator then fired on officers from his vehicle. When he crashed the vehicle, 2 officers had been shot. That they are stable. And it seems like a bit of a chaotic situation. The police saying they've yet to go and visit those officers, that these are very basic bits of information that they're able to offer us. For the time being, it's just coming up to, I think, 7 a.m. Local time, but saying that there will be a fuller briefing at 11 when people will get the chance to ask questions.
Yeah, from police headquarters, they're saying that briefing is going to come in 11 local time, and of course we'll bring that to you live. That detail about the majority of people being locals, I think, was key and was given to us because of the fact that many people have gathered in the city, not just for New Year's, but because of that college football match, people coming in from Georgia and from around Notre Dame University to watch that game.
Yes, exactly. This is a busy time of the year for this area because of those sporting events, but also many people will include in their plans the New Year's celebrations. And so this is a time of the year when security is heightened. We heard about those barricades being put up as an additional feature. We saw tweets about drones being used yesterday as an additional safety measure, and today in the very brief press conference we've just had, the police chief said they called in every officer that they have. Last night, over 300 officers were out there on the scene, and they said that because of the intentional mindset of the attacker, he managed to get around the barricades. They say he was hell-bent on causing carnage.
Yeah, and our security consultant, Kevin Jewell, didn't seem that impressed with the idea that you could drive around a barricade. I mean, the point of making these areas secure, the point of having those barricades in place is to stop vehicles from being able to get into them. And if there is a barricade that can be driven around it, perhaps not worthy of the name. I mean, a very active scene as described by the Mayor Latoya Cantrell. And also interesting to note that she says she's in direct contact with the White House and with all other officials because she said this is described now as a terrorist incident, so all resources, local and all federal resources, that's why the FBI are involved, will be deployed to try and carry out the investigation. And, you know, it's very active to find this person.
Yeah, and just because of the nature of the attack, the use of a vehicle, the use of an improvised explosive device, the use of a firearm. So certainly something that has the hallmarks of a terrorist attack. No surprise then why it's being labelled that by the mayor. And asking people to stay away from Bourbon Street, where the attack happened, all the way, I think it's 8 blocks down to a street called St. Anne, and saying that their goal is right now to provide additional information later on this morning, but no statement there about whether the attack is over, whether the threat is over, or what happened to the driver of that vehicle. You know, whether they've been apprehended or killed in the attack, or if they remain at large.
But at the end of the news conference, Chief Kirkpatrick saying they still wanted people who were in the city to enjoy the city, speaking, I guess, there to the economic importance of tourism to this area. This is a part of town, the French Quarter, and this particular intersection, Canal Street and Bourbon Street, which is the most heavily visited, it's the most popular tourist spot with the restaurants and bars and clubs. And as we understand, this happened at 3:15, so it will have been full of people. The officials there who gave us that news conference didn't disavow of just how busy it was. They said that it was a busy street and this was an individual intent on causing as much mayhem and as hitting with the pickup truck as many people as they could.
Yeah, it's a strange request to make, to ask people to continue to enjoy themselves in a city. And we've been to many aftermaths of attacks like this, and it is not something people can do, to just pick up and continue as normal. You know, not just the impacted area where there are police vehicles and emergency responses, but just across town, across cities, it you know, attacks like this can, you know, change the mood drastically, even after counting in a new year. So it's a really strange request there from the mayor. But she said she was in direct contact with the White House just to show the severity of this, and in direct contact with the Governor Landry, and all of the units that were present there. But crucially, still asking the public to stay clear 8 blocks around the area, and calling this a very active situation with the unified command still in place as we head into the next hour.
Yeah, and it is 1 o'clock, and you're watching our continuing coverage of our breaking news from the city of New Orleans in the United States, where 10 people have been killed and at least 35 people have been injured after a pickup truck drove in to partygoers in the French Quarter. The mayor of New Orleans described what happened as a terrorist attack. Now, after the perpetrator crashed his vehicle, police say he fired a weapon, hitting 2 police officers. Those police officers are in hospital in a stable condition. The FBI are now involved and have said that improvised explosive devices have been found in the area. It's unclear whether the individual behind this is still at large. Well, according to US media, the incident happened on Bourbon Street and Canal Street in the French Quarter at around 3:15 local time, as many people have been out celebrating the beginning of 2025. Well, the police and mayor and FBI gave us this update in the last 30 minutes.
First of all, we do know that the city of New Orleans was impacted by a terrorist attack. It's all still under investigation. You'll hear more after me. However, I have been in direct contact with the White House, with Governor Landry, and of course a unified command who is present here. What I'm asking at this time are prayers for those who have lost their lives in the city of New Orleans due to this tragedy. In addition to that, I'm asking the public to stay clear of 8 blocks around Bourbon Street. Stay clear from Bourbon Street, 8 blocks around. Very active, and again, a unified command is in place right now. I'm going to ask Chief Kirkpatrick to give you an update. You're then going to hear from our agent in charge relative to the FBI.
That's Mayor Latoya Cantrell there, the mayor of New Orleans, in that news conference. Let's go to the US and bring in our US correspondent, James Matthews, joining us now. James, good to have you with us. Tell us about how this news is being reported and covered in the United States, and any more detail you may have as to what happened.
Good morning, Kamali. Utter shock, I think, would be the phrase, given the nature of the event, the details, the time of year. 3:15 a.m., as you say, that's when the pickup truck ran into a very busy scene. New Orleans is busy at this time of year. I mean, it's party town. all year round, an iconic place for people to gather in their numbers. It certainly was last night. New Orleans lays claim, in common with many other places, to being the capital of celebration at this time of year. It is a busy city. New Year celebrations, tens of thousands of people gathering for the midnight moment, but also for associated celebrations. Later today, there is the so-called Sugar Bowl, a college football match in town, which has attracted many people, not just locally, but from around the country and from around the world. That match, incidentally, still going ahead. But, I mean, you're looking at the scene there, an empty street, Bourbon Street, that Jackson Square area where people gathered last night to a party. There were free bands, there were fireworks along the curve of the Mississippi River, and they gathered to watch the drop of the symbol of the city, the fleur-de-lis. So it was party time, and everything was going according to choreography until that moment at 3:15, when I imagine the crowds probably would have thinned out to some degree, but clearly it was a populated area, a busy scene, when this pickup truck was driven in a very intentional way, to quote the local authorities, managed to manoeuvre its way around the barriers, and that will be a big question going forward. How did this pickup truck get in to that busy area? How did it manage to subvert the security system that was in place? The pickup truck duly drove into people. You heard the mayor and the FBI saying in that news conference that it was very intentional, that it wasn't a DUI situation, a driving under the influence situation. What they did not say was what the situation was with regard to the driver, the perpetrator of this. I imagine for them to say it was intentional, for them to say there was no drunkenness involved or no influence of any narcotics or so on, they get that information, I would imagine, from the individual themselves. So we don't know if that suspect is dead, has been arrested, is in custody, but they got that information about that individual from somewhere. I imagine it may well have been from the individual themselves. We will hear more in due course. Another press conference is due in an hour or two. But the individual who drove the pickup truck then fired on police officers. Two of them were injured. They have been taken to hospital in common with many others, more than 35 who have been injured in this incident and are being treated right now in hospital. The number of fatalities thus far, Kamali, of course, is put at 10.
Yeah, that's as we understand it at the moment, isn't it, James? We heard from Chief Kirkpatrick there. She was sort of listing the hospitals that people have been taken to. 26 taken to one, 4 taken to another 4 taken to a different facility, 1 taken to a Tulane hospital. And she said that there may well be others who have been injured as well, taken to other hospitals that she hasn't been able to get to. And that's not counting the 2 police officers shot and stable. And James, you mentioned the fact that there's that game that's due to be held today. We didn't get any detail about that either, did we, as to whether that game's going to go ahead? Yeah, it's a big college football match between Georgia University and Notre Dame from Indiana. Whether or not that game goes ahead this evening remains to be seen. But we were told that the majority of those who've been injured and perhaps killed are locals, which tells us, I think the police were making sure that we were aware that it wasn't necessarily people who'd come in perhaps for that game.
Yeah, Kamali, I mean, I think it's a combination in terms of the casualty count. They did say, didn't they, that they reckoned there were more locals than visitors who were among those who were casualties, who were injured and who were involved. That game is going ahead, actually, Kamali. The authorities are saying, and they made a point of saying to people, look, continue to enjoy New Orleans. You know, the party almost goes on despite what's happened. I think that tells us that they are confident there is nobody else involved in this, and that this is an incident as horrific and as large scale as it is, an incident which is focused on one individual and one incident. It's not as if, well, it would appear they're confident. It's not as if there are others lurking in the background and this is in any way ongoing. I think the classification of this as a terrorist incident is interesting. We heard during that news conference from the mayor, and she spoke right up front about a terrorist incident. The FBI spokesperson, when they took over, they said this was not a terrorist incident. So I think that needs to be cleared up by the local authorities. I wonder if the FBI were referring specifically to the fact that they think there is an IED, an improvised explosive device, a homemade bomb in the vicinity, which they are currently dealing with. I wonder if they were making specific reference to that when they said it was not a terrorist incident, as opposed to the overall motive being a terrorist motive. It's a question for the next press conference. Exactly what are we dealing with? And exactly why do you think this is a terrorist incident? I imagine, and again, it's early and they haven't told us anything about the suspect, but there's a reason they're putting the terrorist label on this. And I imagine at this stage, it may well have come from the individual involved. Why are they calling it terrorist? Is that because of a Q&A with the suspect? Is it because of things that were said at the actual time? Is it because there was some kind of manifesto, some method of communication used by the suspect to indicate what the motive was behind this? But as yet, it's early, it's chaotic. That's why figures can change at this time. 10 dead, at least 35 injured. Expect that to evolve over time as clarity comes to the picture, as New Orleans wakes up. But in terms of the day ahead, events go ahead as planned, Kamali. That big game, as you referred to it, Georgia versus Notre Dame, Notre Dame as they call it here, the Sugar Bowl, a huge event that attracts many to this iconic city. That goes ahead, but clearly darkened by the shadow of what took place during the party in the middle of the night.
Yeah, a tragedy, and one that, as the mayor said, is still a very active investigation. James, for now, thank you for that. Let me take you through the key developments as we understand them so far. Now, officials in New Orleans are reporting a terrorist attack after a vehicle drove into a large crowd in a touristic district of the city. At least 10 people have been killed after the attacker intentionally drove around barricades and targeted people on the street. At least 35 people have been injured and they've been taken to local hospitals for treatment. Well, it happened on the intersection of Canal and Bourbon Street in the French Quarter, an area filled with bars, clubs and restaurants. Well, earlier, we had a news conference and we heard from Superintendent Anne Kirkpatrick, the Chief of Police from the New Orleans Police Department.
We had this event started at about 3:15. It did involve a man driving a pickup truck down Bourbon Street at a very fast pace, and it was very intentional behavior. This man was trying to run over as many people as he possibly could. It was not a DUI situation. This is a more complex and more serious based on the information we have right now. With respect to numbers, we have right now, and as you already know, this could change throughout the day. We do know that there are 26 injured people who are at UMC Hospital. We know we have 4 at Turo, 4 at Ochsner Baptist, 1 at Tulane, but even as I was walking out the door, I believe I have an unconfirmed additional people who have been taken to other area hospitals, possibly on the east side. But we will give you as many correct numbers as we can as the day progresses. It is a very tragic situation for me to tell you that we know we have 10 people that this man killed on Bourbon Street. That is why we do not want anyone on Bourbon Street today. Wherever you see yellow tape, please do not violate this tape. This is in order to protect and stabilize the scene. We have information to a certain degree of the demographics of those who are in the hospital right now. We do not know at this point how many could be tourists versus locals, but from the information I have right now, it seems the majority are locals versus tourists. What I also can tell you is that this man, this perpetrator, he fired on our officers from his vehicle when he crashed his vehicle. 2 of our officers have been shot. They are stable, and we will give you an update on them. I have yet been able to go to the hospital. I will be leaving here for us to go visit our officers. We have called in every officer that we have. We have so much appreciated our partnerships who have also offered us staff. Last night, we had over 300 officers out here. And because of the intentional mindset of this perpetrator who went around our barricades in order to conduct this, he was hell-bent on creating the carnage and the damage that he did. Because of the nature and the indices that we have on the scene, and we have enough information that the FBI will be taking over this investigation.
That's the Chief of New Orleans Police, Ann Kirkpatrick, who given to that news conference update a short while ago. Let's bring in Lee Doddridge, a security expert and a former member of the National Counter-Terrorism Security Office. Lee Doddridge, thanks so much for making the time to speak to us today. What have you made of what you've heard so far, especially from the police, about this use of barricades and this individual being able to drive around them?
Well, good afternoon. It's interesting. Obviously, we're still getting more information from the police, you know, as they release more details to us. But from what we've heard so far and what we've seen in the pictures, this has all the hallmarks of a terrorist attack. It may transpire, you know, during the FBI investigation that it may be something different, but at the moment it has all those hallmarks. One of the clear things that stand out for me at the moment, and it was just mentioned briefly now, how the perpetrator was able to drive around the security barriers that were put in place. So there's a number of things that brings to mind straight away that, A, the person had obviously looked at these barriers previously, whether it was, you know, a reconnaissance the day before or had spent some time just beforehand looking at how to get around them. But also, it would also mean that the barriers weren't put in correctly in the first place to enable that vehicle to come through. When we look at these sort of protective measures, we have to consider all the types of vehicles, from cars, 4x4s and lorries, because they've all got varying weights, axle heights. We also have to look at, you know, the approaches that people could take, and then we formulate the security barrier around that, which should prevent any vehicles getting in unless you've got a controlled access, and that's by a secure gate for emergency services. So there seems to be a real lapse in the security operation as well.
Yeah, and that may well come out in the investigation. In fact, I'm sure it will come out in the investigation. Lee, sort of the intentionality of all of this, I think, is key, isn't it? Because, as we heard in that news conference, this is not a driving under the influence, a DUI situation. This perpetrator had driven around the barriers, as you said, and was trying to drive over as many people as possible. But that use of the word terrorists, is there a different way that US officials would use that word in a situation like this so early on as to how law enforcement here would use that word? Does it have to have some kind of political motivation? Does it have to have some kind of intention behind it that they're already aware of?
Well, not necessarily. I mean, and obviously we view things slightly different here in the UK and Europe to America. But I think the mainstay is the actual hallmarks. I mean, we only saw back on the 20th of December a very similar attack on the Christmas market over in Germany. So I think they have to treat it initially as the terrorist attack. As they said, it wasn't a DUI incident. If it was, possibly then the perpetrator would have hit the barriers rather than being able to drive around them. So they clearly show some intent there, being able to manoeuvre around them. And it's a well-known tactic, easy deployable. You know, most people have vehicles. Obviously, in America, those vehicles are generally bigger and heavier than what we have in Europe. So to be able to drive that into unprotected crowds of people, it's for want of a better word, they're almost guaranteed success. That may sound awful, but from their perspective, that is what they're aiming to do. One of the key objectives as well that we've seen in what we call vehicle as a weapon attack is preserving the vehicle for as long as possible until it gets to the intended target. So they won't crash through barriers. They will drive around them because they want the vehicle to be at its optimum when it hits the people who are their targets.
Yeah, and as you say, I mean, the detail is important, isn't it, Lee? But it is grim and it is tragic, and it does sort of speak to just how devastating these incidents are, these vehicle ramming attacks. And we've got a bit of detail in that news conference as well about this attack and how it seemed to have come to an end. And Kirkpatrick, their Chief Kirkpatrick, saying that once the individual had crashed the car, they then opened fire on police officers, which suggests that the car itself had maybe come to a stop, perhaps not where the perpetrator of it was intending for it to.
Yes, again, and we can draw parallels to the Westminster Bridge attack. You know, again, the vehicle was used up to a certain extent to attack pedestrians, and at London Bridge, we saw then the attackers carry on foot. It's what we call a maraudering attack then. So they carried on, and this clearly seems to be the intention of the perpetrator that we saw in New Orleans. Once the vehicle had come to a stop, he was armed and ready and obviously engaged the police officers there. We still don't know details about what happened to him. He could have gone on to inflict more injuries or fatalities amongst the crowd if he was able to continue. So it does bear all the hallmarks of this form of attack, and it leads to the question that, and we see time and time again here in the UK, where police put in the security infrastructure rather than going out to a qualified counter-terrorism officer, whether they've got them locally or the FBI agents, to actually do this properly. Again, there's confusion over police knowing about security. They know about policing, but it's not security in this context.
Absolutely. All right. Lee, thank you for that. I want to bring viewers a breaking news line that we've had just come into us. It's coming from our partner station, NBC, and they are saying that federal law enforcement officers have told them that the suspect in this incident is believed to be dead. The police and FBI have not made clear, and did not make clear, as we've been reporting during that news conference, the status of the individual. The official has said that the FBI is investigating this as a potential terrorist attack. They're investigating the motive, but law enforcement have told our partner station in the United States, NBC, that the suspect is believed to be dead. Let's bring in James Matthews, our US correspondent on that news. And James, look, you and I were talking about it just 20 minutes ago as we were thinking about the individual behind this. Now NBC reporting they've been told by law enforcement that the person is dead.
That's right, Kamala. Yeah, the way this developed was that the pickup truck crashed. Then the individual engaged officers, fired on officers, and of course 2 of them are injured and currently being treated in hospital. I suppose it might be an assumption, and it is an assumption at this stage, that the gunfire, when those exchanges began, the gunfire was not one way, and that the police, armed police, would have drawn their weapons. So it remains to be seen and confirmed, indeed, the status of the suspect. But, yeah, a law enforcement official is telling our partners, NBC, that they are believed to be dead. Quite how that happened, we will get the details in due course. A press conference is due in the next couple of hours, once more from the police. Referring back to that earlier press conference, Kamali, there is this question over motive. Was it a terrorist motive? The police said very clearly it was a terrorist incident. Then the FBI, in that same news conference, appeared to contradict that. Our information from law enforcement officials is that that was the FBI simply being careful at this early stage. They are investigating the motive and very much at this stage looking at this attack as terrorist or terrorism motivated. But as you say, that's the breaking line in the past few minutes. A federal law enforcement official telling NBC that the suspect is believed to be dead. It raises the question, I suppose, why do they think it's terrorism? What did they get from this suspect and from this attack that leads them to believe there is a terrorist motivation? Did he say anything during the attack? Was anything left behind in terms of motivation? Was there anything online? We've seen that in the past with these kind of incidents, live streams and so on. That will be the subject of early investigations, and it may be that from these sources, that's where they're gleaning this line about terrorism. But as I say, it's early. It's chaotic in terms of the investigation, pulling together the strands at this early stage. Much detail yet to be released, but I suppose one of the key details is that latest detail that the suspect, now believed to be dead.
Absolutely, as reported by NBC News, a federal law enforcement official telling NBC that the suspect is believed to be dead. And as you said, James, the FBI investigating this as a potential terrorist attack. James, look, I'll let you get on and speak with sources. I want to bring Lee Dodderidge back in again to get his expertise. And Lee, look, as we're reporting there now that we've been told by NBC News that the suspect is believed to be dead. The FBI continue, of course, investigating this as potential terrorism.
Yes, and as I mentioned earlier on, the FBI, their investigation will obviously be running at speed now. One, to obviously determine the background to the individual. Was it terrorist related? And more importantly, were they linked to any others? Is there any further threats? As they mentioned, is a significant event coming on later in the day? Is he part of a wider network? Is he just acting on his own, or was it somebody with other grievance and it's not terrorist related and they just used that form of attack? So their investigation will be quite complex and fast moving at the moment.
Yeah, it certainly will be. And which form does it take at this stage then, do you think, Lee? I mean, as James was alluding to then, we've suggested throughout the morning and afternoons this story has been unfolding. There will be, I guess, lots and lots of cameras pointed in and around this particular intersection and along the street that this vehicle drove down, which will allow the police and law enforcement to get a lot of detail and information about what happened in the minutes leading up to it.
Well, yes, obviously they'll be looking at footage from the scene, and obviously just prior to that, to look at the build-up to the event. But I think more significantly as well is once they've identified the individual, and they may not disclose who that is for some time, that they'll want to go, look at the home address, and then from there look at the background to the individual, looking into whether it's his mobile, the computer, any social media accounts, just to try and build up the picture as quickly as possible to who they're actually dealing with, and also anything left in the vehicle.
Yeah, and I guess one of those things that they will be looking at from the vehicle is that improvised explosive device is said to be found at the scene. Officials are investigating if it's viable. And, when you hear the word IED, many things spring to mind. But I guess, Lee, and you can confirm this for us, that could mean all sorts of manner of devices, couldn't it? It's just something that someone has made at home that can explode.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, and the key word on there is improvised. I'm not too sure on the legalities on the storage as well in America of explosives. Obviously, in the UK and Europe, they're controlled quite well. But there is so much information available for people to research and then construct their own devices. There is obviously a huge range in the viability of those devices. But again, if that was the case, if there is a viable IED in the vehicle, again, it shows more of an intention and planning behind the event. A lot of people would just safely assume on New Year's Eve there will be large events, large parties, people gathered outside. So there's going to be plenty of opportunity. But to actually put together an improvised explosive device, whether it was used or not, shows some level of knowledge and prior planning. Again, they will look at whether that was self-taught or whether there was further support indicating a wider network, possibly then linked to terrorism.
And Lee, just give us a thought, if you can, as well, on the police. We heard Anne Kirkpatrick, the Chief of Police, saying that people should continue to try and enjoy the city. James has told us that it has been confirmed that that big college football match is going to go ahead later on this evening. What does that tell us about what the police know about this investigation, do you think? And what do you think about the idea that, you know, people in and around the area should just sort of carry on as normal after this sort of thing's happened?
Well, I don't necessarily think it means that the police are thinking the investigation, you know, if this incident is just limited to what it is. But I think as we see in policing across the world is, whilst it's devastating to have these forms of attack and they've got to investigate it, we still need to ensure that life as normal can continue as much as possible. They'll obviously be putting in additional security measures, or you'd hope so, for this evening for that college football game. Bringing temporary measures in, maybe, you know, put more restrictions on vehicle access from there. But it is so important to try and maintain life as normal. If we were to shut down everywhere, we're giving more credence to that sort of terrorist attack and what they would deem as, you know, the success rating of it. So as much as possible, you know, they'll focus on the investigation, but they also have to look at continuing life as normal. And, you know, tomorrow's another day, and they'll want places to reopen as much as they can outside of that cordon that they've set up for the investigation.
You're absolutely right about that, Kate. Lee Doddridge, appreciate your expertise. Thanks so much for being with us. Now, earlier in that news conference, the Mayor, the Chief of Police and the FBI gave us this update.
First of all, we do know that the city of New Orleans was impacted by a terrorist attack. It's all still under investigation. You'll hear more after me. However, I have been in direct contact with the White House, with Governor Landry, and of course a unified command who is present here. What I'm asking at this time are prayers for those who have lost their lives in the city of New Orleans due to this tragedy. In addition to that, I'm asking the public to stay clear of 8 blocks around Bourbon Street. Stay clear from Bourbon Street, 8 blocks around. Very active, and again, a unified command is in place right now. I'm going to ask Chief Kirkpatrick to give you an update. You're then going to hear from our agent in charge relative to the FBI. So at this time, Chief Kirkpatrick.
Thank you. All right. Good morning, everyone. So I'm going to give you as much of the information I possibly can. We are going to give you an update a couple of times today. So we will give you just the basics this morning, all right? We had this event started at about 3:15. It did involve a man driving a pickup truck down Bourbon Street at a very fast pace, and it was very intentional behavior. This man was trying to run over as many people as he possibly could. It was not a DUI situation. This is a more complex and more serious based on the information we have right now. With respect to numbers, we have right now, and as you already know, this could change throughout the day. We do know that there are 26 injured people who are at UMC Hospital. We know we have 4 at Turo, 4 at Ochsner Baptist, 1 at Tulane, but even as I was walking out the door, I believe I have an unconfirmed additional people who have been taken to other area hospitals, possibly on the east side. But we will give you as many correct numbers as we can as the day progresses. It is a very tragic situation for me to tell you that we know we have 10 people that this man killed on Bourbon Street. That is why we do not want anyone on Bourbon Street today. Wherever you see yellow tape, please do not violate this tape. This is in order to protect and stabilize the scene. We have information to a certain degree of the demographics of those who are in the hospital right now. We do not know at this point how many could be tourists versus locals, but from the information I have right now, it seems the majority are locals versus tourists. What I also can tell you is that this man, this perpetrator, he fired on our officers from his vehicle when he crashed his vehicle. 2 of our officers have been shot. They are stable, and we will give you an update on them. I have yet been able to go to the hospital. I will be leaving here for us to go visit our officers. We have called in every officer that we have. We have so much appreciated our partnerships who have also offered us staff. Last night, we had over 300 officers out here. And because of the intentional mindset of this perpetrator who went around our barricades in order to conduct this, he was hell-bent on creating the carnage and the damage that he did. Because of the nature and the indices that we have on the scene, and we have enough information that the FBI will be taking over this investigation. And with that, I am going to be asking, this is the assistant agent in charge. This is Agent Duncan, Special Agent Duncan, and she has taken over this case on behalf of us and the FBI. As always, we will be in partnership with all of our partners, but Agent Duncan, if you want to have a few words for me.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning. My name is Alethea Duncan. I'm the Assistant Special Agent in charge for FBI New Orleans. As Chief Kirkpatrick said, we'll be taking over the investigative lead for this event. This is not a terrorist event. What it is right now is their improvised explosive devices that was found, and we are working on confirming if this is a viable device or not. As Chief Kirkpatrick said, we're asking everyone to stay away from Bourbon Street, specifically from Canal Street to St. Anne. That is my ask. Once again, stay away from Bourbon Street, Canal Street, all the way to St. Anne until we can figure out what is going on. Our goal is to provide you additional information at the 11 a.m. press conference. Thank you so much, and we will be in touch.
Yes. I will say that we want our community and our visitors to continue enjoying. There's so much to enjoy about New Orleans, and we are going to make sure that our routes in the Superdome are safe today for the game. And yet we had this tragic event, and we're sorry again to everyone in our community. But we do want you to go about the day, as we say, just stay away from Bourbon. Okay?
Can she elaborate on the device? She did say something about the device.
We actually are not going to be taking questions this morning until we have more information. That's why we will give you an 11 o'clock briefing. So until then, please hold your questions. We will give you everything that we possibly can, okay? So 11 o'clock, we will see you at the headquarters, and we will go again from there, okay? No questions, no questions right now.
Right? The device is confirmed?
Was Chief Anne Kirkpatrick finishing that news conference. You also heard from Special Agent Alethea Duncan as well as Mayor Latoya Cantrell. And the one thing not said in that news conference was anything about the suspect. We have heard subsequently NBC News being told by a law enforcement official, a federal law enforcement official, that the suspect is believed to be dead. This is the scene live in the city of New Orleans this morning, just gone 7:37 a.m. in New Orleans, as the city is waking up following that incident in the early hours of the morning, described, as you heard from the mayor there, as a terrorist attack. The FBI is investigating this as a potential terrorist attack and investigating the motive behind this. And we understand, as we say, that by information from federal law enforcement officials, that the suspect involved in this is dead. You can see still a heavy police presence, plenty of yellow police tape as that area remains cordoned off, and the investigation remains very active. Let's bring in our US correspondent James Matthews, who's following this for us from stateside. And James, as I said, look, 7:38 in the morning, we're seeing live pictures from the scene there of Bourbon Street in New Orleans, which will have been at the time of this incident 3:15 in the morning, just after New Year's Eve. Very busy, perhaps not as busy as at midnight, but still busy nonetheless.
Hi, Kamali. Yeah, we're looking at an empty street, a crime scene, where right now there is an investigation ongoing into this improvised explosive device, the homemade bomb, which looks like being the last stage of this incident. But yeah, an empty street, but that street, those very pictures we're looking at now, that location was packed with revelers last night. New Orleans is an iconic party centre all year round, you know, the Mardi Gras and so on. Last night was no different. New Year is a big deal in New Orleans. Tens of thousands gather in the city to celebrate in the French Quarter, right there on the famous Bourbon Street and Canal Street. And that is where this pickup truck drove into the crowd at 3:15. One imagines the crowds had thinned out somewhat from the midnight moment when, you know, which is the moment in New Orleans. The crowds gather in that Jackson Square area to watch the symbol of the city, the fleur-de-lis, drop. That's the centre of the celebration. Then there are fireworks on the curve of the Mississippi River. So it's all laid out for an iconic New Year celebration. What happened last night was, in the words of the local police chief, carnage. That was what they say this individual was hell-bent on perpetrating. Carnage and damage. He killed 10 people and has put more than 35 individuals in hospital. And, you know, there are questions right now with regard to ongoing events, the bomb and so on. But there are already serious questions about how this was able to happen in a part of town where there is a grid system. You know, the streets are on a grid system. Normal, typical security and defences against this kind of incident across the United States involve dump trucks, garbage trucks filled with sand, you know, to give them weight at the end of streets where people are gathering. And the question is, how was a pickup truck able to manoeuvre itself around these protections, the security protections in place, and reach the revelers? It would appear to be a serious flaw in the security arrangements. It's not as if we haven't seen this kind of attack before. I mean, you know, Magdeburg in Germany is the most recent reference point, of course, but serious questions going forward about why this was able to happen. Questions right now about the motive, of course. And there is this something of a contradiction, and you heard it there in that news conference between police and FBI about what lay behind this business of whether or not terrorism was the motive or not, and whether or not this can be classed as a terrorist attack. I can tell you that law enforcement officials are telling us the FBI is being cautious. You heard the FBI official saying it was not a terrorist attack. That contradicted the police who said it was. Our information is that the FBI are simply being cautious at this early stage, and that both strands of law enforcement investigation are looking at terrorism as the motive in this case. I can tell you that President Biden, Kamali, has been briefed on the news. He will be given regular updates throughout the day, and he's been in touch with the New Orleans mayor to offer any support, what support that he can at this stage. But right now, as New Orleans wakes up 7:42 in the morning in that party town, they are reflecting and learning of the horrific events in their midst. 10 people dead and more than 35 right now being treated in hospital.
Yeah, James, and as you say, the FBI investigating this now has been taken on by the federal agency as a potential terrorist attack, and President Biden, of course, being kept informed as to exactly what's happening. I wonder, James, has there been any comment at this point from President-elect Trump as to the situation in New Orleans? And what's the sense for the city going forward? You say it's 7:43, the city waking up now to the tragedy of the early hours of the morning. But as we heard from the Chief of Police, Ann Kirkpatrick, she wants people to carry on and continue to enjoy the town.
That's right, Kamala. Yeah, nothing yet from the President-elect, Donald Trump, nothing certainly on social media. He last posted 15 hours ago. But yeah, I mean, New Orleans and people in New Orleans are being encouraged to go about their business. Yes, to stay away from that area that we're looking at, downtown, Bourbon Street. But they are being told that otherwise, enjoy themselves as much as they can, albeit in the shadow of horror. And it is a busy day today in New Orleans. They have what they call the Sugar Bowl, this American football challenge between two college teams, Georgia Bulldogs and Notre Dame, or Notre Dame as the Americans call it. So that's a huge event, and one that would have attracted tens of thousands to the city who would otherwise not have been there. It is a place that attracts people in their thousands all year round, as I say, particularly at this time. It was always going to be busy. It was always going to be an event that required the utmost and the tightest security. And that will be the question going forward. Why didn't this event, and why didn't these people, why were they not afforded the kind of security that was required on a night like last night?
OK, James Matthews in DC. For now, thank you for that. Well, earlier I spoke to a security consultant and former police officer, Kevin Jewell, for his thoughts on the situation in New Orleans.
Obviously, a terrible event coming so close after the one in Magdeburg as well. With regards to the what's happened itself, it's early days. Whether this was a defined area for celebrating, and my understanding of the area is that it is commonly used for a lot of people going there to socialise. If it was a designated area for celebrations, one would expect that there were precautions put in place, specific intelligence gathering beforehand, and based on that, the necessity for what security should be put in place, whether that's hostile vehicle mitigation, whether that's extra police, or whatever it may entail. But so early days at the moment. But the sad thing is, as we've seen before in the likes of London Bridge and Westminster Bridge, an area where anyone can freely walk about as a pedestrian area. If there aren't barriers in place, whether it's a celebration or whether it's any day of the year, if there aren't barriers in place and a vehicle can access it, then sadly these things can happen.
Yeah, and those barriers, I mean, they will become very familiar to people now. Sometimes they look like street furniture, sometimes they're sort of shaped like benches, but they are put in place, aren't they? They're concrete or other really strong material to try and protect open spaces. The issue, I guess, here, Kevin, as you mentioned, is this Bourbon Street and Canal Street, when people aren't partying in the early hours, these are thoroughfares. People are using these streets as normal surface roads to get around the city.
Yeah, absolutely. Without knowing the full details, and as you rightly say, you can have permanent vehicle mitigation where it looks like street furniture. Without going into too much detail, a lot of that is present around the world, in London and the like. But there are also options to put in temporary hostile vehicle mitigation. As I say, go back to my previous comment, if this area is being designated and they were expecting a particularly large gathering of people, then, and without wishing to prejudge, because we don't know what's going on, but I would have thought a security assessment would have been done, which may have necessitated or consideration given to putting some temporary measures in place.
That's interesting, isn't it? Because as we know that this area, the French Quarter, is an area where people do gather to party in the evening. You're suggesting that perhaps there could have been sort of a security ring put in wider so that no vehicles could have access. It's not clear at this point whether or not that's a mitigation that had even been used. As I say, we are waiting for the police, and perhaps we'll get that detail when they give that news conference.
Yeah, as I say, without knowing too much about it and the location and where else celebrations were taking place in the locality, unfortunately, it is impossible to protect everywhere, every day of the year. So it may well be that this was just a slight increase on the numbers that are expected. But if you look at London, for example, a security assessment would have been done for the New Year's celebration. So some places which would normally have vehicle access would have been closed off with barriers and blockage to stop vehicles getting through. But so without wishing to prejudge and certainly not wishing to criticise what may or may not have taken place, if there was going to be a particular concentration gathering sort of out of the normal, as it were, then I would have think that another security assessment would have been done, which may have entailed a ring of protection being put around it.
And Kevin, the other thing about this particular instance is, as I've been saying in my conversation with Sadia, unfortunately, we're coming very, very used to these kind of vehicle ramming attacks. This one had the added element that it's reported that the driver of this truck, after the ramming attack had stopped, in whatever way it had stopped, got out of the vehicle and began to open fire. Police returned fire, and there it's not clear exactly what happens next. And that just adds another element, doesn't it? Of course, US police are armed and are able to respond to that kind of incident, but it does add another level to this.
It does indeed, and obviously the US has got its own dynamics with regards to the gun laws. But with someone who's intent on causing damage, causing injury and death with a vehicle, having that added problem of also having probably fairly easy access to a firearm does bring that other dynamic and that extra response element that's required.
That was Kevin Jules speaking to me a short time ago as we are looking at the scene in New Orleans, Louisiana, a few hours on from that attack described by the mayor of the city as a terrorist incident after an individual drove a pickup truck into a crowd of people on the corner of Bourbon Street and Canal Street. As the chief of police, Ann Kirkpatrick, said earlier, very intentional behaviour. The man driving this vehicle was trying to run over as many people as he could. Now, we are informed by NBC News, who've been told by a federal law enforcement official the suspect is believed to be dead and that the FBI is investigating this as a potential terrorist attack. Well, the governor of the state of Louisiana, Jeff Landry, has posted on social media on X saying a horrific act of violence took place on Bourbon Street earlier this morning. Please join Sharon, Sharon's the First Lady of Louisiana, and I in praying for all the victims and first responders. And then that message, I urge all near the scene to avoid the area. Let's bring in our US correspondent, James Matthews, who's following this for us. And we've heard there from the governor, James, reiterating that message that we heard from the mayor, we heard from the Commissioner of Police, Ann Kirkpatrick, as well, to stay clear of the area as an active investigation is underway.
That's right, Kamali. An active investigation, also an operation to make safe that area that we're looking at right now. There is at least one improvised explosive device. It wasn't clear from the news conference. Indeed, there seemed to be a contradiction as to whether there was one or there were more, but they're clearly dealing with at least one homemade bomb, or they have been. So there is, or there remains, an element of danger. That's why they're telling people to stay away from the centre of New Orleans. They will know who this individual was, Kamali, who committed this atrocity. A law enforcement official is telling our partners here in the United States that he is believed to be dead, but they have information. They have information that it's not a situation of driving under the influence. They are saying that there is a terrorist motive. So they've clearly gleaned information about this individual, and we've yet to find out where they've got that from. But they will know who he is. There will be, presumably, some kind of online history. If they know who he is, they will be looking to find an address fairly quickly, and also to establish friends, contacts, who this individual dealt with. Apart from anything else, our priority will be to make sure that he's not connected to anybody else who has the potential to cause harm. That doesn't appear to be the case, because people in New Orleans are being told to go about their business, avoid the centre of town, but enjoy the area. Go to the Sugar Bowl, this American football event that's taking place tonight. I might say the police chief has said that we will make sure, we will do our best to ensure that routes to the Sugar Bowl are safe and secure. I suppose for those people making their way to that game, they'll be asking the question, well, you know, how much faith can we have in that pledge, given what we saw last night in the centre of town? A grid system where streets are crisscross, not the most difficult area to protect against this kind of attack. We see it all across the United States. At the end of a street where there is a public event, in Washington, D.C., for example, we see dump trucks filled with sand, mobile, so that they can move if emergency services need to get into the centre of the crowd. That's the situation in most, or in many US cities. The question is, why was a security system that was 100% not in place here? Because, as we heard from the police chief, this individual in his pickup truck was able to drive around. She gave us that indication that he drove around the barricades that were in place. So serious questions going forward about security for this type of event. Security failures at last night's event. But as I say, empty streets in the centre of town, people out with that cordon, out with that yellow tape, are being told essentially that everything's safe and that the incident is behind them, albeit casting a very dark shadow over New Year in New Orleans right now.
Absolutely, James, and it's just worth reminding our viewers who don't know the area just how popular a tourist destination and for locals this area of the French Quarter is, where the restaurants, bars, clubs are. People will have been out, as you say, for New Year's Eve, and also ahead of that huge football game. It's likely, perhaps not quite as busy at 3:15 in the morning, but that there will have been thousands and thousands of people on the streets. The streets thronged with people trying to enjoy bringing in the new year as tragedy strikes. And the investigation moves on pretty quickly. And as you point out, James, those questions already being asked. The police and officials from the FBI, as well as the mayor, didn't take any questions in that earlier news conference that we had, where we got a few details on the numbers injured and a bit more of the sort of the way that this vehicle was able to get onto that street, but no further details, because there's another news conference coming, isn't there, James, at 11 a.m. local time, where one would think officials will have to take some questions, because, as you point out, those questions are being asked, not least that one that you have suggested about how this vehicle was able to drive around a barrier that had, I guess, been set up to stop vehicles from driving down that street.
Yeah, barricades would have been in place, and indeed were in place. The police chief said that this individual was able to drive around them. That's clearly a flaw in the security. I mean, to be fair to the local authorities, they gave us that very early press conference, very early in the morning. The event is still ongoing. So I suppose in many ways that was the holding press conference, to give us the information they had. Clearly, things evolve very quickly in terms of the information flow. So, yeah, we'll get some hard and fast answers, one would hope, come the 11 o'clock hour. But, you know, Kamali, I'm just looking at early morning coverage before this took place of the night in New Orleans, video of people having fun, talk of a golden lit fleur-de-lis, the symbol of the city, how that dropped in the centre of town, Jackson Square, the area where people congregate to watch that symbol of the city drop. That's the midnight moment, and it attracted tens of thousands last night. Fireworks on the Mississippi River, local brass bands, Tank and the Bargas, pictures I'm looking at of people enjoying themselves, crammed in to the area. Talk of hotel occupancy rates being high in the city for the holiday, and for this influx of college football fans in town for the All-State Sugar Bowl, this big American football match, which will continue tonight. So that was New Orleans. That was the centre of town in the early hours before 3:15 when this horror was perpetrated. It was a packed scene. People crammed in to that area. Perhaps not at 3:15 when the crowds might have thinned out, but clearly extremely busy. And police, investigators will be looking at why this was allowed to happen. Was, given the time of the morning when crowds were thinning out, when the party was over, when the bands had hung up their instruments, was there a weakness there? Was there a complacency that the party was over, therefore there was a drop-off somehow in the tight security? Questions that will be asked at this news conference come 11 o'clock in New Orleans, but questions that come too late for those who have been affected, the 10 killed and the more than 35 injured and now being treated in hospital. Investigations ongoing, of course. There is an operation to take care of the homemade bomb at that location, the one we're looking at right now. But in the background, investigations about the individual who perpetrated this. It's been called, the terrorist motive has been pinned on this by the local police. The question remains why. They will learn about this individual, we will learn about this individual, and where they got that information. Where did it come from? Is there something from him online, something in material form, paperwork perhaps that he left behind in the car, or did he say something at the time of the incident? Questions have been answered this morning, but many remain.
Indeed. James, in DC for now, thank you. Well, it has just gone 2 o'clock here in London, 8 a.m. in New Orleans. And a reminder of our breaking news as authorities in the city say that 10 people have been killed and at least 35 injured after a pickup truck was driven into partygoers in the French Quarter. The mayor of the city described it as a terrorist attack. After crashing his vehicle, police say the suspect then opened fire, shooting 2 police officers who are in a stable condition. The FBI are involved and have said that an improvised explosive device has been found in the area. The perpetrator is believed to be dead. Well, this is the scene this morning, 8 a.m. in New Orleans. As you can see, the police tape, of course, remains in place. That cordon is up. Officials, the Commissioner of Police, as well as the Mayor, advising, warning, imploring people to stay away from the area, from what is a very active scene, as they try and piece together exactly what happened in the early hours of this morning as that vehicle, that pickup truck, drove into people. The Commissioner of Police saying that the man driving was trying to run over as many people as he could and was hell-bent on carnage as he drove at high speed in a pickup truck through a crowd of pedestrians in New Orleans French Quarter. 10 people dead, at least 35 have been injured. Now, the incident happened, as I said, in the popular Bourbon Street in the French Quarter, just gone 3 a.m. as many were out celebrating the new year. Well, earlier we had that news conference from the police. Superintendent Anne Kirkpatrick gave us this update.
We had this event started at about 3:15. It did involve a man driving a pickup truck down Bourbon Street at a very fast pace, and it was very intentional behavior. This man was trying to run over as many people as he possibly could. It was not a DUI situation. This is a more complex and more serious based on the information we have right now. With respect to numbers, we have right now, and as you already know, this could change throughout the day. We do know that there are 26 injured people who are at UMC Hospital. We know we have 4 at Truro, 4 at Ochsner Baptist, 1 at Tulane, but even as I was walking out the door, I believe I have an unconfirmed additional people who have been taken to other area hospitals, possibly on the east side. But we will give you as many correct numbers as we can as the day progresses. It is a very tragic situation for me to tell you that we know we have 10 people that this man killed on Bourbon Street. That is why we do not want anyone on Bourbon Street today. Wherever you see yellow tape, please do not violate this tape. This is in order to protect and stabilize the scene. We have information to a certain degree of the demographics of those who are in the hospital right now. We do not know at this point how many could be tourists versus locals, but from the information I have right now, it seems the majority are locals versus tourists. What I also can tell you is that this man, this perpetrator, he fired on our officers from his vehicle when he crashed his vehicle. 2 of our officers have been shot. They are stable, and we will give you an update on them. I have yet been able to go to the hospital. I will be leaving here for us to go visit our officers. We have called in every officer that we have. We have so much appreciated our partnerships who have also offered us staff. Last night, we had over 300 officers out here. And because of the intentional mindset of this perpetrator who went around our barricades in order to conduct this, he was hell-bent on creating the carnage and the damage that he did. Because of the nature and the indices that we have on the scene, and we have enough information that the FBI will be taking over this investigation.
All right, let's bring in our correspondent, James Matthews, covering this for us from the US. James, good to have you with us. Look, we were hearing there from Commissioner Anne Kirkpatrick about some of the detail as the police and authorities are able to release to us at the moment. 10 killed, at least 35 injured. And we are going to get another update from police at 11 a.m. local time. How is this being reported in the US at the moment?
With a sense of utter shock, Kamali. I mean, on one of the happiest occasions of the year in a city that is iconic for its celebrations, a city that lays claim to be the party centre come the midnight moment at New Year, a city that attracted tens of thousands into that place right there, the one we're looking at, Bourbon Street, an iconic area for party all year round, but particularly at New Year. And that certainly was the case last night. Not just for New Year. That's not just the only thing that attracted crowds to New Orleans last night. There is a big football game, a big college football game today, one which will go ahead, incidentally, but that attracted people from around the United States. The Georgia Bulldogs are in town playing Notre Dame University. So it was busy last night. It's always busy at New Year, but those crowds were increased by the fringe events around this occasion, New Year, the midnight moment. And it was at that time when the party, perhaps not in full swing, because it was 3:15 in the morning when this incident took place, but there were certainly busy crowds in the streets at the time when a pickup truck subverted or made its way around the barricades in place and drove into the crowd. And as you heard from the police chief, the way she put it was that he drove very intentionally at the crowds and was hell-bent to use her term, on causing carnage and damage. Ultimately, the vehicle crashed, and when it did, this individual fired on police officers. She didn't say whether or not he took return fire, but it's fair to say officers would have been armed at the time. And it's our understanding law enforcement officials are telling our broadcast partners in the United States, NBC, that the perpetrator is believed to be dead. But they know information about him. They will know who he is. We heard in that news conference that he was not driving under the influence. We've yet to hear why they know that. We also heard them say that this was terrorist related, that the motive was terrorism. Something of a contradiction. The police said it was, FBI said it was not, but it's our understanding the FBI are merely being cautious at this stage. That's the information we're getting from our sources. So the question is, why do they know it's terrorism? What information did the perpetrator provide to back that up, and in what form? You know, was there paperwork? Did he say anything at the time? Is there something in his online history and his online presence that tells us what the motive is? We will hear in due course those kind of details. Another news conference is due in New Orleans in 1 hour, 50 minutes time. So questions that remain unanswered will be addressed at that point. But right now, the investigation is beginning, and indeed the operation is continuing, because we heard from the FBI that they are dealing with an improvised explosive device, a homemade bomb. They didn't say where that was, didn't indicate whether or not that was in the vehicle itself, but clearly TV crews are being kept well away from the scene, well away from the vehicle that was involved. So that kind of information we have yet to learn. Pictures of what happened last night we have yet to see. There will have been CCTV and so on, which will be central to the investigation right now in terms of establishing exactly what happened, exactly where the security failure was, and why it was allowed to happen. Barriers, barricades that this pickup truck drove around. There will be questions about the barricades themselves. We're looking, if you look at that picture on the right-hand side of the screen, the red and white barrier, which has clearly been taken down, I mean, probably for vans, police vans, investigators, and so on. But my first question is, when you talk about barricades, is that what you're talking about at 3:15 in the morning when somebody is hell-bent on causing carnage in a pickup truck? Typically, when there's a crowded party scene in this country, you have dump trucks at the end of the road, mobile dump trucks with sand piled into the back to give them weight to stop any kind of vehicle getting close to partygoers. So that will be a question. What were the barriers that were in place, and why was there a gap that allowed a pickup truck to drive around them? Big questions going forward, but right now it's a matter of the human aspect in all of this, the very tragic human aspect, which of course centres on those who are the victims. 10 people killed and more than 34 hospitalised with their injuries. No indication how serious those injuries are as yet, but the fatality count right now, Kamali, stands at 10.
Does indeed. And James, just an update to the detail that we have about the perpetrator. The Associated Press reporting on having spoken to law enforcement on condition of anonymity have been told that the perpetrator is dead after dying in a firefight with police. That's law enforcement telling the AP, the Associated Press, on condition of anonymity because they're unauthorised to discuss details of the investigation publicly, tying in with what we have been told by our partner station NBC News that the suspect is believed dead. The AP reporting now that that did in fact happen in that firefight with police. We were told those details, that there was an exchange of gunfire very early on once this news started to break, that the individual involved had crashed the vehicle and then had opened fire. And Kirkpatrick has told us that 2 police officers had been injured in an exchange of fire, and that those 2 officers were stable. But now that news that the AP are reporting on condition of anonymity, of getting those details from law enforcement, that the perpetrator died in a shootout with police. So that still begs the question, doesn't it, James, as you have been posing, that what is it that police have been able to gather from that suspect and from perhaps the suspect's vehicle that has led them to now be able to tell us, despite the contradiction in that news conference from the FBI, that this is a terrorist incident?
Yeah, that's right, Kamali. No surprise, I suppose, that we have confirmation now that the police actually fired on the suspect. As this event unfolded, clearly armed officers in place on location would have watched it, would have seen the carnage close up and first hand, and clearly weapons would have been drawn. But if he was killed in the vehicle, a vehicle that they would have been reluctant to go too close to, and we don't know yet if that's where this improvised explosive device is. I suspect that the information they have is not coming from the vehicle itself because of the danger that will present right now at this stage in terms of accessing it. I suspect the information they have that gives them confidence to talk about a terrorism motive, gives them confidence to talk about him being very intentional in driving towards the crowd and also not being drunk under the influence. The fact that they are telling us that at this very early stage, the question is, where did they get that? I suspect he will have communicated that information before or perhaps during the event itself. There's something that's telling them this was intentional, he was sober and knew exactly what he was doing, his intent was to cause utter carnage, to quote the police chief. So they'll be looking online. They'll be looking at his identity, at who he knows, at the people with whom he is connected, and a priority will be establishing whether or not there is any further danger. Are the people with whom he is connected, do they share a terrorism motivation, a motivation to cause danger, to cause harm to people? I think the answer to that, or their answer to that right now, is no, because they are encouraging people to continue to enjoy themselves in New Orleans. Yes, avoid that street, the empty streets in downtown where the operation and the investigation continues, but they're telling the tens of thousands who have congregated in the city to go about their business. Enjoy the party as much as they can. Go to the Sugar Bowl football match tonight and essentially continue their lives as normal, albeit in the wake of carnage, of tragedy, of utter horror perpetrated in an iconic city where people had gathered for a huge party and witnessed a horror.
All right, James, for now in DC, thank you for that. These are live pictures you're looking at there. You can see the law enforcement officers on Bourbon Street in New Orleans a few hours on from that attack at about 3:15, when 10 people are known to have been killed, at least 35 injured. The investigation continues. Reports that the perpetrator has been killed in a firefight with police in the moments after that attack. We're going to get another police news conference at around 11 a.m. Local time. But earlier, the mayor of New Orleans described the incident as a terror attack.
First of all, we do know that the city of New Orleans was impacted by a terrorist attack. It's all still under investigation. You'll hear more after me. However, I have been in direct contact with the White House, with Governor Landry, and of course a unified command who is present here. What I'm asking at this time are prayers for those who have lost their lives in the city of New Orleans due to this tragedy. In addition to that, I'm asking the public to stay clear of 8 blocks around Bourbon Street. Stay clear from Bourbon Street 8 blocks around. Very active, and again, a unified command is in place right now. I'm going to ask Chief Kirkpatrick to give you an update. You're then going to hear from our agent in charge relative to the FBI.
Well, that was Mayor Latoya Cantrell at that news conference just an hour or so ago with an update describing what happened as terrorism. And in the last minute or so, the FBI have said through the Reuters news agency that they are investigating the New Orleans truck crash as an act of terrorism. There was some confusion, contradiction in that news conference that we had earlier after the mayor, as we heard, called it an act of terrorism. But then the FBI official, that was Special Agent Aletha Duncan, had seemed to suggest that it was not terrorism. It was reported that it was being looked at as potential terrorism, but now it has been confirmed that the FBI say they are investigating what happened as an act of terrorism. And just further confirmation, the city councilman has said that the suspect in this incident is dead. That's come from the Reuters news agency as well. Please say that James is still with us and can respond now to this sort of incremental detail that we're getting there, James. And I guess lots of things now being clarified. In the beginning of all of this, as it was unfolding, there were some sort of holes in the story that we had to try and put together ourselves. But now things are becoming quite clear that the FBI investigating this as an act of terrorism and that the suspect is in fact dead.
Yeah, that's right, Kamali. In line with our reporting over the past couple of hours, we had this news conference, didn't we, where the police or the mayor quickly and right up front, her headline was that this was a terrorist incident. Then we heard from the FBI spokesperson who contradicted that, appeared to, said it was not a terrorist incident. We then heard from sources, law enforcement sources, that the FBI were merely being cautious in that very early news conference. And now we have it confirmed that they're all on the same page. They are looking at this as an incident motivated by terrorism. So that's one piece of confusion cleared up for the public, and it is an important piece of information for investigators moving forward, because it's the motivation at the heart of the horror. The pickup truck driving into a crowd that killed 10 people and put more than 35 in hospital. Confirmation too there, Kamali, as you said, that the suspect is dead. We have been reporting that for the past hour, and that's a second confirmation now. So it appears to be the case that, yeah, he drove into the crowd, crashed the car, started, or he fired at some point on officers, and they clearly returned that fire. No confirmation that that's what killed him as of yet, but I think there's every chance.
Absolutely. OK, James, for now, thank you for that. Well, earlier I was able to speak to a security consultant and former police officer, Kevin Jewell, for his thoughts on the incident in New Orleans.
Obviously, a terrible event coming so close after the one in Magdeburg as well. With regards to the what's happened itself, it's early days. Whether this was a defined area for celebration, or my understanding of the area is that it is commonly used for a lot of people going there to socialise. If it was a designated area for celebrations, one would expect that there were precautions put in place, specific intelligence gathering beforehand, and based on that, the necessity for what security should be put in place, whether that's hostile vehicle mitigation, whether that's extra police, or whatever it may entail. But it's early days at the moment. But the sad thing is, as we've seen before in the likes of London Bridge and Westminster Bridge, an area where anyone can freely walk about as a pedestrian area, if there aren't barriers in place, whether it's a celebration or whether it's any day of the year, if there aren't barriers in place and a vehicle can access it, then sadly these things can happen.
Yeah, and those barriers, I mean, they will become very familiar to people now. Sometimes they look like street furniture, sometimes they're sort of shaped like benches, but they are put in place, aren't they? They're concrete or other really strong material to try and protect open spaces. The issue, I guess, here, Kevin, as you mentioned, is this Bourbon Street and Canal Street, when people aren't partying in the early hours, these are thoroughfares. People are using these streets as normal surface roads to get around the city.
Yeah, absolutely. Without knowing the full details, and as you rightly say, you can have permanent vehicle mitigation where it looks like street furniture. Without going into too much detail, a lot of that is present around the world in London and the like. But there are also options to put in temporary hostile vehicle mitigation. As I say, go back to my previous comment, if this area is being designated and they were expecting a particularly large gathering of people, then, and without wishing to prejudge because we don't know what's going on, but I would have thought a security assessment would have been done, which may have necessitated or consideration given to putting some temporary measures in place.
That's interesting, isn't it? Because as we know that this area, the French Quarter, is an area where people do gather to party in the evening. You're suggesting that perhaps there could have been sort of a security ring put in wider so that no vehicles could have access. It's not clear at this point whether or not that's a mitigation that had even been used. As I say, we are waiting for the police, and perhaps we'll get that detail when they give that news conference.
Yeah, as I say, without knowing too much about it and the location and where else celebrations were taking place in the locality, unfortunately, it is impossible to protect everywhere, every day of the year. So it may well be that this was just a slight increase on the numbers that were expected. But if you look at London, for example, a security assessment would have been done for the New Year's celebration. So some places which would normally have vehicle access would have been closed off with barriers and blockage to stop vehicles getting through. But so without wishing to prejudge and certainly not wishing to criticise what may or may not have taken place, if there was going to be a particular concentration gathering sort of out of the normal, as it were, then I would have think that another security assessment would have been done, which may have entailed a ring of protection being put around it.
And Kevin, the other thing about this particular instance is, as I've been saying in my conversation with Sadia, unfortunately, we're coming very, very used to these kind of vehicle ramming attacks. This one had the added element that it's reported that the driver of this truck, after the ramming attack had stopped, in whatever way it had stopped, got out of the vehicle and began to open fire. Police returned fire, and there it's not clear exactly what happens next. And that just adds another element, doesn't it? Of course, US police are armed and they're able to respond to that kind of incident, but it does add another level to this.
It does indeed, and obviously the US has got its own dynamics with regards to the gun laws. But with someone who's intent on causing damage, causing injury and death with a vehicle, having that added problem of also having probably fairly easy access to a firearm does bring that other dynamic and that extra response element that's required.
That was Kevin Jules, security consultant, former police officer, speaking to me a short time ago, just laying out one of the many questions I think that's going to become key to this investigation in New Orleans as to how this pickup truck was able to get around what's been described as a barricade that was intended to stop vehicles from getting down Bourbon Street to the area where this individual drove his vehicle into a crowd of people, killing at least 10, injuring at least 35, and also exchanging gunfire with 2 police officers. It's reported now the individual is dead, having died in that exchange of fire with New Orleans Police Department officers. And the investigation being carried out now by the Federal Bureau of Investigations is looking at terrorism and whether or not this is a terrorist attack. That's how they're going to be examining the investigation going forward. Our US correspondent James Matthews is still with us and joins us now. So look, James, we're looking ahead to that news conference that we're going to get later on today, and it's I guess one of the main points in that news conference will be whether or not officials decide they're going to start taking questions. And as I've laid out, the question, I think, from many journalists assembled there will be about that barrier and how this vehicle got down there.
Yeah, that's at the centre of this. Security is all important, clearly. We see that worldwide at an event like this, given the numbers, given the danger that we see, and we saw it in Magdeburg in Germany just a few weeks ago, how easy it can be for somebody who to quote the police chief, is hell-bent on causing carnage and damage can cause if they are so minded. So that's question number one. What were the defences in place against this individual in a city that has a grid system? You know, the streets crisscross, and, you know, which is not the most difficult layout to protect against this kind of attack, I would imagine. It's not an open area with the greater potential for weaknesses in the security ring. This is a situation where streets crisscross, and at the end of one street, or at the end of each street where there are crowds, there are security barriers relatively easily put into place. Typically dump trucks filled with sand in the back to give them weight and to afford protection against anybody with malice in mind. So, yeah, questions about the security arrangements, which of course come too late for the people who were involved in this, the 10 who were killed and the more than 35 in hospital. Questions will be asked too about the ongoing investigation, the car involved, a car which is the centre of an operation right now with regard to improvised explosive devices. We were told that at the earlier news conference. No confirmation that that's where the homemade bomb or bombs are, but the car will clearly be a focus of the operation ongoing right now. That's why these streets that we're looking at have been evacuated, because of an ongoing danger, but also, of course, because that is the focus of the crime scene investigation. The motivation at the heart of that investigation is terrorism. We have that confirmed by officials now. Confusion earlier on, because in the one press conference you had the police and FBI contradicting each other on whether or not terrorism played a part. That's been cleared up over the course of the morning. Officials now saying very clearly they are looking at this as a suspected act of terror at a time when New Orleans was packed with crowds, tens of thousands attracted to what is a party town at any time of year. It certainly was last night, not just because of New Year, but because of New Year sporting attractions. There is the Sugar Bowl tonight, a big college football match, which will continue to take place. That goes on tonight, a huge event. And indeed, yesterday at 2 p.m. in these same streets, there was a Sugar Bowl parade. So the crowds were out and partying over the course of the afternoon in New Orleans. Those crowds continued into the night. I mean, queues were forming for that Canal Street, Bourbon Street, Jackson Square area from mid-afternoon, people wanting to get the best vantage point for the fireworks on the Mississippi River, for the drop of the fleur-de-lis, the symbol of the city of New Orleans. That was the heart of the celebration. That was what attracted so many to that part of town. And that's what ultimately put so many at risk when this horror was perpetrated.
Absolutely. Okay, James, for now, thank you for that. We're continuing to look at these live pictures from New Orleans. As you can see, the activity ticking up as the investigation begins in earnest to some of the details of what occurred in the early hours of the morning. 3:15, when emergency services were called, 10 people killed after a man drove a pickup truck into a crowd of people intentionally, designed to create carnage. As the police commissioner has told us, at least 35 people have been injured, including 2 police officers who were shot after an exchange of fire with the perpetrator. The perpetrator was killed in that firefight with police. Those police officers, 2 of whom were injured in that shootout, are stable and are being cared for in hospital. The investigation is now being looked into this being a terrorist attack. So the FBI is saying that at least 10 people have been killed in an act of terrorism. Now, we're expecting a news conference from police headquarters in New Orleans in about 90 minutes' time. But earlier today, we got a news conference in New Orleans. The mayor, police, and FBI gave us this.
First of all, we do know that the city of New Orleans was impacted by a terrorist attack. It's all still under investigation. You'll hear more after me. However, I have been in direct contact with the White House, with Governor Landry, and of course a unified command who is present here. What I'm asking at this time are prayers for those who have lost their lives in the city of New Orleans due to this tragedy. In addition to that, I'm asking the public to stay clear of 8 blocks around Bourbon Street. Stay clear from Bourbon Street, 8 blocks around. Very active, and again, a unified command is in place right now. I'm going to ask Chief Kirkpatrick to give you an update. You're then going to hear from our agent in charge relative to the FBI. So at this time, Chief Kirkpatrick.
Thank you. All right. Good morning, everyone. So I'm going to give you as much of the information I possibly can. We are going to give you an update a couple of times today. So we will give you just the basics this morning, all right? We had this event started at about 3:15. It did involve a man driving a pickup truck down Bourbon Street at a very fast pace, and it was very intentional behavior. This man was trying to run over as many people as he possibly could. It was not a DUI situation. This is a more complex and more serious based on the information we have right now. With respect to numbers, we have right now, and as you already know, this could change throughout the day. We do know that there are 26 injured people who are at UMC Hospital. We know we have 4 at Turo, 4 at Ochsner Baptist, 1 at Tulane, but even as I was walking out the door, I believe I have an unconfirmed additional people who have been taken to other area hospitals, possibly on the east side. But we will give you as many correct numbers as we can as the day progresses. It is a very tragic situation for me to tell you that we know we have 10 people that this man killed on Bourbon Street. That is why we do not want anyone on Bourbon Street today. Wherever you see yellow tape, please do not violate this tape. This is in order to protect and stabilize the scene. We have information to a certain degree of the demographics of those who are in the hospital right now. We do not know at this point how many could be tourists versus locals, but from the information I have right now, it seems the majority are locals versus tourists. What I also can tell you is that this man, this perpetrator, he fired on our officers from his vehicle when he crashed his vehicle. 2 of our officers have been shot. They are stable, and we will give you an update on them. I have yet been able to go to the hospital. I will be leaving here for us to go visit our officers. We have called in every officer that we have. We have so much appreciated our partnerships who have also offered us staff. Last night, we had over 300 officers out here. And because of the intentional mindset of this perpetrator who went around our barricades in order to conduct this, he was hell-bent on creating the carnage and the damage that he did. Because of the nature and the indices that we have on the scene, and we have enough information that the FBI will be taking over this investigation. And with that, I am going to be asking, this is the assistant agent in charge. This is Agent Duncan, Special Agent Duncan. And she has taken over this case on behalf of us and the FBI. As always, we will be in partnership with all of our partners. But Agent Duncan, if you want to have a few words for me.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning. My name is Alethea Duncan. I'm the Assistant Special Agent in charge for FBI New Orleans. As Chief Kirkpatrick said, we'll be taking over the investigative lead for this event. This is not a terrorist event. What it is right now is their improvised explosive devices that was found, and we are working on confirming if it's a viable device or not. As Chief Kirkpatrick said, we're asking everyone to stay away from Bourbon Street, specifically from Canal Street to St. Anne. That is my ask. Once again, stay away from Bourbon Street, Canal Street, all the way to St. Anne until we can figure out what is going on. Our goal is to provide you additional information at the 11 a.m. press conference. Thank you so much, and we will be in touch.
Yes. I will say that we want our community and our visitors to continue enjoying. There's so much to enjoy about New Orleans, and we are going to make sure that our routes in the Superdome are safe today for the game, and yet we had this tragic event, and we're sorry again to everyone in our community. But we do want you to go about the day, as we say, just stay away from Bourbon. Okay?
Can she elaborate on the device? She did say something about the device.
We actually are not going to be taking questions this morning until we have more information. That's why we will give you an 11 o'clock briefing. So until then, please hold your questions. We will give you everything that we possibly can, okay? So 11 o'clock, we will see you at the headquarters, and we will go again from there, okay? No questions, no questions right now.
Right? The device is confirmed?
Well, that was Police Commissioner Anne Kirkpatrick just finishing up that news conference that we had from officials a couple of hours ago. Just at the end, they're referring to that football game at the Superdome, the Sugar Bowl played between the University of Georgia and Notre Dame University. That is a major college football game, and it is still going ahead despite the tragedy in the early hours in New Orleans, where, as we're reporting, 10 people are known to have been killed and at least 30 injured in an attack that's being investigated as a terrorist attack. Commissioner Patrick saying she wants people to continue going about their day. We also heard there from the special agent from the FBI, Althea Duncan, that they are investigating at least one suspected improvised explosive device found at the scene. You can see from these live pictures from New Orleans, the cordon remains in place, plenty of police tape and what looks like a broken barrier there in the foreground of the shot, and behind those white vehicles there across the junction, that is Bourbon Street, where this incident took place at around 3:15 in the morning. Let me just take you through the developments as we understand them so far. Well, officials in the city are reporting a terrorist attack, and it's investigated as such after a pickup truck drove into a large crowd in the tourist district of the city, Bourbon Street, in the French Quarter. At least 10 people have been killed after the attacker intentionally evaded barricades and targeted pedestrians. At least 35 have been injured, and they've been taken to hospital for treatment, including 2 police officers who are said to be stable. Now, the incident took place, as we said, on Canal and Bourbon Street in the French Quarter. It's a popular destination filled with bars, restaurants and clubs. And this is the scene there, of course, continued to be cordoned off as the investigation goes on. It's 9:15 nearly in the morning there in New Orleans. In about 2 hours and 15 minutes time, we're going to have that news conference from police headquarters, where we can perhaps expect that we're going to get something of an update from officials in this investigation, which is being treated as a terrorist attack. And we do know, which we hadn't been told a couple of hours ago, we do know now that the perpetrator, the person who was driving that pickup truck, has been killed following a firefight with police officers. Let's just bring in our US correspondent, James Matthews, who is covering this for us from DC. James, great to have you still with us. Now, there was one point there in that news conference from Commissioner Kirkpatrick that I thought was interesting and sort of speaks to those that are in and around the city. Of course, many would have come into town for celebration New Year's Eve, and she mentioned the Sugar Bowl, which would have brought fans of both those college teams from Notre Dame, as they say in America, as you've been telling us, in Indiana, and of course the University of Georgia, to New Orleans. But Commissioner Kirkpatrick saying that their working assumption at that point, a couple of hours ago, was that most of those injured in this attack were local people.
Yeah, that's right. 10 killed, more than 35 injured, Kamali, and being treated in hospital. And yeah, the majority, according to that police spokesperson, are thought to be locals. Many locals, of course, go to Bourbon Street. I mean, Party Central, you think of Bourbon Street, the street that everybody knows and associates with style, music, party. That was very much the case last night. A lifetime ambition for many people to head to New Orleans and Bourbon Street in particular at this time of year to watch the drop of the fleur-de-lis, the city symbol, the fireworks on the Mississippi River. They were queuing from mid-afternoon yesterday to get the best vantage point, and that was the kind of atmosphere that endured over the midnight moment into the early hours before, of course, this horror was perpetrated at 3:15 in the morning when this pickup truck, that's the vehicle with the open rear, subverted or made its way around the barricades into the crowd with intent. A driver who was not under the influence, according to police, he was sober, knew what he was doing, was very determined to do it, hell-bent, as they said, on causing carnage and damage. This definition of terrorism is interesting, Kamali. You heard during that news conference there was a contradiction. The mayor calling it terrorism, the FBI saying it was not terrorist-related. I wonder, the FBI have since cleared that up, officials saying they are looking into this as an act of suspected terror. I wonder if the confusion stems from the FBI's definition of terror or terrorism being more tightly defined. It defines domestic terrorism as this, and I'll read you a couple of sentences. A violent criminal act committed by individuals or groups to further ideological goals stemming from domestic influences, such as those of a political, religious, social, racial or environmental nature. It defines international terrorism as violent criminal acts committed by individuals or groups inspired or associated with designated foreign terrorist organisations or nations. So that's the FBI's tight definition of terrorism domestically and internationally.
And James,
I wonder if that's the reason why
let me
there's
just
that contradiction.
let me just interrupt you there, James, because we've got a new statement from the FBI on this point of terrorism. I want to read it to you in full. It's not long, but it does give us some more clarity, I guess, to how this investigation is going to be carried out going forward. And it reads as follows. This morning, an individual drove a car into a crowd of people on Bourbon Street in New Orleans, killing a number of people and injuring dozens of others. The suspect then engaged with local law enforcement and is now deceased. The FBI is the lead investigative agency, and we are working with our partners to investigate this as an act of terrorism. So the confirmation there from the FBI that the subject has died after an engagement with local police, that firefight that we had been told about, and that they are investigating this as an act of terrorism. And James, as you were just reading out the definition the FBI use of terrorism, I guess remains to be seen, and we'll probably find out in that news conference later exactly what the FBI and local law enforcement have found out from this individual, perhaps from their vehicle, that has led them to believe that this is an act of terrorism.
That's right, Kamali, and I suppose they will be asked to define terrorism more distinctly, or to the question will be asked, what kind of terrorism was this? If it was terrorism, what was the motivation? Was it domestic? Was it an American native driven by politics, religion, race, a social grievance, an environmental grievance, or was it international terrorism inspired by a foreign nation, perhaps, or foreign terrorist groups? That would be the question for the FBI moving forward, a question asked of them and a question asked by them, of course. They clearly have a handle on the motivation. Something is giving them information to make them issue that statement that you have just read. And that is the question. Where did they get that from? How did they get it? And from whom did they get it? Presumably, if it's first-hand information, that will have come from the individual himself in some form, online, in paperwork, in the vehicle, information communicated verbally by him prior to the attack or possibly during the attack itself. That's what they will be looking into, checking CCTV, speaking to witnesses, people who were there, the people who we're told were screaming in panic and in horror as this incident unfolded at 3:15 in the morning. They will be asking people, what did you see? What did you hear? Did you see the individual concerned? Did he say anything? And that will all feed into the investigation to establish motivation and intent, which, will take some considerable time. Right now, the investigation is all about establishing safety. Are people in New Orleans safe right now? Is there anybody else, perhaps associated with this individual, who has the intention to cause harm? I think the answer to that is no. That's certainly what we got from the police, who are encouraging people in that rather jarring statement to say, look, just avoid Bourbon Street, get out and enjoy yourself. They clearly recognise that the city has this burden of tens of thousands of people who have come for a party. They are telling people to go, to carry on and enjoy yourself. Go to the Sugar Bowl. Go to this big showpiece American football game tonight. And, they are offering guarantees of security. I wonder what these guarantees are worth to people right now in New Orleans, asking the question, why was this allowed to happen? What was the security failure that allowed 10 people to be killed and 35 people to be injured? Big questions asked of the security services and law enforcement in New Orleans about this incident and about life going forward in the party town, this iconic venue where people go for the music, go to celebrate. We'll go to the Super Bowl, actually, in February, and we'll go to Mardi Gras events, which pick up again in the first few weeks of January. It is an iconic venue for people who go to enjoy themselves. It was a venue last night where people witnessed and experienced utter carnage and horror.
Absolutely. And James, those questions will continue to be asked, and we will see what is said in that news conference in a couple of hours' time. While we've been talking, James, as well, we're getting confirmation through from the White House of the contact between President Biden and the mayor of New Orleans, LaToya Cantrell. We had heard from her in that news conference that she'd been in direct contact with the White House, and the White House have said that President Biden has called the mayor to offer full federal support following this truck crash incident. President Biden speaking to Mayor Cantrell and offering full federal support for the city of New Orleans. And, of course, President Biden, the White House tell us, has been briefed on the latest developments and will continue to be briefed throughout the day. That's according to the White House, the latest response that we've had coming from D.C., from the president. All federal resources have been allowed to go to New Orleans that are needed after a conversation between the mayor and President Biden is going to remain briefed on what is happening in New Orleans throughout the day. And James, I asked you earlier whether or not we'd heard from President-elect Trump. I haven't seen any news that he has responded to this yet, but we can expect there will be something said by the president-elect on all of this. Perhaps he, like many of us, is waiting for more detail on who may well have been behind this.
Yeah, and I think it's wise for anybody in his position to wait for detail, because as much as we do know at this stage, there is a lot that we don't. And apart from anything else, he will want to know what the motivation was for this attack, because clearly it could play into the politics of this country and the politicians in this country. So no surprise, perhaps, that Donald Trump has not yet responded, albeit one might have expected a message of condolence, perhaps, to the people of New Orleans. That certainly will come in due course, I imagine. It has come from the White House. Joe Biden routinely offering federal help, calling the mayor and saying, look, whatever you need, I'll channel it your way. Difficult to see what that might involve at this stage, given that the incident appears to be past us. And it comes down now to investigations by the local police and by the FBI, who are leading the investigation, looking into this. So I think the offer of help from Biden will be parked for now. And it's all about, I suppose, the investigation, questions about the individual and the implications of that investigation, you know, the motivation. If it was political, if it was religious, what are the implications of that for the wider public, for public reaction to what has taken place? Was this an attack designed to stir up emotions, to stir up hatred against a particular group? That will be in the minds of investigators. That will be in the mind of Joe Biden going forward. So yeah, questions about who was involved and why, and of course serious questions about the security. Joe Biden, the FBI will want to know what was the failure in New Orleans, because this won't be the last party in the United States. It won't be the last party in New Orleans. As I said, the Super Bowl takes place here in February. It's a place that accommodates and welcomes big crowds. Lessons need to have been learned last night.
Indeed, and maybe we'll get some more details in that news conference later. Well, earlier we did hear from Superintendent Ann Kirkpatrick from the New Orleans Police Department.
We had this event started at about 3:15. It did involve a man driving a pickup truck down Bourbon Street at a very fast pace, and it was very intentional behavior. This man was trying to run over as many people as he possibly could. It was not a DUI situation. This is a more complex and more serious based on the information we have right now. With respect to numbers, we have right now, and as you already know, this could change throughout the day. We do know that there are 26 injured people who are at UMC Hospital. We know we have 4 at Turo, 4 at Ochsner Baptist, 1 at Tulane, but even as I was walking out the door, I believe I have an unconfirmed additional people who have been taken to other area hospitals, possibly on the east side. But we will give you as many correct numbers as we can as the day progresses. It is a very tragic situation for me to tell you that we know we have 10 people that this man killed on Bourbon Street. That is why we do not want anyone on Bourbon Street today. Wherever you see yellow tape, please do not violate this tape. This is in order to protect and stabilize the scene. We have information to a certain degree of the demographics of those who are in the hospital right now. We do not know at this point how many could be tourists versus locals. but from the information I have right now, it seems the majority are locals versus tourists. What I also can tell you is that this man, this perpetrator, he fired on our officers from his vehicle when he crashed his vehicle. 2 of our officers have been shot. They are stable, and we will give you an update on them. I have yet been able to go to the hospital. I will be leaving here for us to go visit our officers. We have called in every officer that we have. We have so much appreciated our partnerships who have also offered us staff. Last night, we had over 300 officers out here. And because of the intentional mindset of this perpetrator who went around our barricades in order to conduct this, he was hell-bent on creating the carnage and the damage that he did. Because of the nature and the indices that we have on the scene, and we have enough information that the FBI will be taking over this investigation.
That was Commissioner Anne Kirkpatrick speaking just a few hours ago. And James, we're going to get another news conference from police and officials in a couple hours' time.
Yes, Kamali, 11 o'clock local time, and there will be questions to be answered about the event itself, about the individual, about why they are classing this as a suspected act of terrorism. What do they know about the individual and his motivation? And what are the implications for that going forward in terms of the wider public and the impact locally and perhaps across the country? But ultimately, it was a night of extreme tragedy. Tens of thousands of people crammed into this iconic Bourbon Street to face the new year with a fresh eye, and what they witnessed was carnage.
Good afternoon. You are watching Sky News. It's 3 o'clock. This is Sophie Ridge. We start this hour with some breaking news for you because authorities in the US city of New Orleans say that 10 people have been killed and at least 35 injured after a vehicle drove into pedestrians. Well, the mayor of New Orleans has described it as a terrorist attack. After crashing his vehicle, police say the suspect then fired a weapon, injuring 2 police officers. The FBI have also said that improvised explosive devices have been found in the area. The perpetrator is confirmed to have been shot dead during a firefight with police. Well, the incident happened near the popular Bourbon Street, which is in the French Quarter of the city of New Orleans. It happened around 3 a.m. local time. Very, very busy. Lots of people out and about, as you would expect, of course, celebrating New Year. Well, the police and the mayor have given us an update on the incident earlier today.
First of all, we do know that the city of New Orleans was impacted by a terrorist attack. It's all still under investigation. You'll hear more after me. However, I have been in direct contact with the White House, with Governor Landry, and of course a unified command who is present here. What I'm asking at this time are prayers for those who have lost their lives in the city of New Orleans due to this tragedy. In addition to that, I'm asking the public to stay clear of 8 blocks around Bourbon Street. Stay clear from Bourbon Street, 8 blocks around. Very active, and again, a unified command is in place right now. I'm going to ask Chief Kirkpatrick to give you an update. You're then going to hear from our agent in charge relative to the FBI.
We had this event started at about 3:15. It did involve a man driving a pickup truck down Bourbon Street at a very fast pace, and it was very intentional. behavior. This man was trying to run over as many people as he possibly could. It was not a DUI situation. This is a more complex and more serious based on the information we have right now. With respect to numbers, we have right now, and as you already know, this could change throughout the day. We do know that there are 26 injured people who are at UMC Hospital. We know we have 4 at Truro, 4 at Ochsner Baptist, 1 at Tulane, but even as I was walking out the door, I believe I have an unconfirmed additional people who have been taken to other area hospitals, possibly on the east side. But we will give you as many correct numbers as we can as the day progresses. It is a very tragic situation for me to tell you that we know we have 10 people that this man killed on Bourbon Street. That is why we do not want anyone on Bourbon Street today. Wherever you see yellow tape, please do not violate this tape. This is in order to protect and stabilize the scene. We have information to a certain degree of the demographics of those who are in the hospital right now. We do not know at this point how many could be tourists versus locals, but from the information I have right now, it seems the majority are locals versus tourists. What I also can tell you is that this man, this perpetrator, he fired on our officers from his vehicle when he crashed his vehicle. 2 of our officers have been shot. They are stable, and we will give you an update on them. I have yet been able to go to the hospital. I will be leaving here for us to go visit our officers. We have called in every officer that we have. We have so much appreciated our partnerships who have also offered us staff. Last night, we had over 300 officers out here. And because of the intentional mindset of this perpetrator who went around our barricades in order to conduct this, he was hell-bent on creating the carnage and the damage that he did. Because of the nature and the indices that we have on the scene, and we have enough information that the FBI will be taking over this investigation.
We can speak now to our US correspondent, James Matthews, who joins us. I mean, this is just a horrific incident in the early hours of the morning, people out and about celebrating the new year, only to see this kind of devastation happening. The FBI have clarified just now that they are investigating this as an act of terrorism, James.
That's right, Sophie. Yeah, there was confusion earlier on where at that news conference there was a contradiction between police and FBI as to whether or not they were treating it as an act of terror. The FBI have since clarified that that indeed is the motivation that they are investigating. Quite where they get the grounds for that, the information that feeds into that theory is unclear at this stage. It will be a question asked at this news conference, which is due to take place in a couple of hours. But they clearly know much about the perpetrator, knew that he wasn't driving under the influence. We heard that from the police, said that he had a determination, spoke about his intent. In the words of the police chief, he was hell-bent on carnage and on the damage that he caused. And we have learned since that news conference that ultimately he crashed, he fired on police officers and was killed in the ensuing firefight. That street, you see on the left of the screen, Sophie, Bourbon Street is still empty, still cordoned off at this stage, because yes, it is a crime scene, but it's also the scene of an ongoing police operation. There is at least one improvised explosive device that has been found. There could be others. That was again a contradiction in that news conference, the number of homemade devices that have been located. They didn't say where. It's being reported here that they were found in the vehicle itself. That hasn't been confirmed. But questions right now and going forward will relate to security. How was this allowed to happen? You heard the police chief talking about how the intent of the perpetrator, how he was hell-bent. That's the kind of mindset that needs to be guarded against. That's why there is security in place to deal with that mindset, to deal with that determination. So that's a question. Given the potential for crowds being targeted, and it's not the first time we've seen it, why was it allowed to happen? What was the security in place and why did that fail? There's an interesting snippet in the New York Times this morning, Sophie. They're talking about a programme in New Orleans on Bourbon Street, which was ongoing to upgrade bollards along a section of the street in the area where the attack occurred. Apparently they were replacing the old bollards with removable stainless steel ones. Whether or not that has anything to do with it, I suppose we'll find out in due course. But ultimately, a tragedy, a horror, carnage, to quote the police chief, at a time when New Orleans partied. Tens of thousands of people had gathered in this iconic town, in Bourbon Street, an iconic venue for the celebrations, for the fireworks, the jazz, the bands, the feel-good atmosphere. People who'd come to watch and witness and stare at 2025 with a fresh eye. What they saw was an abject horror, and the reports are of crowds at 3:15 when this attack took place, screaming, panicking, trying to get away from this vehicle that was veering into a still very busy street, albeit 3 hours, 15 minutes after the midnight moment. Utter carnage. Why it was allowed to happen and exactly how it happened, we should hear more about that in this news conference in a couple of hours.
Well, as you say, the carnage that, of course, have left at least 10 people dead, 2 police officers shot, and, of course, the perpetrator himself killed in this firefight with police. And those questions that will be asked in the immediate aftermath on the police investigation into who this person was, his motivation, the security questions that you raised, James, but also, of course, the political response. And we're hearing that the US President Joe Biden has called the mayor of New Orleans to offer full federal support. What more do we know about that?
Yeah, that's routine. I would expect that on an occasion like this, Sophie, the offer of, whatever you need, just give me a call. And President Biden clearly, wants to express his condolences to the people of New Orleans, but he will be keeping a keen political eye on this incident and its implications, because there may well be implications in terms of the reasons behind it. Was it terrorism? Was it domestic terrorism? Or was it international terrorism? Who else might have fed in to the motivation for this attacker? And what was his motive? Where did that come from? Was it political, religious? Was it racist? Or was it based on environmental causes? These are some of the categories that fall under the umbrella of domestic terrorism. International terrorism is viewed as something else by the FBI. That's acts of terror committed or inspired by foreign terrorist organizations or nations. So the specifics of what lay behind this attack are relevant in terms of the fallout and the implications and the reaction that it might provoke. That's why the White House has an extreme interest in this. In terms of Donald Trump, the president-elect, we have not heard from him yet, which is perhaps no surprise. Surprising, perhaps, that he hasn't offered condolences at this early stage, but he will want to wait until we hear and he hears further detail about the attack, the motivation, before he makes any statement of significance, because clearly there are implications that feed into the politics of this country and perhaps the politicians.
James, thank you very much indeed. James Matthews there reporting on the carnage that we've seen, the tragedy that we've seen in New Orleans in the early hours of 2025. 10 people killed in what the mayor of New Orleans has described as a terrorist attack. The FBI also confirming that they are investigating this as an act of terrorism. I should say that the man who is believed to be the perpetrator, the suspect in this killing, has been shot dead during a firefight with police in which 2 other police officers were injured. Let's take you through some of the key developments that we've seen so far, because as we've been discussing, officials in New Orleans are reporting a terrorist attack after a vehicle drove into a large crowd in the city's tourist district. At least 10 people have been killed after the attacker intentionally evaded barricades and targeted pedestrians. At least 35 more people are injured. They've been taken to hospital in order to receive treatment that they need. Now, the incident itself took place on Canal and Bourbon Street, which is in the French Quarter of New Orleans. It's a very popular destination. It's filled with bars, restaurants and clubs, so exactly the kind of area where people would be congregating in order to see in the new year, at which point, of course, this terrorist attack took place. We can speak now to Kevin Jewell, who's a security consultant and a former police officer. Thank you very much for being with us today. What are your initial thoughts on seeing what unfolded in New Orleans?
Yeah, good afternoon, Sophie. Obviously, terrible events. One person injured or killed is bad enough, but as we've seen, this person clearly set out with a determined mindset to cause as much injury and death as possible. It's the first day now going forward of what will be a long investigation. There'll be reviews into what happened, what didn't happen regarding the security, why decisions were taken. So there's a long road ahead, but a terrible incident, as I said to your colleague earlier. That the trouble is, to a degree, is that we can't protect everywhere, every day of the year. We can just do our best. Which goes on to things like the Super Bowl, or Sugar Bowl, I think, which will be taking place earlier. It's a high-profile event that will already have increased security around it, as will other high-profile events. That tends to be what happens. And sometimes, I use the word neglect, but sometimes don't look at things from the terrorist point of view. With regard to, again, as I said earlier, that they want maximum impact in the quickest amount of time, and that they will go for what we can term soft or easier targets.
You say that we can't keep everywhere safe all of the time, and obviously that is, the reality of it, of course. And I also think it's really important in these situations to be very clear that the person responsible for this is the terrorist, is the perpetrator themselves. But obviously there are lessons and there will be questions about whether the security was adequate, because we have seen these kind of incidents before, haven't we, where people have used vehicles in order to, well, literally run people over. Surely there must be ways of trying to mitigate that in areas where are going to be busy at particular points. So in the French Quarter of New Orleans on New Year's Eve.
Absolutely, there are ways, and I'm referring back to my previous comment in that certain events, they need an assessment, and we'll have an assessment around high-profile events. If we look to the UK, royal events, etc., they are high-profile, and they will have a thorough security assessment. Where the problem sometimes occurs is going down that scale as to who's conducting the security assessments, what they're taking into consideration. And we could put forward a scenario where if the person responsible wasn't able to gain access with a vehicle, which I think will come out, they probably have researched the area, they could still do activity with a gun, with a firearm. But certainly there are mitigations we can put in place for vehicles, but it comes back to the early days of planning and securing events, in that you need to look at threat against risk and vulnerability to see what can be done without pedestrianising everywhere and putting bollards everywhere.
And we're just hearing from AP, the news agency, that officials are still searching for improvised explosive devices in the French Quarter of New Orleans. And we've also, of course, heard previously from the FBI that there were improvised explosive devices, plural, we don't know how many, but plural, were found in the area as well. But I think what is clear is that it's the vehicle that seems to have done the most damage at this stage. Hearing from a press conference earlier where they were speaking of the suspect or the perpetrator driving around in the area. And I guess that is, the question, isn't it? You were talking there about how even if you manage to seal an area off to vehicles, there are other methods that people can use if they do want to carry out this kind of destruction, this kind of terror. But a vehicle is a very effective one, isn't it? And so surely that should be the focus of trying to stop people being able to do it.
There should certainly be a consideration towards vehicles, and someone said earlier, we refer to it as vehicle as a weapon. It's been around for many years now. But I go back to my comment to some degree in the fact that it's sometimes, and I hesitate in saying this to a degree, in that hindsight is a wonderful thing, but unfortunately there can sometimes be a kind of thought process of, well, it will never happen. And let's be honest, and we don't want to sort of scaremonger. The majority of the days of the year, these attacks are still very, very rare. But we do need to consider if there's going to be a security plan put in place, then it needs to be thorough and rigid.
How important is it in town planning when you're looking into the security of these popular areas? I'm thinking back to the UK, where we've seen, terror attacks before in places like Borough Market, around London Bridge, where I know that there were then these security barriers put in place after the attack around that bridge, and also in the Westminster Bridge area as well. Does this need to be, I guess, kind of routine in some of the world's big cities?
It certainly is being incorporated now when developments are being looked at. There's counter-terrorism security advisors, certainly within the UK, and there's equivalents around the world who advise on building security with regards to mitigating an attack and work with planners. So it is already embedded because, unfortunately, it's the times we live in, and whether it is an international terrorism or whether it's domestic related, it isn't going to go away. So we have come a long way over the last probably 15 years or so in trying to design out some of these things, and a lot of them are in place now. You wouldn't necessarily know they're there, but certainly around iconic locations in London and stadia around the country, there are things in place to stop mitigate the vehicle attacks.
We're looking at the live pictures of New Orleans now, where we can see, a heavy police presence in the area, as you'd expect, emergency services as well. From your own experience, what will they be doing now?
With regard to the investigation, they will be. They would already done, made sure that the scene is safe, and they will begin a meticulous investigation with regard to the vehicle, the CCTV around, all the people that were around, trying to identify witnesses. Their first, their priority will be to make sure there isn't any further harm to the public. Well, that's no doubt been done kind of locally at that scene, but you have to consider, are there other people involved? If an IED has been made, which certainly suggests it has been, where was that made? Are there still viable devices somewhere else on the properties? Where are those properties? Are they next door to people? In which case you talk again, without wishing to scaremonger, but that will be the considerations, because if there's explosives in a location somewhere else, then they need to be dealt with. The terrorist, as we understand, is now deceased, so that part is dealt with, but there needs to be an ongoing investigation to try and get to the bottom of why this occurred. It's probably worth touching on, if I may, in that the actual attack isn't an isolated event, in that if you look at the UK's counter-terrorism strategy, it's made up of 4 Ps, which I'm sure many of your viewers are maybe familiar with, but you look at prevent to start with, as to why did someone, whatever ideology it was, why did they get this ideology, and could there have been kind of interjection at some stage to try and get them off of that path. And then there's the protect element, which we've covered, around the scenes and trying to protect the public as much as we can from terrorist incidents. And then there's the prepare element, which is around how we respond to them as much as possible. Which again, going back to, it was well documented, I think, in Germany recently, with the emergency services all responding together to stop the threat as soon as possible and to save as many lives as possible. And then we come on to the pursue element, which is the investigation to try and bring the people to justice.
Yes, as you say, it's such a multi-faceted approach that needs to be taken. Can I ask you another question that I haven't really been clear about? So we've obviously seen the mayor of New Orleans come out quite early to say this is a terrorist incident. The FBI saying they are investigating it as an act of terrorism. Is that because would that be a classification that's made purely on the act itself, or is that made if you have a bit more intelligence about who the perpetrator is?
It would be a combination of as to what the circumstances were, how definitive they are. Again, it's been talked about, a drunk driver, ruled out there was a drunk driver, mental health, we've had incidents over here. So it's a combination of what occurred, the scenario around it, but crucially, who is the person as well? What have they done before they posted something, which will give an early indication. And the fact, as I said earlier to Kamal, that I'm not as familiar with US terrorism legislation, but I think based on what they've got, I fully understand why they have declared it a terrorist incident.
Thank you. It's been really interesting to talk to you. So thank you for sharing your expertise with us today. Thank you. Well, as we've been discussing this morning, at least 10 people have been killed after a vehicle struck a crowd celebrating the New Year in New Orleans. People flocking to the popular French Quarter around Bourbon Street on the early hours of Wednesday morning, seeing in 2025 only to witness an act of absolute horror take place. We can speak now to Shaman Freeman-Powell, who joins us now, our correspondent. Good to have you here, Shaman. What do we know?
Well, as you say, this was right after New Year's Eve celebrations. This area of New Orleans is a popular tourist destination, generally speaking, but especially on New Year's Eve. It's an area that sees millions of people each year visiting. It's known as the around-the-clock nightlife. And this is an event that took place around 3:15 in the morning. So no doubt there would have been a lot of panic, a lot of chaos taking place when this incident occurred at 3:15. We know that a man drove a pickup truck at high speed into large crowds of people on Bourbon Street and then fired on police from his vehicle. We understand that this pickup truck at some point crashed and right before this incident had managed to drive around some of the barriers. That was according to the press conference, which was hosted by the mayor, police and FBI. We know 10 people have been killed. At least 35 more people have been injured, including 2 police officers, but it has been confirmed that those 2 police officers are now in a stable condition. Earlier in that press conference, we heard, didn't we, from the New Orleans Superintendent, Anne Kirkpatrick. She said that the suspect displayed very intentional behaviour and that he was trying to run over as many people as possible. She added that the individual was hell-bent on creating the carnage and damage that he did, whilst also acknowledging that the FBI now is taking over this investigation. We also heard in that press conference from Special Agent Althea Duncan. They spoke about finding this device, this possible explosive device, at least one of these devices. But I was just listening to you, hearing reports that they are looking to see whether or not there are any more on the location. As you can imagine, there is what we're seeing now, a very heavy police presence. They will be scouring the scene, looking for evidence, speaking to as many people as possible, whilst the FBI alongside that will be digging deep into this suspect's background, trying to get as many clues as possible.
Yeah, that's it, isn't it? They've declared it as a terrorist incident. They believe that they know who the perpetrator is because he's been killed in this firefight that, as you say, has left 2 police officers injured in a stable condition, but they were shot by the perpetrator. So that would be one aspect of the investigation. And then I guess the questions as well about how this was allowed to happen. Because obviously, look, we were talking to our previous guest who was saying, look, it's impossible to make everywhere safe. And obviously that is the case. But at the same time, do you think there will be questions about how this amount of killing was able to take place at a time when we know that this area was going to be pretty crowded?
Absolutely. As I say, this is a very popular tourist destination anyway. On a usual day, you can expect to see lots of people attending this area, wanting to embrace the culture there. So you would assume that there would be protective measures in place, security measures in place. We heard from that press conference that these barriers were mentioned there. There will be questions now on just how safe these barriers were, how this suspect may have been able to drive around these barriers. We have seen some images, of course, it's very limited what we're able to see, but we have seen that some of these barriers appear to be traffic cones with wood, and some of them not very tall at all. So there will be lots of question marks now around how substantial the barriers were. There will also be questions about the motive. Of course, it's not up to us to speculate on what the intent was, but this is what the FBI will be looking into. As we know, the FBI have confirmed that this individual was killed after a firefight with police, so we would assume that they are aware of who this individual is. We are expecting another update around 11 New Orleans time and around 5 p.m. our time. We will be bringing it live, but that's when we hope anyway to get more information about who this individual was. But as you said, this is a really popular area. In that press conference, they did speak about having hundreds of police officers there, around 300 police officers that were there in the early hours of this morning. We spoke about the 2 police officers that were injured in this shootout. We understand that the suspect was shot, but police say that the injured victims have been taken to various hospitals around New Orleans. That's 26 people were taken to the University Medical Center. 4 people were taken to Toro Hospital, another 4 people at Oshner Baptist campus. 1 person also taken to Tulane Medical Center. And they also referenced it in that press conference that this is a fast developing picture. At least 35 people injured, but we understand that there were thousands of people that would have been celebrating the New Year's Eve event. So, of course, our thoughts now are with those officers that are injured, those other 30-plus people that are injured. But imagine witnessing that. You're out enjoying your New Year's Eve celebrations, your guards are down. Witnessing such a horrific event will have a long-lasting impact on anyone that was there.
Yeah, it certainly will. I just want to bring you the latest pictures that we have of President Biden, who we know, of course, has been briefed on the situation in New Orleans. This is the presidential plane. It's about to leave Wilmington in Delaware, where Joe Biden has a lakeside home. He is, we understand, going to Camp David, which is the federal government country retreat. So Joe Biden, President Biden, who's been briefed on the New Orleans attack. It's been described as a horrific incident by the White House. He has also had a phone call with the mayor of New Orleans. He is travelling from Delaware to Camp David. It's one of these things where it's a tragedy for New Orleans, isn't it, Shamam? But we are going to see the full federal response from the president and also, of course, the FBI taking over the investigation.
Absolutely, as you've said, the US President Joe Biden has been briefed on the incident, offering support to the New Orleans mayor, LaToya Cantrell, saying that he will continue to be briefed throughout the rest of the day. We've also heard from the state's top prosecutor, Louisiana top prosecutor, Attorney Liz Morrell. She's saying that she's praying for the victims in this attack and will ensure that they get justice for the appalling act. That's what was written on X, formerly Twitter. In that statement, it continues saying the brutal, intentional slaughter of innocent people celebrating the New Year in New Orleans. That's how she had described this incident. That's the state's top prosecutor there speaking about these events. So rightly so, the emphasis and the focus will be on the security, especially if that's a college game that's taking place later on today. We heard in that press conference they were pleading for people to continue their day as normal, but it's difficult to imagine how that is possible when this is going to be something that's looked at not just locally in New Orleans, but at a federal level. There'll be lots of questions asked about security generally, about who this individual was, and about what could need to be done in future to ensure that something like this would never happen.
Shaman, thank you very much indeed. Well, earlier we did, of course, hear a news conference in New Orleans from the mayor, the police and the FBI. We're expecting another update at 5 p.m, I should say, but while we await the latest updates from the authorities, let's listen back to the press conference that was given earlier.
First of all, we do know that the city of New Orleans was impacted by a terrorist attack. It's all still under investigation. You'll hear more after me. However, I have been in direct contact with the White House, with Governor Landry, and of course a unified command who is present here. What I'm asking at this time are prayers for those who have lost their lives in the city of New Orleans due to this tragedy. In addition to that, I'm asking the public to stay clear of 8 blocks around Bourbon Street. Stay clear from Bourbon Street, 8 blocks around. Very active, and again, a unified command is in place right now. I'm going to ask Chief Kirkpatrick to give you an update. You're then going to hear from our agent in charge relative to the FBI. So at this time, Chief Kirkpatrick.
Thank you. All right. Good morning, everyone. So I'm going to give you as much of the information I possibly can. We are going to give you an update a couple of times today. So we will give you just the basics this morning, all right? We had this event started at about 3:15. It did involve a man driving a pickup truck down Bourbon Street at a very fast pace, and it was very intentional behavior. This man was trying to run over as many people as he possibly could. It was not a DUI situation. This is a more complex and more serious based on the information we have right now. With respect to numbers, we have right now, and as you already know, this could change throughout the day. We do know that there are 26 injured people who are at UMC Hospital. We know we have 4 at Turo, 4 at Ochsner Baptist, 1 at Tulane, but even as I was walking out the door, I believe I have an unconfirmed additional people who have been taken to other area hospitals, possibly on the east side. But we will give you as many correct numbers as we can as the day progresses. It is a very tragic situation for me to tell you that we know we have 10 people that this man killed on Bourbon Street. That is why we do not want anyone on Bourbon Street today. Wherever you see yellow tape, please do not violate this tape. This is in order to protect and stabilize the scene. We have information to a certain degree of the demographics of those who are in the hospital right now. We do not know at this point how many could be tourists versus locals, but from the information I have right now, it seems the majority are locals versus tourists. What I also can tell you is that this man, this perpetrator, he fired on our officers from his vehicle when he crashed his vehicle. 2 of our officers have been shot. They are stable, and we will give you an update on them. I have yet been able to go to the hospital. I will be leaving here for us to go visit our officers. We have called in every officer that we have. We have so much appreciated our partnerships who have also offered us staff. Last night, we had over 300 officers out here. And because of the intentional mindset of this perpetrator who went around our barricades in order to conduct this, he was hell-bent on creating the carnage and the damage that he did. Because of the nature and the indices that we have on the scene, and we have enough information that the FBI will be taking over this investigation. And with that, I am going to be asking, this is the assistant agent in charge, this is Agent Duncan, Special Agent Duncan, and she has taken over this case on behalf of us and the FBI. As always, we will be in partnership with all of our partners, but Agent Duncan, if you want to have a few words for me.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning. My name is Alethea Duncan. I'm the Assistant Special Agent in charge for FBI New Orleans. As Chief Kirkpatrick said, we'll be taking over the investigative lead for this event. This is not a terrorist event. What it is right now is their improvised explosive devices that was found, and we are working on confirming if it's a viable device or not. As Chief Kirkpatrick said, we're asking everyone to stay away from Bourbon Street, specifically from Canal Street to St. Anne. That is my ask. Once again, stay away from Bourbon Street, Canal Street, all the way to St. Anne until we can figure out what is going on. Our goal is to provide you additional information at the 11 a.m. press conference. Thank you so much, and we will be in touch.
Yes. I will say that we want our community and our visitors to continue enjoying. There's so much to enjoy about New Orleans, and we are going to make sure that our routes in the Superdome are safe today for the game. And yet we had this tragic event, and we're sorry again to everyone in our community. But we do want you to go about the day, as we say, just stay away from Bourbon.
Can
Okay?
she elaborate on the device? She did say something about the device.
We actually are not going to be taking questions this morning until we have more information. That's why we will give you an 11 o'clock briefing. So until then, please hold your questions. We will give you everything that we possibly can, okay? So 11 o'clock, we will see you at the headquarters, and we will go again from there, okay? No questions,
The
no
device is
questions right
confirmed,
now.
right? The device is confirmed?
That was the earlier news conference from the New Orleans Police Department. You heard there the superintendent, Anne Kirkpatrick, saying that people would have to wait for questions for that 11 o'clock press briefing. That's 5 p.m. UK time. So, of course, we'll bring you that as soon as we get it. But that was the latest there from the authorities on the attack in New Orleans, striking a crowd, at least 10 people killed after a vehicle struck a crowd celebrating the New Year in New Orleans. Well, our correspondent, Shaman Freeman-Powler, is with me. Shaman, what more do we know about what happened?
Well, we can see here, can't we, in these images on Bourbon Street, this is where police have been telling people to stay away from this street, as well as the surrounding 8 blocks. You can see there that there's a heavy police presence, but aside from that, it is fairly empty. There's not really anyone around. That would have been a stark contrast to what would have taken place in the early hours of this morning, as there would have been thousands of people celebrating the new year. It's known, this area, worldwide as one of the largest destinations for New Year's Eve parties. It's generally known for the round-the-clock nightlife anyway. So there would have been lots of panic there. But the police have confirmed that of those 10 people that have sadly died and more than 35 that have been injured. The police believe that they were likely locals. The victims were mainly locals. This incident took place at around 3:15 local time, so around 3 hours after the New Year celebration. So it wouldn't have been as busy as around midnight, but you still would imagine that there would have been a substantial number of people there, lots of crowds there, especially given that there's also this college football game taking place a little later today. So we know this incident took place at around 3:15 in the morning. 10 people were killed, at least 35 more were injured, including 2 police officers who we now understand are in a stable condition. Earlier, just listening to that press conference, we heard from the New Orleans Superintendent Anne Kirkpatrick, who said that the suspect displayed very intentional behaviour, that he was trying to run over as many people as he possibly could, saying that the individual was hell-bent on creating carnage and damage that he was able to do, confirming there in the press conference that the FBI has taken over the investigation. There was some confusion earlier with the mayor coming out saying that it was a terror attack. Of course, it was an incident that did create terror. However, we then heard from a FBI agent who had said that it wasn't. We've since had confirmation that the FBI are taking over this investigation and are considering it a terror incident. We heard from Special Agent Althea Duncan saying that they have found a possible explosive device at the scene. Authorities are currently trying to work out if it's viable, but we've also had reports, haven't we, that they are looking to see if there are any more of these devices potentially strewn around. That may be why the police are urging people to stay away from Bourbon Street and the 8 surrounding blocks. That's the information we have at the moment. But as you say, we are expecting a press conference to take place in around a few hours now, 5 p.m. our time, 11 a.m. local time.
Yeah, there's going to be, I'm sure, lots of questions at that news conference. It'll be interesting to see if they are any further in being able to give people the answers that they want. Of course, this is, as you say, a very fast-moving situation. It happened in the early hours of New Year's Day in New Orleans, and then this, as you can see on your screens right now, the kind of active police search going on, trying to make sure the area is secure and hunting to see if there are any more of these improvised explosive devices as well. Shaman, is there anything that we know about the suspect? We know that they're dead.
We do. We know from the reports that we've had coming in throughout the course of this morning that this individual drove, it seems, at some speed into crowds, injuring at least 35, killing 10 people. We know that there was some sort of a crash as well, and that the suspect had fired at police officers. That's why we have those 2 police officers that have been injured who are now in a stable condition. We know that this individual died after a firefight with police, been killed after a firefight with police. But that, Sophie, is what was interesting about the press conference. The main question many of us have is, who is this individual? Why were they out there? What was done to try and apprehend them? However, that detail was lacking in that press conference. The only reference we had to this suspect was the fact that it was a man. We still are unaware of their age, their name, and so on. This is what the FBI will be currently investigating. They will know who he is. They will have this information, but they will be diving deep now into who this person is, into what could have led to this horrific incident. Those questions will be the questions that will come at this press conference, but there will also be questions about the security. We heard at this press conference that this individual was able to drive around barriers. It kind of defeats the whole purpose of having barriers in place. If someone is able to drive around them, there'll be lots of questions about that. Of course, many people's sympathies will be with the people of New Orleans that are waking up this morning wanting to celebrate the New Year's and learning that there's been this horrific incident that's taken place. But it's not it's not unusual for other people in different areas to then be questioning about the security where they are. We know that there is a college game, a very popular college game, a football game taking place later today. In that press conference, the police were urging people to carry out their business as usual. But it is very difficult to understand how people may feel safe doing that when such a horrific incident has taken place.
Yeah, as you say, it's just such a tragedy, isn't it? As all of these mass loss of lives are, but the circumstances of people having a drink, seeing their friends, seeing their loved ones, trying to see in the new year in a place that is known for its conviviality almost, it just doesn't bear thinking about. Shimon, thank you very much indeed. Well, of course, we've got full coverage of what happened in New Orleans. We are awaiting the next news conference that we are expecting at around 5 p.m. UK time. But in the meantime, I just want to play you an interview that my colleague Kamali Melbourne did a little bit earlier today. He spoke to Lee Doddridge, who's a security expert and also a former member of the National Counter-Terrorism Security Office.
It's interesting. Obviously, we're still getting more information from the police, as they release more details to us. But from what we've heard so far and what we've seen in the pictures, this has all the hallmarks of a terrorist attack. It may transpire, during the FBI investigation that it may be something different, but at the moment it has all those hallmarks. One of the clear things that stand out for me at the moment, and it was just mentioned briefly now, how the perpetrator was able to drive around the security barriers that were put in place. So there's a number of things that brings to mind straight away that, A, the person had obviously looked at these barriers previously, whether it was, a reconnaissance the day before or had spent some time just beforehand looking at how to get around them. But also, it would also mean that the barriers weren't put in correctly in the first place to enable that vehicle to come through. When we look at these sort of protective measures, we have to consider all the types of vehicles, from cars, 4x4s and lorries, because they've all got varying weights, axle heights. We also have to look at, the approaches that people could take, and then we formulate a security barrier around that, which should prevent any vehicles getting in unless you've got a controlled access, and that's by a secure gate for emergency services. So there seems to be a real lapse in the security operation as well.
Yeah, and that may well come out in the investigation. In fact, I'm sure it will come out in the investigation. Lee, sort of the intentionality of all of this, I think, is key, isn't it? Because, as we heard in that news conference, this is not a driving under the influence, a DUI situation. This perpetrator had driven around the barriers, as you said, and was trying to drive over as many people as possible. But that use of the word terrorists, is there a different way that US officials would use that word in a situation like this so early on as to how law enforcement here would use that word? Does it have to have some kind of political motivation? Does it have to have some kind of intention behind it that they're already aware of?
Well, not necessarily. I mean, and obviously we view things slightly different here in the UK and Europe to America. But I think the mainstay is the actual hallmarks. I mean, we only saw back on the 20th of December a very similar attack on the Christmas market over in Germany. So I think they have to treat it initially as the terrorist attack. As they said, it wasn't a DUI incident. If it was, possibly then the perpetrator would have hit the barriers rather than being able to drive around them. So they clearly show some intent there, being able to manoeuvre around them. And it's a well-known tactic, easy deployable. Most people have vehicles. Obviously, in America, those vehicles are generally bigger and heavier than what we have in Europe. Mm-hmm. So to be able to drive that into unprotected crowds of people, it's for want of a better word, they're almost guaranteed success. That may sound awful, but from their perspective, that is what they're aiming to do. One of the key objectives as well that we've seen in what we call vehicle as a weapon attack is preserving the vehicle for as long as possible until it gets to the intended target. So they won't crash through barriers. They will drive around them because they want the vehicle to be at its optimum when it hits the people who are their targets.
Yeah, and as you say, I mean, the detail is important, isn't it, Lee? But it is grim and it is tragic, and it does sort of speak to just how devastating these incidents are, these vehicle ramming attacks. And we got a bit of detail in that news conference as well about this attack and how it seemed to have come to an end. And Kirkpatrick, their Chief Kirkpatrick, saying that once the individual had crashed the car, they then opened fire on police officers, which suggests that the car itself had maybe come to a stop, perhaps not where the perpetrator of it was intending for it to.
Yes, again, and we can draw parallels to the Westminster Bridge attack. You know, again, the vehicle was used up to a certain extent to attack pedestrians, and at London Bridge, we saw then the attackers carry on foot. It's what we call a maraudering attack then. So they carried on, and this clearly seems to be the intention of the perpetrator that we saw in New Orleans. Once the vehicle had come to a stop, he was armed and ready and obviously engaged the police officers there. We still don't know details about what happened to him. You know, he could have gone on to inflict more injuries or fatalities amongst the crowd if he was able to continue. So it does bear all the hallmarks of this form of attack, and it leads the question that, and we see time and time again here in the UK, where police put in the security infrastructure rather than going out to a qualified counter-terrorism officer, whether they've got them locally or the FBI agents, to actually do this properly. Again, there's confusion over police knowing about security. They know about policing, but it's not security in this context.
Well, I just want to bring you the latest comments that we've had on the New Orleans terror incident, because we have heard the first comments from the President-elect Donald Trump. He's described the New Orleans truck incident as an act of pure evil. That's according to Reuters. Donald Trump saying the New Orleans attack is an act of pure evil. He's also said that his administration will fully support New Orleans as they investigate and recover from the truck incident. So that reaction coming in from the President-elect Donald Trump. We've, of course, also heard from the Joe Biden administration, the current president, who's been in touch with the Mayor of New Orleans. Let's bring in our correspondent at Shamam Freeman Powell, shall we? This is very much a federal response now, isn't it, to the incident?
That's right, yes, and we've just had reports coming in via NBC saying that authorities are now investigating the vehicle and the potential use of the long gun rifle. We were just speaking there, weren't we, about the lack of information really surrounding this individual and who this suspect is, and the fact that the FBI will now be investigating this at length. We've now had reports that they are trying to determine if the suspect in this morning's attack may have used a long gun rifle, and whether or not they were firing it into the crowd whilst also running people over. Now, this hasn't been confirmed by us. It is being reported by NBC. We understand that the vehicle used in the incident is also going to be the focus of the federal investigators. They will be trying to look at the licence plate number of this pickup truck that we've heard lots about this morning, trying to uncover more information on the suspect and what unfolded. There's also now reports of a white stick or a pipe with black cloth wrapped around it also found inside the vehicle, according to these reports. It's possible, these reports says that the cloth could be a flag or contain markings, but this is what investigators will be looking into. Earlier, we also heard, didn't we, from the state's top prosecutor labelling the incident as a brutal, intentional slaughter. That was attorney Liz Morrell, Louisiana's top state prosecutor. She said, of course, that she was praying for the victims in this New Orleans attack, saying that they will get the justice that they deserve. And as you've rightly pointed out as well, we heard that President Biden is currently being briefed, offering support to the local mayor there, as we are now starting to get a little bit more information unfolding about what could have happened in the early hours of this morning.
Yeah, we're awaiting the next news conference, aren't we, at Shamam? But it does feel that more information coming out to different sources. I was very interested to hear what you were just saying there about a potential use of a long gun rifle. So it feels like we are in a situation now where the vehicle is used as a weapon. There's a potential rifle. Of course, we know that there was this firefighting, the shooting between the suspect and the police as well, and also the improvised explosive devices that they have found and are also still hunting for.
Absolutely. There seems, doesn't there, to be a lot going on here. We know that this incident occurred at 3:15. This individual appeared to have driven into these crowds. There would have been thousands of people celebrating the new year. We know that this individual, a man, drove at high speed into the large crowd of people on Bourbon Street. We then understand that there was some sort of crash. This vehicle crashed and that he then fired from the vehicle at police officers, injuring 2 police officers, both of whom are now in a stable condition, but 10 people were killed. Interestingly, in the press conference, they were referring to the fact that the driver had driven in to the crowds of people, but now it seems that there may have also been a rifle involved in that incident too. We understand that investigators are looking into whether or not this person could have used a long gun rifle to also attack the crowds of people that were gathering, that were celebrating the new year. The New Orleans Superintendent, Ann Kirkpatrick, described the suspect as displaying a very intentional behaviour, trying to run over as many people as possible. But as you've mentioned, not only was there this incident where this individual drove at high speed into the crowd, not only are we now hearing that they're investigating whether or not he could have fired into the crowd, we are aware that he had fired in a gunfight at 2 police officers, and the fact that there are possible explosive devices found at the scene. We understand that at least one of these possible explosive devices have already been found and that authorities are looking into whether or not it is viable. We also understand that a part of the reason why police have urged people to avoid Bourbon Street and the 8 surrounding blocks, we can see in these pictures it has a heavy police presence. Bourbon Street all but empty except for the police officers that are scouring for evidence there. We understand this could be because there is a potential that there are still other devices that could be around. The police will want to make sure that it is safe for anyone that's travelling there.
And we're looking at these pictures of Bourbon Street, aren't we, in New Orleans. It's not a city I'm familiar with, I'll be honest with you. Shamam, can you give us a bit of a sense about what that area is like?
Absolutely. This is an area that is popular with tourists anyway. It would usually see around 70 million tourists each year that would be visiting this area and their surrounding areas. It's one of the largest destinations for New Year's Eve parties, and generally speaking, it's known for the round-the-clock nightlife. It's got lots of bars, lots of restaurants, very culturally rich. We know that lots of people go there throughout the year to embrace themselves in this culture, and of course, it is one of the largest destinations for New Year's Eve parties. There was also larger crowds there as well because of the anticipation of the Super Bowl college football playoff later today. So it ordinarily sees millions of people travelling there. There would have been thousands last night too. Police confirming that they believe most of the victims, though, were local, not tourists.
OK, thank you very much, Shamam, indeed. Well, we are covering, of course, the incident in New Orleans described as a terror attack by the FBI. Good afternoon, you're watching Sky News. It is 4 o'clock. A reminder of our breaking news, because authorities in the US city of New Orleans say that 10 people have been killed and at least 35 injured after a vehicle drove into pedestrians. The mayor of New Orleans has described it as a terrorist attack. Well, after crashing his vehicle, police say the suspect then fired a weapon, injuring 2 police officers. And the FBI have also said that improvised explosive devices have been found in the area. Well, the perpetrator is confirmed to have been shot dead during a firefight with police. The White House says that President Joe Biden has been briefed on the situation, and in the last few minutes, President-elect Donald Trump has called the attack an act of pure evil. Well, the incident happened near the very popular Bourbon Street in the French Quarter of the city at around 3 a.m. local time as people were out celebrating New Year's Eve. So we can see the streets would have been packed. Now, we are expecting an update from police in around an hour's time, but it's worth listening back to what the police and the mayor said a little earlier.
First of all, we do know that the city of New Orleans was impacted by a terrorist attack. It's all still under investigation. You'll hear more after me. However, I have been in direct contact with the White House, with Governor Landry, and of course a unified command who is present here. What I'm asking at this time are prayers for those who have lost their lives in the city of New Orleans due to this tragedy. In addition to that, I'm asking the public to stay clear of 8 blocks around Bourbon Street. Stay clear from Bourbon Street, 8 blocks around. Very active, and again, a unified command is in place right now. I'm going to ask Chief Kirkpatrick to give you an update. You're then going to hear from our agent in charge relative to the FBI.
We had this event started at about 3:15. It did involve a man driving a pickup truck down Bourbon Street at a very fast pace, and it was very intentional behavior. This man was trying to run over as many people as he possibly could. It was not a DUI situation. This is a more complex and more serious based on the information we have right now. With respect to numbers, we have right now, and as you already know, this could change throughout the day. We do know that there are 26 injured people who are at UMC Hospital. We know we have 4 at Turo, 4 at Ochsner Baptist, 1 at Tulane, but even as I was walking out the door, I believe I have an unconfirmed additional people who have been taken to other area hospitals, possibly on the east side. But we will give you as many correct numbers as we can as the day progresses. It is a very tragic situation for me to tell you that we know we have 10 people that this man killed on Bourbon Street. That is why we do not want anyone on Bourbon Street today. Wherever you see yellow tape, please do not violate this tape. This is in order to protect and stabilize the scene. We have information to a certain degree of the demographics of those who are in the hospital right now. We do not know at this point how many could be tourists versus locals, but from the information I have right now, it seems the majority are locals versus tourists. What I also can tell you is that this man, this perpetrator, he fired on our officers from his vehicle when he crashed his vehicle. 2 of our officers have been shot. They are stable, and we will give you an update on them. I have yet been able to go to the hospital. I will be leaving here for us to go visit our officers. We have called in every officer that we have. We have so much appreciated our partnerships who have also offered us staff. Last night, we had over 300 officers out here. And because of the intentional mindset of this perpetrator who went around our barricades in order to conduct this, he was hell-bent on creating the carnage and the damage that he did. Because of the nature and the indices that we have on the scene, and we have enough information that the FBI will be taking over this investigation.
Well, that was the latest update from the authorities in New Orleans. We're, of course, expecting another news conference with potentially more information in just under an hour's time. We have had a bit more political reaction that I wanted to bring you. This has come in from Donald Trump, the president President-elect. He's done a post on Truth Social, which is the social media platform, where he said, "When I said that the criminals coming in are far worse than the criminals we have in our country, that statement was constantly refuted by Democrats and the fake news media, but it turned out to be true. The crime rate in our country is at a level that nobody has ever seen before. Our hearts are with all of the innocent victims and their loved ones, including the brave officers at the New Orleans Police Department. The Trump administration will fully support the city of New Orleans as they investigate and recover from this act of pure evil." So that statement posted by Donald Trump, the incoming president-elect, on Truth Social, saying that his administration will fully support New Orleans and describing the attack as an act of pure evil. It is worth saying at this stage that we do not have very much information about the perpetrator in this case. We're, of course, hoping to find out more from the police department in the next hour. But at the moment, all the information that we've been given is that this is a terrorist incident and that the suspect has been killed. Well, let's talk now to Shamam Freeman-Powell, our correspondent. We're getting more political reaction and that investigation, of course, will be continuing.
Absolutely, yes. We heard earlier from the FBI releasing a statement saying that the person who drove into the crowd is now being investigated as an act of terrorism. As you've said, though, we don't have any real information about who this person is. We just know that they are a man and that they drove into crowds of people at around 3:15 local time in New Orleans, 3:15 in the morning. So just 3 hours or so after many people would have been celebrating the new year. We know that this person engaged with local law enforcement. By that, there seems to have been some sort of firefight where this person shot at police officers, injuring 2 police officers, both of whom we understand are in a stable condition in hospital, but also injuring more than 30 others and killing 10 people as a result of this incident. We understand that the suspect drove a pickup truck at quite a substantial speed into large crowds of people, but we also understand that authorities now say that they're investigating not only the vehicle, but whether or not there was a use of this long gun rifle. They say that they are now investigating whether a rifle was used to fire into the crowd as well as driving into them at high speeds. Of course, we know that the suspect had shot at 2 police officers, and we're also aware that the FBI is also looking into the use of possible explosive devices too. At least 1 explosive device found at the scene. Authorities say that they're working to find out whether this is viable, also working to find out whether or not there are any more potential devices that have been left in and around the area. We're looking at pictures now of Bourbon Street. This is where police have urged people not to go to whilst they're still investigating. We can see there are several cordons in place. There are officers that will be scouring the area, combing the area for any bits of evidence, things that may seem irrelevant. We saw earlier that there was garbage strewn all over the street. They'll be wanting to identify whether or not any bits of evidence that they found there could give them more information about what happened in the early hours of this morning in New Orleans. It's just gone 10 a.m. in the morning. Many people will be waking up to hear the news that 10 people have been killed, more than 35 people injured, including 2 police officers as a result of this incident that is now being treated by the FBI as a terror act.
Shaman, thank you very much indeed. Well, we have just heard, of course, the statement that President-elect Donald Trump posted on Truth Social. We now have a full statement from President Joe Biden, who we know has been kept fully briefed on the situation. He's also had a telephone conversation with the mayor of New Orleans. So Joe Biden has said, "I've been continually briefed since early this morning by federal law enforcement leadership And my Homeland Security team, including the Secretary of Homeland Security, Ali Mayorkas, the Deputy Attorney General, Lisa Monaco, the White House Homeland Security Advisor, Liz Sherwood-Randall, and the Mayor of New Orleans, regarding the horrific incident that occurred there overnight. The FBI is taking the lead in the investigation and is investigating this incident as an act of terrorism. He goes on to say, I'm grateful for the brave and swift response of local law enforcement in preventing even greater death and injury. I've directed my team to ensure every resource is available as federal, state and local law enforcement work assiduously to get to the bottom of what happened as quickly as possible and to ensure that there is no remaining threat of any kind. I will continue to receive updates throughout the day, and I will have more to say as we have further information to share. In the meantime, my heart goes out to the victims and their families who were simply trying to celebrate the holiday. There is no justification for violence of any kind, and we will not tolerate any attack on any of our nation's communities. So that statement from President Joe Biden saying that he's directed his team to ensure every resource is available so that people can get to the bottom of what happened as quickly as possible, and also, of course, to make sure there's no remaining threat of any kind. He's also said that his heart goes out to the victims and their families who are simply trying to celebrate the holiday. That's the latest from President Biden, who we believe is travelling from Wilmington in Delaware, where he has this lakeside home, to Camp David. Let's bring Shaman back in at this time, shall we? Joe Biden there, the President Biden, saying there's no justification for any violence of any kind, and also making it very clear that he has tried to make sure that all necessary resources are given to try and allow this investigation to continue.
So, Sophie, it does seem like this will be quite a large-scale investigation. We know, don't we, that the FBI is now leading this investigation, which is now being treated as a suspected terror attack. Not only do we understand that this individual drove into large crowds at high speed, we know that this individual fired at police officers after crashing the vehicle. We know that those police officers are now in a stable condition, but that 10 people were killed and more than 30 other people were injured. Now it seems investigators are now trying to determine whether or not a long gun rifle was also fired into the crowd whilst running people over. That's according to law enforcement officials there. They will be looking at this vehicle. They will be trying to identify number plates to uncover whether or not there's any more information that can be gained by that. We're also hearing reports of some sort of white stick or a pipe with a black cloth wrapped around it, also found inside the vehicle, according to law enforcement reports. They're trying to establish whether or not this is a flag. This is all going to be the information which will build a picture, not only about the events that occurred at 3:15 in New Orleans, but who this individual was. What could have potentially caused this? Also looking at security, there was talks at the press conference earlier that this individual was able to drive around barriers, which seems quite bizarre if these barriers were in place to protect potentially thousands of people that were celebrating New Year's Eve. There'll be lots of questions about that. Also in that news press conference, there was suggestions that locals or those visiting the area should stay away from Bourbon Street and the 8 blocks surrounding it. But they should, according to the press conference, carry on with their daily activities. We understand that there is a Sugar Bowl college football playoff game today, expecting lots of crowds at the nearby Superdome. We have been told in that press conference that people should continue to go to that event if they were planning on. But there will be lots of questions, Sophie, especially for those people waking up this morning, learning about what took place in the early hours of this morning, but especially for those people that would have witnessed this horrific attack. There were thousands of people there celebrating New Year's Eve. There would have been lots of panic, lots of chaos. This is an area known for its restaurants, for its bars, for its round-the-clock nightlife. And so for something so horrific to take place on what is usually a celebratory event, there'll be lots of people waking up feeling very disheartened about this news.
Yeah, it is just beggars belief, doesn't it, that people are out with loved ones, with friends in this vibrant city, trying to see in 2025, I'm sure, with all the kind of hopes and aspirations that come at that turn of the year, just to be met with such violence and tragedy. Shaman, thank you very much indeed. Well, here, of course, on Sky News, we're bringing you full coverage of the truck attack in New Orleans that the FBI says it is investigating as an act of terrorism. We can speak now to the former counter-terror specialist with the FBI, Christopher O'Leary, who joins us now. Thank you so much for being with us. It's great to have your expertise. So what will the FBI be doing now?
Well, the FBI is taking over the investigation because they're investigating it as an act of terrorism, and the FBI is the lead agency in the United States for counterterrorism. So that's why the FBI has stepped in, number one. Number two, it does look like it has at least an interstate component. The truck has a Texas license plate on it, so anything that crosses state lines immediately falls into the FBI's jurisdiction. So step one is to positively identify the subject. The reports are that the subject was killed during the attack, so making sure that they fully identify him, and with that, trying to do search warrants of any residences or known locations that he may have, and then secondly, trying to identify his ideology, what his motivation was. Was he a member of a group carrying out this attack on behalf of a group? Did he have a particular grievance that was more individual based, or in some cases, which is not as often as many people think, did he have some kind of mental defect, and was that driving him towards this?
Can I ask you, because we're in a situation where both the Mayor of New Orleans and the FBI are effectively investigating this as a terrorist incident. In the US, what is the criteria for something to be classified as a terrorist incident?
Well, it's challenging. So the act itself, he clearly drove into a crowd seeking to cause mass casualty events. He used explosive devices. He also used a firearm. So this is a complex attack. So the MO itself suggests that it would be an act of terrorism. So the definition of terrorism, the legal definition of terrorism, as far as the attack, it does also need to use terror to influence a political or ideological or religious goal. So you need that kind of ideology to go with it. If not, it's just violence, right? It's a horrific act of violence, but if it's not intended to influence a government or a people, then it's not officially terrorism.
So the reason that I'm asking is because you say that the ideology has to be a part of it. So the fact that we have had this classification of terrorism, does this give us a kind of clue about the authorities knowing a little bit already about this individual?
So perhaps, but an investigation is intended to find out these things. So an investigation could end with, we have not found an ideology, which is exactly what happened with that horrific mass shooting that happened in Las Vegas years ago. The FBI and the Las Vegas police were never able to get to a conclusive ideology. It was a disturbed individual who opened fire on a crowd, but they could never really pinpoint an ideology. What makes it equally or increasingly difficult these days is we have what's called a salad bar ideology approach too, where because the gateway into terrorist groups, formalized terrorist groups like Islamic State and Al-Qaeda and others can be difficult, people go online and they just affiliate with ideologies or group membership, things that are convenient to them or appeal to them. So they might take different components from different groups or movements and create their own kind of motivation and ideology.
The attack's taken place on the cusp of the Donald Trump presidency. We've, of course, seen the statement from Joe Biden, which is, I guess, the kind of statement that you so often hear from leaders in these kind of terror events, where he says that his heart goes out to the victims, the full force of the government will be behind them. the statement that we've had from Donald Trump on Truth Social is rather different. He said, when I said that the criminals coming in are far worse than the criminals we have in our country, that statement was constantly refuted by Democrats and fake news media, but it turned out to be true. The crime rate in our country is at a level that nobody has ever seen before. Do you think we are going to see a much more, I guess, political reaction to these kind of events in the future?
I think there's going to be a different approach to investigating domestic extremism under the Trump administration, and he's already signaled that. But I do think the Trump administration, with regard to terrorism writ large, will continue to carry out the mission and the investigations to keep the country safe. Certainly, the previous Trump administration was very aggressive on international terrorism, transnational terrorism, but I do think the administration will investigate extremist groups of any kind domestically as well, because many of these groups are anti-government. So it would be in the interest of the Trump administration or anyone to make sure that there is stability in the United States and not these random acts of violence or deliberate and targeted acts of violence, whether it's extreme right groups, or I think you're going to see a reemergence of some leftist groups here in the United States as well in response to the Trump administration.
If you could just hang on the line for 1 minute, because there is more that I want to talk to you about, but I just want to bring everybody some more detail about the vehicle that was involved in this morning's attack, because we do have the first image now of that vehicle. So you can see the white Ford F-150 Lightning. That's the white vehicle there, and you can see it from above next to that forklift truck. So the pickup truck, that white pickup truck, has what appears to be bullet holes in its rear view window. And you can also see a white stick or pipe with a black cloth wrapped around it. You can also see that attached to the rear of the vehicle. So that is the first image of the vehicle that was used in that attack that you can see now on your screens. If we could just return now to a guest that we were speaking to previously, Christopher O'Leary. What is your assessment of the fact that it appears to be this vehicle that was able to do so much damage?
So I would say it's pretty clear that this individual conducted some pre-attack surveillance, tried to find a time and a soft point to be able to drive this into this crowd that's this time. I will say the New Orleans police they're generally pretty good. One of the best, I would say, in the United States at protecting large crowds. They have a lot of experience doing it. The initial reports that I've heard is they started removing some of the concrete barricades because it was so late into the morning, and they were getting ready to clean up the streets because they have a big college football game there this evening, which is the first time they've had these college football playoffs. So it's a massive event that they were probably just getting ahead of to start preparing for. So I think he probably conducted pre-attack surveillance. The method of the attack here makes you suspicious that it could be somebody inspired by the Islamic State or others, because we have seen this historically in Europe on the west side of New York City, and this is a method of operation that they've used. It's fairly low tech, but now he's also used IEDs and what's being reported as perhaps an AR-15 platform, rifle platform. So those are all things that the FBI is going to investigate. They're going to look at the signature of the bomb, any precursors that were used to make those IEDs, where he procured those from, what this level of sophistication was, where he might have learned how to do that. The same thing with the weapon. Was it bought legally here in the United States? Where did he buy it from? Did he conduct firearms training by himself with others? Where did he procure the ammunition and other things like that? Those are all leads that the FBI will be pursuing.
That's really interesting to hear you say that potentially the reason that the attack happened when it did at 315 is because that was when they were removing some of the protective barriers. I mean, that to me suggests, pretty sophisticated attack. I mean, how difficult is it to prevent attacks where someone may have carried out, that level of surveillance before?
It's very difficult, and it's a balance that governments and agencies always have to try to strike. Nobody wants to live in a police state. So in the UK had to deal with this for many, many years, both with Al-Qaeda, ISIS, and even back, violence associated with the Troubles. So this is a balance that all countries have to strike. You want to lock things down to keep communities safe, but you don't want to create a police state. So was it reasonable for New Orleans police to try to start removing the barriers and try to start cleaning up the streets so they could get things ready for the next day? Sure. They will be conducting after actions on this. Other major police departments in the United States and around the world will be looking at this and getting lessons learned. I do know that the NYPD is already in contact with the New Orleans Police Department, trying to share best practices because having worked a lot in New York on the Joint Terrorism Task Force, NYPD is exceptional at this, and they will share as much information and expertise as they can, and they'll do it with the UK police to make sure that communities are safe from extremist violence.
It's interesting talking about the vehicle that was used in this attack and how, yes, there was a gun. Yes, there seemed to have been improvised explosive devices as well. But from the news conference earlier, it was the truck itself that did the most damage and the most killing, to be blunt about it. We've seen that as well in the UK too, with some terror incidents in London Bridge, for example, also Westminster Bridge, where people have used vehicles in order to just run people over. How effective a weapon is a car, and is there anything that can be done to try and stop that?
It's incredibly effective, it depending on the vehicle, and this one is a particularly big one. They're thousands of pounds, and the initial reports are this was traveling at 60 miles per hour, so 100 kilometers per hour for those on the international scene. So it was moving at speed, and it can do incredible damage and very difficult to defend against. Number one, because anybody can get access to a car. It's not something we're looking at as, for trying to prevent the use of bombs and IEDs. We, the FBI, have relationships with all kinds of companies around the United States where people would get precursors from. So we get early warnings and tripwires that this individual is trying to buy a massive amount of ammonium nitrate fertilizer, or this individual bought a disproportional amount of fireworks at this location in a state that allows it. So we have those relationships. What you can't have is a relationship with everybody who would sell a car or rent a car to somebody that was potentially suspicious. So anybody can get access to a car. It's a simple way to create severe damage and very hard to defend against, which is why you will see in the United States and many places the use of these concrete barricades to protect these mass gatherings.
Yeah, we've just been looking at pictures of President Biden getting on a plane travelling from Wilmington in Delaware, where he has a lakeside home, to Camp David. He's previously put out a statement to say that they will not tolerate any attack on our communities. A quick salute to the crowds. They're reporters who were talking to him earlier before he gets on that plane. We'll bring you what President Biden was saying as soon as we can. Just final question, Christopher, because it was interesting there to talk about how effective a weapon, a vehicle can be and how difficult to stop. I mean, anyone can get access to a vehicle. How important is intelligence when it comes to these kind of investigations? Obviously, bearing in mind that there's limited information we have about the suspect right now.
Yeah, back to trying to understand his ideology and if he had any association with a group. Normally, if this was Islamic State or any of their affiliates or Al-Qaeda, you will get a claim relatively soon that this was their directed attack. So we shall see if that comes out. But the FBI is looking at this individual's digital footprint as well, any devices that were recovered in the car, will be exploited. The car itself, if it's a modern vehicle, it's actually has all these computer components that they can look at the historical data of the car as well. What's been also talked about was interviews with people at the scene, but interviews, at his bed down location in New Orleans, but any previous homes of record back in Texas, search warrants at any residence, all of those things will start coming into play. And again, interviews of people who sold him the firearms, did training with him, an illumination of the network. All of that's important. If it turns out to be international terrorism, then partnerships with all of our international partners to try to elicit as much as we can on intelligence from our
Thank you.
Those counterterrorism counterparts. Those are the people we'll be working with.
Thank you so much for coming on the programme today. It's been great to hear your perspective and get your analysis of this situation that we've had, this appalling terror attack in New Orleans. Thank you. Well, you're looking, of course, at images of the white pickup truck that was used in order to wreak havoc and an act of terror in New Orleans. At least 10 people dead, dozens more in hospital, including 2 police officers who were shot in a firefight with the perpetrator. He also died in that fight, and we know that the FBI are investigating that as an act of terrorism. Well, we've been talking to intelligence experts about this, and now we can speak to someone who was out in New Orleans on the night that this happened. Gopal Bishal Kumar joins us now. I should say he was filming celebrations in Bourbon Street in New Orleans last night, didn't witness the attack, went home at 1 a.m, but was in the area before. Firstly, can I just say thank you so much for speaking to us on what must be a very, very traumatic day for you. I can't really imagine what it must feel like to have been in the area so soon to when the terror attack occurred. What was it like in that evening?
Everyone is so happy, everyone is so friendly. There are kids, families, people are having fun all together. There are so many groups of people, all our friends, school-going, college-going people. I don't think no one even could imagine that something like this could happen in the morning. I left that area after the New Year celebration around 1 o'clock. I walked through that road and came to my dormitory. But in the morning, someone called me and said that, was I there? Did I witness anything? But no. Then, I was shocked, actually. This is unheard of. I mean, driving a truck through this crowd, this is... before we heard that people were shot and killed, gunfires, but this thing, I think this is completely insane.
We've just been looking at some of the beautiful photos that you took on that night, which I hope we can show again, because the contrast of what we're looking at on our screens now that you captured so vibrantly, that's New Year, isn't it? That's people on the streets having a good time, soaking up the atmosphere. The stark contrast between the images that we're looking at now and those very bleak, empty roads full of emergency services, it really does bring it all home.
Yeah, this is, I hope that the people from my photos, everyone is okay. This is kind of extremely sad, and everyone, all my friends here, they are all shocked and hurt that this thing happened. Everyone was happy yesterday. And I asked some people who were there previous year. They said that this year's celebration was better than the previous year. So everyone was having fun. This thing, this terrible, horrible thing, it's changed the whole situation.
Can I ask if you saw much of a security presence in the evening? It may not have been something that you really noticed, but was there much police?
No, I noticed. I also took some photos of some police. There were state troopers, NOPD, and some other local police as well. And they used some barricades to block some roads, but there were some roads which were open, but they blocked the main roads. And there was a parade in around 3-4 o'clock in the evening, and they blocked most of the roads. I don't know how. I mean, I could not even think of any way that such a thing can happen, because there are so many police officers. They were standing in all the roads near the Bourbon Street. They were protecting that area, but I don't know how this happened.
You're studying film production, I believe, at the University of New Orleans, so it must be a city that you know very well. Can you just describe it to a UK audience who may not be as familiar with it?
So one sentence people say about New Orleans is that this is the traveling tourist place for Americans. So even American people, they come here to have fun. You might have noticed in some photos that people are standing in the balcony and throwing beads, and some people on the high street, they're collecting them. So this is a culture here, and there are so many other things like, I should not say these because this is a sad moment, but there are lots of other fun things people do here, and there are lots of drinks and fun stuff. Specifically for New Orleans, it has become like a brand thing for this area. And all over the world, I think people know about this city, how they celebrate. They say that there is the gumbo, that's one kind of food. It is always hot here, and the music is always running in these streets. So people love jazz, they love to dance together, and they just love to have fun. But these kind of incidents, this ruins everything.
Thank you so much for coming on and sharing your pictures. I actually find it very moving to see those people, out and about, ringing in 2025, completely unaware of what was going to happen just a few hours later. So thank you very much for sharing them with us.
For having me.
We're, of course, bringing you the full news in response to the terror incident that we've seen in New Orleans. At least 10 people killed as a vehicle hit a crowd in New Orleans just as people were singing the new year. We know that the FBI are investigating it as a terror incident. We know that there are reports of a firearm and also of improvised explosive devices being found in the area too. And this is the first image that we've seen in the last hour or so of the white pickup truck that was used as a weapon in the early hours of the morning. Well, earlier in a news conference in New Orleans, the mayor, the police and the FBI gave us this update.
First of all, we do know that the city of New Orleans was impacted by a terrorist attack. It's all still under investigation. You'll hear more after me. However, I have been in direct contact with the White House, with Governor Landry, and of course a unified command who is present here. What I'm asking at this time are prayers for those who have lost their lives in the city of New Orleans due to this tragedy. In addition to that, I'm asking the public to stay clear of 8 blocks around Bourbon Street. Stay clear from Bourbon Street, 8 blocks around. Very active, and again, a unified command is in place right now. I'm going to ask Chief Kirkpatrick to give you an update. You're then going to hear from our agent in charge relative to the FBI. So at this time, Chief Kirkpatrick.
Thank you. All right. Good morning, everyone. So I'm going to give you as much of the information I possibly can. We are going to give you an update a couple of times today. So we will give you just the basics this morning, all right? We had this event started at about 3:15. It did involve a man driving a pickup truck down Bourbon Street at a very fast pace, and it was very intentional behavior. This man was trying to run over as many people as he possibly could. It was not a DUI situation. This is a more complex and more serious based on the information we have right now. With respect to numbers, we have right now, and as you already know, this could change throughout the day. We do know that there are 26 injured people who are at UMC Hospital. We know we have 4 at Truro, 4 at Ochsner Baptist, 1 at Tulane, but even as I was walking out the door, I believe I have an unconfirmed additional people who have been taken to other area hospitals, possibly on the east side. But we will give you as many correct numbers as we can as the day progresses. It is a very tragic situation for me to tell you that we know we have 10 people that this man killed on Bourbon Street. That is why we do not want anyone on Bourbon Street today. Wherever you see yellow tape, please do not violate this tape. This is in order to protect and stabilize the scene. We have information to a certain degree of the demographics of those who are in the hospital right now. We do not know at this point how many could be tourists versus locals, but from the information I have right now, it seems the majority are locals versus tourists. What I also can tell you is that this man, this perpetrator, he fired on our officers from his vehicle when he crashed his vehicle. 2 of our officers have been shot. They are stable, and we will give you an update on them. I have yet been able to go to the hospital. I will be leaving here for us to go visit our officers. We have called in every officer that we have. We have so much appreciated our partnerships who have also offered us staff. Last night, we had over 300 officers out here. And because of the intentional mindset of this perpetrator who went around our barricades in order to conduct this, he was hell-bent on creating the carnage and the damage that he did. Because of the nature and the indices that we have on the scene, and we have enough information that the FBI will be taking over this investigation. And with that, I am going to be asking, this is the assistant agent in charge, this is Agent Duncan, Special Agent Duncan, and she has taken over this case on behalf of us and the FBI. As always, we will be in partnership with all of our partners, but Agent Duncan, if you want to have a few words for me.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning. My name is Alethea Duncan. I'm the Assistant Special Agent in charge for FBI New Orleans. As Chief Kirkpatrick said, we'll be taking over the investigative lead for this event. This is not a terrorist event. What it is right now is their improvised explosive devices that was found, and we are working on confirming if it's a viable device or not. As Chief Kirkpatrick said, we're asking everyone to stay away from Bourbon Street, specifically from Canal Street to St. Anne. That is my ask. Once again, stay away from Bourbon Street, Canal Street, all the way to St. Anne until we can figure out what is going on. Our goal is to provide you additional information at the 11 a.m. press conference. Thank you so much, and we will be in touch.
Yes. I will say that we want our community and our visitors to continue enjoying. There's so much to enjoy about New Orleans, and we are going to make sure that our routes in the Superdome are safe today for the game, and yet we had this tragic event, and we're sorry again to everyone in our community. But we do want you to go about the day, as we say, just stay away from Bourbon.
Can she elaborate on the device? She did say something about the device.
We actually are not going to be taking questions this morning until we have more information. That's why we will give you an 11 o'clock briefing. So until then, please hold your questions. We will give you everything that we possibly can, okay? So 11 o'clock, we will see you at the headquarters, and we will go again from there, okay? No questions, no questions right now.
Right? The device is confirmed?
Well, we are expecting a further news conference in around 15 minutes' time, but what you're looking at now is the first image of the white truck that was used as a weapon in the terror incident in New Orleans. The incident, I should say, that the FBI are investigating as a terror incident. Well, our correspondent, Shamam Freeman-Powell, joins us now. It was that vehicle there that we're looking at on our screens that caused so much of this horror in the early hours of the morning.
Yeah, that's right. We know that this suspect, drove into large crowds, people that have been gathering for New Year's celebrations, believed to have been using this white truck, this white Ford Lightning truck. We can see in the images here that it is heavily damaged, especially the bonnet. It looks like there is also bullet holes in the rear view window as well. We believe that this image of this truck was taken on Bourbon Street, potentially in the intersection with Conti Street. We heard from that press conference the police urging people to avoid Bourbon Street and the 8 blocks surrounding that area. There will be, Sophie, an intense focus on this vehicle in the investigation, as we do understand that this is believed to be the vehicle that drove into those crowds. We could also see that there is some sort of white stick on the rear end of this vehicle with a black cloth wrapped around it. Investigators will be trying to look at that, trying to understand what this stick is, what this pipe is, whether or not it's linked to any of the events that took place in the early hours of this morning too.
Yeah, I'm just looking at an update from NBC, who are saying that they've spoken to 3 senior law enforcement officials briefed on the investigation, who have told them that investigators are trying to find out if the suspects in the vehicle ramming used a long gun rifle and was also firing into the crowd while running people over. And they also say that this vehicle, as you'd expect, is an intense focus for investigators, and they're using the license plate, which is actually a Texas plate, to try and find out more about the case. And then on the rear of the vehicle that you're looking at now, you can see that, as Shamam was just saying, they've got that white stick or pipe with a black cloth around it on the back, which may be a flag, potentially contain marking that investigators are really looking at, focusing on, trying to determine any motive for the attack. So that Texas number plate, I mean, if that is the case, then it would also explain, of course, the involvement of the FBI, as it's an interstate incident as well. Shamam, so much that people are trying to piece together now.
Absolutely. This seems, Sophie, like it will be an incredibly complicated investigation. We know the FBI are leading this investigation, which is now being deemed as a terror incident, but we understand that this individual used this Ford truck that we're looking at now to drive into large crowds, people that were gathering. We also understand that after crashing this vehicle, this pickup truck, this individual then fired at police officers, injuring 2 police officers whom are both in stable condition now, but killing 10 people, Sophie, and then injuring more than 30. But it doesn't stop there. We also understand that the police have also found improvised explosive devices, at least one improvised explosive device. They're currently trying to understand whether or not this is viable, but it seems that they are telling people, urging people to stay away from this area because it could be the case that there could be other improvised devices that could be found. So it's a very complicated investigation, it seems. We are expecting a press conference in around 10 minutes' time, which we hopefully will get a little bit more information information from. However, I thought what was really interesting listening to your interview with an eyewitness, with Gopal Kamal, who took some really lovely images, actually, of what was taking place in the New Year Eve events. He was describing the fact that everyone was happy. There were families there having fun. There was people on the streets. It was a great atmosphere. It was packed. And this is a great example of what this Bourbon Street in New Orleans is known for. This incident took place in the French Quarter. It's known for jazz. It's known for French and Spanish Creole and architecture and the round-the-clock nightlife. So you can imagine there would have been thousands of people gathered there wanting to enjoy the New Year celebration. I think one of the things that stuck out to me in that interview with Gopal was when he said, I hope the people in the photos that I took are safe. And the bottom line is we don't know who these victims are yet. We know that 10 people have been killed. We know that more than 30 have been injured. And we are hoping to get more information from this press conference, not only on the suspect, but also on those that have been victims.
It's such an important point. 10 people dead, at least 35 injured. And as you say, Shaman, the contrast between those kind of joyous images of the first hours of 2025 in such a vibrant city and then the horror that unfolded just a couple of hours later. And it does really feel, doesn't it, as if there is an increased focus now on that vehicle. Was there a flag affixed to the back? Does that link to any ideology? These are questions that we will be hoping to hear from in the press conference that will be happening, we hope, in the next 10 minutes or so. But that white vehicle, the focus of so much of the investigation, the white vehicle with something that could be a flag on the back that has a Texas license plate. Let's just have a quick look now, shall we, at some of the political reaction that we have seen coming in as the investigation continues. The first from President Biden, who has issued a statement to say, I've been continually briefed since early this morning by federal law enforcement leadership and my Homeland Security team, including the Secretary of Homeland Security, Ali Mayorkas, the Deputy Attorney General, Lisa Monaco, the White House Homeland Security Advisor, Liz Sherwood-Randall, and the Mayor of New Orleans, regarding the horrific incident that occurred there overnight. The FBI is taking the lead in the investigation and is investigating this incident as an act of terrorism. I'm grateful for the brave and swift response of local law enforcement in preventing even greater death and injury. I've directed my team to ensure every resource is available as federal, state and local law enforcement work assiduously to get to the bottom of what happened as quickly as possible and to ensure that there is no remaining threat of any kind. I will continue to receive updates throughout the day, and I will have more to say as we have further information to share. In the meantime, my heart goes out to the victims and their families who were simply trying to celebrate the holiday. There is no justification for violence of any kind, and we will not tolerate any attack on any of our nation's communities. That statement from President Biden, who has travelled by plane to Camp David today. We've also heard from the President-elect, Donald Trump, on New Orleans. He has posted this statement to the social media platform Truth Social. He said, when I said that the criminals coming in are far worse than the criminals we have in our country, that statement was constantly refuted by Democrats and the fake news media, but it turned out to be true. The crime rate in our country is at a level that nobody has ever seen before. Our hearts are with all of the innocent victims and their loved ones, including the brave officers of the New Orleans Police Department. The Trump administration will fully support the city of New Orleans as they investigate and recover from this act of pure evil. So we've been hearing there from both the President, Joe Biden, and also the President-elect, Donald J. Trump, reacting to this act of terror that we have seen in New Orleans. The FBI investigating as an act of terror, their focus on that white vehicle that was used as a weapon with such devastating consequence at a time when people were relaxed, when they were celebrating, when they were with their loved ones, with friends, or perhaps with new friends that they've met that night, seeing in 2025 with all the hope of the new year ending in tragedy and ending in horror with the loss of at least 10 lives.
We've got your Sunday mornings covered. From the front page and the sounds of the streets to the voices of the people who make the major calls and big picture politics beyond Westminster. We'll put you at the heart of our story. A new start to Sunday.
I'm ready. Are you?
Join me, Trevor Phillips, Sunday mornings on Sky News.
Weeknights on Sky News.
This is your chance. Tell people. Welcome to the Politics Hub.
Our police force has apologised. If you want to find out about Grimsby, you come to the docks. I'm live in Jerusalem.
Are you not concerned that that could lead to all-out war?
Hello there, good evening. There are fears of an upsurge in violence. What's at stake here?
You are watching the press preview, a first look at the front pages as they arrive.
It's 5 o'clock. I'm Sophie Ridge. This is the News Hour. 60 minutes of news, analysis and interviews. The top stories. New Orleans attack, 10 killed and at least 35 injured when a man ploughed a pickup truck into crowds of New Year's Day revelers.
This perpetrator who went around our barricades in order to conduct this, he was hell-bent on creating the carnage and the damage that he did.
The FBI are investigating it as a possible terror attack, as Donald Trump calls it an act of pure evil. Weather warnings, floods cause chaos in parts of northwest England, with snow on the way next for some. Lives lost, the people who died trying to reach the UK, as new figures reveal last year was the deadliest for channel crossings. Cost of living squeeze as millions face higher energy costs. Analysis by Sky News reveals household bills could rise by nearly £270 by April. And firing up the new year, we'll bring you the best of the fireworks from around the world. Hello, good evening. The US President-elect Donald Trump has described it as an act of pure evil. Today, people in New Orleans in Louisiana woke up to news of a horrific event that unfolded as revelers celebrated the new year on the city's streets. A pickup truck ploughing into crowds, killing 10 and injuring dozens more. The suspect dead after opening fire on police, his motive unknown at this stage. The FBI are investigating it as a possible terror attack. Well, we're expecting to hear an update from police in the next few minutes. We'll bring that live when we have it. But first, let's take a look through how the attack unfolded. Well, the attack happened in the French Quarter of New Orleans, an area known for parties, for celebrations. At around 3:15 a.m, police say a man intentionally drove a pickup truck into a crowd of people along Bourbon Street. Authorities say he drove round barricades in an area of the city lined with bars and restaurants, killing at least 10 people, injuring 35. But the suspect opened fire on police after crashing his vehicle. Officials have confirmed the suspect is dead. An improvised explosive device was also found at the scene. We understand that they are searching the area in case there are more. And people have warned the public to stay away from Bourbon Street, specifically from Canal Street to St Anne Street. Our US correspondent, James Matthews, has more. A warning. His report does contain a graphic description of the attack.
This was Bourbon Street, New Orleans, not long after 3 a.m. 2 people are seen lying in the street as armed officers race to the scene. In the heart of the city's French Quarter, a man had driven a pickup truck into crowds who'd come to clock in the new year.
And it was very intentional behavior. This man was trying to run over as many people as he possibly could. This perpetrator, who went around our barricades in order to conduct this, he was hell-bent on creating the carnage and the damage that he did.
The world comes to New Orleans to party all year round. It did last night. Tens of thousands were gathered downtown. Of the victims, police said most were local to the area. Ultimately, the perpetrator crashed his vehicle and started shooting. 2 police officers were injured. He was killed in the ensuing firefight. Revelers spoke of the panic that spread through the crowd. One man spoke to our partners at NBC amid questions over security.
The mother that was in front of us, she was just horribly disfigured. A little girl that we had seen dancing as we were walking up the street was as flat as a pillow. I mean, it just kept going. Like every eye shot, body.
The authorities said at least one improvised explosive device was found at the scene following the attack. They're looking at terrorism as a suspected motive.
It's what we call a maraudering attack then. So they carried on, and this clearly seems to be the intention of the perpetrator that we saw in New Orleans. Once the vehicle had come to a stop, he was armed and ready and obviously engaged the police officers there. You know, he could have gone on to inflict more injuries or fatalities amongst the crowd.
The iconic streets that welcomed large crowds are now empty, thousands having come to see in 2025 with a fresh eye and witnessed carnage. James Matthews, Sky News in Washington.
Well, our US correspondent James Matthews joins us now. James, we're of course awaiting the latest update from the authorities, but we are starting to get a bit more information through, aren't we?
Yeah, hi, Sophie. We are indeed. Yeah, it's our understanding that according to federal law enforcement officials who we're speaking to, They are telling us that the authorities in New Orleans that are looking into whether or not this perpetrator who drove the vehicle actually had a long gun rifle in the vehicle at the time as he drove and was firing that into the crowd. Also, there is an intense focus clearly on the vehicle that was involved in this, which had a Texas license plate. That is at the centre of investigations right now as they try to piece together who this individual was and what was his motivation. On the rear of this pickup truck is a white stick is attached, or a pipe with a black cloth wrapped around it. That actually may be a flag, we're told, or contain markings which investigators are focusing on as they try to establish a motive behind this. In terms of the identity and who this was, I wonder if Donald Trump, the president-elect, has given us a clue. He will be given briefings that we are not. And on Truth Social, calling this an act of pure evil, sending his sympathies to the people of New Orleans. He starts his post saying this: "When I said that the criminals coming in are far worse than the criminals we have in our country, that statement was constantly refuted by Democrats and what he calls the fake news media, but it turned out to be true." I wonder if Donald Trump is being told that this individual came from out with the United States, and that's something clearly law enforcement will be looking at in terms of his identity and in terms of identifying what lay behind this and what his motivation was. 10 fatalities, Sophie, and more than 35 in hospital being treated right now. I'm led to believe, Sophie, it would be no surprise if the fatality count rose as time went on. The injuries suffered were horrific in this incident.
And James, it does really feel, doesn't it, that we're still learning a lot about the incident that happened. But from the information that we have so far, it feels a sophisticated attack. We've got a vehicle, we've got a potential firearms, we've got improvised explosive devices. The timing of the attack at a point when some of those barriers were being removed just after 3 in the morning, it does really feel, doesn't it, that you're getting more of a picture about a very sophisticated attack that wreaked such horror.
Yeah, Sophie, sophisticated to the extent that there was much planning, clearly, that went into this. More sophisticated, perhaps, than the security that should have prevented it. There was a news conference due to be taking place right now, but that has been delayed by a couple of hours. That's the second news conference of the day. No reason given for that. There will be key questions, important questions asked at that news conference, particularly around security barriers that are designed to prevent such an attack. I mean, it's not the first time a vehicle has been driven at a crowd. We only need to look back to Magdeburg in Germany for a reference point. It is something that happens on an occasional basis. And New Orleans is a venue for parties. It's a venue for big crowds, for a big football game tonight, the Sugar Bowl, the Super Bowl in February, for the Mardi Gras. New Orleans knows crowds and it knows how to police them. Why it didn't prevent a pickup truck driving into Bourbon Street, the iconic Bourbon Street, still packed with party revelers, is a question central in all of this. There is much talk here, and it's being reported, unconfirmed, that there was a refurbishment going on in Bourbon Street in terms of metal barriers and structures and obstructions that would have got in the way of a pickup truck. You saw the news conference, the police officer talking about how this individual was able to drive around the barricades. That's the question at the heart of all this. Why on earth can that be the case in a situation like this, in an iconic party venue, crowded still with revellers?
I'm sure that we picked up at that news conference. James Matthews, thank you very much indeed. James Matthews reporting there on that horrific truck attack that we've seen in New Orleans. The press conference that we were expecting around now has been delayed, as James was saying, by around 2 hours. We don't know why, but we'll bring it to you as soon as it happens. Well, a major incident has been declared after flooding in Greater Manchester, with snow forecast to heap more misery on some over the weekend. Sky's North of England correspondent Katerina Vitozzi went to Stockport, where cars are submerged, and one man was trapped in his flat.
Oh my God! After a month of rain in just 2 days, coming home for some looked like this. At a block of flats in Greater Manchester, residents woke up to see they were trapped.
Hiya.
Hiya, can you hear me?
Yeah, so the first thing we noticed overall was a power cut before we saw the water. And then after that, it just sort of encroached and got higher and higher. And then we tried the lights weren't working, there was no water. And then we looked outside and saw this. And yeah, not the best way to spend
35 people injured after a man drove a pickup truck into crowds in the US city of New Orleans. And we do now, via NBC, our partners, have a name for that man. So NBC News are reporting that the person who carried out that attack, the suspect who carried out that attack, according to NBC, was a 42-year-old man called Shamsud Din Jabbar. That being reported by NBC News. 3 senior law enforcement officials briefed on the matter say they have preliminarily identified the suspect in the vehicle ramming attack in New Orleans as Shamsud Din Jabbar, a 42-year-old. He, we believe, according to NBC, is the man who was driving that vehicle that you can see now on your screens, the white pickup truck that wreaked such devastation and loss of life in New Orleans as people were out celebrating New Year's Eve. The FBI are investigating it as a terrorist incident. We've heard, of course, from President Joe Biden, who said that the incident is something that the full force of the law, all of the resources he has available will be made available to them. We've also, of course, heard from Donald Trump as well, who has put out a statement when he said on a social media platform, when I said that the criminals coming in are worse than the criminals we have in our country, it turned out to be true. He said that the Trump administration will fully support the city of New Orleans as they investigate and recover from this act of pure evil. But those are the scenes, the latest scenes there in New Orleans as local law enforcement and also, of course, the FBI investigating an incident that they regard as a terrorist attack. And that suspect, according to NBC, who've been talking to people close to the investigation, say that the perpetrator has been preliminarily identified as Shamsud Din Jabbar. Well, we can speak now to the former FBI counter-terrorism specialist, Javed Ali, who joins us now. NBC say they do have a name, a preliminary name, but a name nonetheless for the suspect in this case, Shamsud Din Jabbar, a 42-year-old. And I guess now law enforcement, counter-terrorism officials will be trying to find out as much information as possible about this individual.
So, Sophie, thank you for having me. And yes, now with the name of the perpetrator for the attack, this is going to start another really important aspect of the investigation, trying to find as much information as possible about this person. Who was he? Why did he commit this attack? Was he connected to any other individuals? Was this a lone wolf attack, to use that sort of phrase, or is this part of a broader plot or a bigger network? That seems to be an open question as well. But at least with the identity of this particular attacker, that will be a significant basis of the investigation now moving forward.
Is it unusual that they should have identified the suspect, what seems to me, relatively quickly?
Well, having lived through these moments in my own career in government, you're always dealing with imperfect information in a particular moment in time. And even though the attack happened now almost, 9 hours ago here locally or in U.S. time, it probably took a while to figure out who this person was. They may or may not have had any identification on them, like a driver's license or anything else. And through whatever means the FBI and other law enforcement agencies use to determine that this person is who's been named, that just takes a while. And now, again, it's a question of why did they do this? How did they do it? How did are they connected to other people? And then starting to sort of broaden the investigation around all those different lines of inquiry or sort of aspects.
It feels that this was a relatively sophisticated attack. The vehicle, of course, used to such devastating impact. 2 weapons, 2 guns found at the scene, according to AP. And then also, of course, these improvised explosive devices that the FBI have mentioned as well. Does it seem to you to be quite a sophisticated incident?
Well, definitely intentional, deliberate, methodical. Now, whether this person was actually a trained operative by a foreign terrorist group, we don't know the answer to that. But this wasn't just someone who was radicalized and angry and got in his car overnight and decided just at first glance, driving around downtown New Orleans, to just ram into people. I mean, there was a level of planning that went into this attack, and it could have actually been worse than it was. And I don't like saying that, but he probably had the capability to do far, far more damage than he actually did. And again, this is another one of these questions. How did this person acquire this capability? How long did it take them to develop it? But it doesn't automatically mean that they were trained or sent or part of a foreign terrorist organization. I mean, maybe they were, but again, that would be too speculative at this point. They could have done it on their own. And again, that will just have to be something that the investigators sift through, and that will take time to get to the bottom of that.
Yeah, it's difficult, isn't it? Because it's hard to resist jumping to conclusions here. But as you say, it is important to go by the information that we definitely know to be true at this time. The vehicle itself was used to such tragedy. And we've seen this in the UK as well with some terror incidents. I'm thinking of the Westminster Bridge attack or one in London Bridge as well, where people use cars, they use trucks. How difficult is it to stop attacks like these, where they're using things that they can have legally?
Well, and this is one of the insidious aspects of the jihadist message that developed by the 2010s. And really, ISIS was the pioneer of promoting that aspect of this kind of terrorism, where whatever weapon or implement an extremist has, and to include a car, then just engage in an attack and then claim the attack on behalf of ISIS, even if you weren't formally part of the group, or you've never been to Iraq and Syria or trained or dispatched. And I was in the Trump White House in 2017 when these vehicle attacks were happening, to include the Westminster Bridge one in London. And then we had one in the United States in October of 2017 that killed 8 people with another ISIS-inspired individual here. So this is part of the ISIS playbook. Doesn't mean that this person themselves was also ISIS-inspired or directed or enabled, but we've seen, going back now almost a decade, that ISIS sort of pioneered the use for jihadist extremists to use vehicles for these ramming attacks. But this person went even further. They had 2 different firearms on them. They had improvised explosive devices. And again, they probably had the capability to do even more damage before they were shot and killed by law enforcement.
You referenced there the previous time that you were in the White House when Donald Trump was there. And I just wondered if we could reflect on the very different responses we've seen from the current president, Joe Biden, who gave exactly the kind of statement that you would expect world leaders to give, that we see all over the world after tragedies like this, saying that his heart goes out to the victims, all the resources will be made available. And the one that we've seen posted by Donald Trump, which is very different in tone, he said, when I said that the criminals coming in are far worse than the criminals we have in our country, that statement was constantly refuted by Democrats and the fake news media, but it turned out to be true. The crime rate in our country is at a level that nobody has ever seen before. Do you think we're going to see a very different response to these incidents in the new year with the new president?
Well, I mean, Donald Trump, because he's not president, he's president-elect, but he's not yet, again, back in the Oval Office until January 20th. I mean, he can, as a private citizen, he can say what he wants about these statements. But once he comes back into the White House, at least some aspect of the messaging will be a little more controlled, because when me and others on my NSC, National Security Council policy team were in the White House, we would help sort of craft the official statements that President Trump and other senior officials would make in the aftermath of these terrible attacks that were happening both in Europe in that time and then in the United States. But as a president, you can also say what you want. And so we'll see if the tone and the words change from President-elect Trump to President Trump. But there is a part of the machinery in the White House that does try to put out more of these official statements. But then again, what the president themselves can do on top of that there's not much the National Security Council staff can do to sort of change that message. So it'll be interesting to see if, how much of what we're seeing now sort of carries over when he comes back into office.
Yeah, that's interesting to hear that you, I guess, kind of did have some influence over what Donald Trump, when he was president the first time, would put out in the wake of these kind of incidents. Did he kind of respect that kind of intervention at the time?
Well, what I remember is that, we would sort of craft these official statements that he would then use. But that's like the official statement. Then what he would do to follow up from that, that's not something on the National Security Council staff or the White House staff that we really had influence over. So, we tried to put out statements or deliver statements, based on the facts that we knew at the time. But then again, as the president of the United States, they can say what they want. And when certainly it's in a live press conference or on a television interview, there's nothing the staff can do in terms of sort of shaping the narrative or controlling the narrative.
Can I also ask you, we've been talking about the political response, we've also talked about the suspect and the preliminary name that we have and the investigation that will follow there. Can I just finally ask you whether there are questions that need to be asked about the security around New Orleans at the time? Look, this is a busy area, it's an area that they would have known that people would be congregating in, and yet someone was allowed to drive a vehicle around it, murdering people in this way. Is there questions to be asked about security failure there?
Well, it is difficult for me to kind of know specifically what the security protocols were for last night on New Year's Eve or into the New Year's celebration. But this is the challenge of counterterrorism. You're never going to have 100% security at every possible site or location that's even got a small degree of vulnerability. And if you're a committed extremist, whatever your motivation is, and you're behind the wheel of a car and you've got weapons on you, I don't think it was probably that hard for this person to sort of ram through whatever security perimeters were put in place and then get out of the car after they hit people, or this person hit people, and then start shooting. And it's hard for me to second guess what New Orleans had in place. I think the bigger question for the New Year's celebration, I think the bigger question now is there is a major college football game that's about to happen in New Orleans in a few hours. And will that game still proceed as planned? Can FBI and New Orleans Police Department and other law enforcement in New Orleans and Louisiana sort of guarantee the safety of that game? And it was already going to be heavily protected anyways, because it's one of these college football playoff games. But how much more security will have to very quickly be put into place, both on the physical side and any other kind of screening measures, that remains to be seen. But I would have to think for folks in New Orleans right now, that's another immediate priority, is protecting the game, because we don't know how many other people may be out there that could have been associated with this attack from the overnight hours.
Yeah, that's such an important point to make about that college game, the major game that's happening. And as you say, I'm sure the security assessment of that game will have changed in light of the incident that we've seen in the early hours of the morning. Thank you so much for being on the programme and for sharing your expertise and your analysis. We appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Sophie.
Well, you're looking now at the latest pictures from New Orleans, where the FBI are investigating an incident that they are describing as a terror incident. At least 10 people killed as a vehicle hits a crowd in New Orleans. Guns found, improvised explosives found as well. 2 police officers wounded in a firefight that left the perpetrator dead. And within the last hour, we have a preliminary name via NBC. Shamsud Din Jabbar, the preliminary name of the suspect in this case, 42-year-old Shamsud Din Jabbar, who was driving that white pickup truck with a pole on the back that there has been some speculation could have been carrying a flag. That is the vehicle where the investigation will be focusing around, the vehicle with the Texas number plate, driven, NBC are saying, by a suspect identified as Shamsud Din Jabbar. We're awaiting further updates from the authorities in New Orleans. We'll have more on this story after the break.
Significant day of this conflict.
They keep telling us that they want aid.
And this is what's left of it.
Dense, heavy vehicle.
Why only in America?
People want their country to work.
They want a job in a normal life.
Why are these homes empty?
I want you to be honest with people.
That has happened within minutes.
Sky News, the full story first. Free wherever you get your news.
And that has happened within minutes, and now it's coming from both sides, and it's moving this way.
Only about half a mile from the Turkish coast, and it's evident that the boat seriously overcrowded. This is one of the most severe viruses in the world.
I'm Alex Crawford, and I'm Sky's special correspondent based in Istanbul.
This is going to be the biggest party Tripoli has ever seen.
That's it. It got us then. There's a lot of action going on, a lot of hits coming in still. We aim to be the best and the most trusted place in news.
Clearly not had very much to eat at all. A lot of them extremely thin and very frail. Look at her arms. I can put my entire hand round.
This is the cocktail of drugs which the doctors at this hospital have been giving their coronavirus patients. Made for people who want clarity in an uncertain world.
Mother Nature can be vicious, absolutely savage. The world's largest falls now down to a trickle in places.
I can't imagine how much plastic is lying at the bottom of this huge lake. Whoa! Close and personal with a rhino.
This is what makes the job so fantastic.
I'm James Matthews, and I'm Sky's US correspondent, based here in Washington, D.C. Donald Trump, it would appear, is about to learn his fate. There's no doubting the strength of this hurricane as it roars through. Sky News, get the full story first. Do you fear a fourth indictment?
He's from Sky News. He's from Sky News. He's entitled to ask me questions.
We've got your Sunday mornings covered. From the front page and the sounds of the streets to the voices of the people who make the major calls and big picture politics beyond Westminster. We'll put you at the heart of our story. A new start to Sunday.
I'm ready. Are you?
Join me, Trevor Phillips, Sunday mornings on Sky News.
Hello, welcome back. Now, 40 years ago today, history was made because on the stroke of midnight on New Year's Day in 1985, the first mobile phone call took place. And we can talk now to the man who actually made the call.
As Brittany said, the quarter is loosening up. Traffic is coming back into the quarter, just not Bourbon Street. And
Crowds are now empty, thousands having come to see in 2025 with a fresh eye and witnessed carnage. James Matthews, Sky News in Washington.
Well, we can talk to James, who joins us now from the US. James, when we spoke last hour, you said that there was perhaps a clue from the statement of Donald Trump about the identity of the perpetrator when he said that criminals coming in are far worse than the criminals we have in our country. And now, via NBC News, we have that preliminary name, Shamsud Din Jabbar. I guess now the race is to try and find out as much about that person as possible.
That's right, Sophie. Yeah, I would hold fire, on that Trump statement. I'm not sure it would stand up to a fact check. He is, of course, it seems to be indicating that the perpetrator came from outside the country. He says, when I said that the criminals coming in are far worse than the criminals we have in our country, that statement was constantly refuted by Democrats and others. The implicit suggestion is that this individual came from out with the United States. I have to say that is being contradicted by a number of reports here, which indicate that this 42-year-old Shamsud Din Jabbar is an American citizen. That is yet to be confirmed. Presumably will be when we get this delayed news conference in around about an hour's time. But, law enforcement officials here, Sophie, are telling us details about the incident. They believe that it may be that while Jabbar drove into the crowd, he had a long gun rifle, which he was firing into the crowd at the same time with a view to maximising casualties. The vehicle had a Texas number plate. That will be key in establishing some of the background. Where did the vehicle come from? Who were the contacts that he had in getting the vehicle? Is there anybody in the background with whom he was associated that they need to be looking at? The vehicle also had a white pipe or a stick, we're told, with a black cloth around it, which may have been a flag. It is being reported here that there was an ISIS flag found in this individual's possession or on the vehicle. That's interesting and clearly will feed into the investigation, probably feeds in to the assumption at this stage by the FBI and local police that this is a suspected terrorist attack, bearing in mind that ISIS have been attacked by the United States in Syria in recent days. Indeed, they lost one of their leaders, Abu Yusuf, in an American strike just before Christmas.
Talk to me a little bit about the area where this happened, because there is something about the timing of it. Just at the point when people were seeing in the new year, the first few hours of 2025, and the images that we've seen of that night, people going out, having a good time, celebrating with loved ones, such a contrast to the ones we're looking at now of the red tape and the emergency vehicles on those deserted streets.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, as we know, Sophie, New Orleans is iconic, renowned worldwide for style, music, party, particularly at this time of year. The city, indeed, would lay claim to be the most iconic venue for New Year celebrations in the United States. There were fireworks last night on the curve of the Mississippi River. There is the drop of the city symbol come the midnight hour. And, crowds gather in Bourbon Street, Canal Street, Jackson Square. People come together. It's bucket list stuff for many people. That's why they travel from around the world. And they travelled in their numbers last night, not just for New Year, but also today there's a big college football game, a huge sport in this country. The Georgia Bulldogs versus Notre Dame. So people coming in their numbers from Georgia and elsewhere. And, they were queuing from the middle of the afternoon to get into this place for the live music, the spectacle, the revelry, the party, and the company, and indeed the crowds. They wanted to be amongst people, as people, it's typical at that time of year, is it not? So to go from that to the carnage and the horror that was witnessed within the space of seconds clearly leaves that city reeling and in utter shock. We hear that from the eyewitnesses who saw firsthand what took place. And we feel how that resonates, I suppose, in the statements from the likes of President Biden, Donald Trump talking about it as an act of pure evil, and so on. So huge sadness, huge shock at a time of what was and should have been an occasion of great happiness.
Yeah, that's it, isn't it? James, thank you so much indeed for talking us through this incident in New Orleans, the devastation that we've seen unfold in the first hours of 2025. We're expecting, of course, that press conference, the delayed news conference from authorities in New Orleans, which, of course, we will bring to you as soon as we can. It's expected now in around an hour's time, potentially, of course, because of the fast developing news with the naming of the preliminary suspect, Shamsuddin Jabbar. In the UK, a major incident has been declared after flooding in Greater Manchester, with snow forecast to heap more misery on some over the weekend. Sky's North of England correspondent Katerina Vitozzi went to Stockport, where cars are submerged and one man was trapped in his flat.
Oh my God! After a month of rain in just 2 days, coming home for some looked like this. At a block of flats in Greater Manchester, residents woke up to see they were trapped.
Hiya.
Hiya, can you hear me?
2 law enforcement officers were injured and transported to a local hospital. So that much is really reflecting what we heard in that earlier news conference. But here is the bit where they talk about the perpetrator. So the FBI say the suspect has been identified as 42-year-old Shamsuddin Jabbar, a US citizen from Texas. He was driving a Ford pickup truck, which appears to have been rented, and we are working to confirm how the subject came into possession of the vehicle. An ISIS flag was located in the vehicle, and the FBI is working to determine the suspect's potential associations and affiliations with terrorist organisations. They go on to say that weapons and a potential IED, improvised explosive device, were located in the subject's vehicle. Other potential IEDs were also located in the French Quarter. The FBI's special agent and bomb technicians are working with our law enforcement partners to determine if any of these devices are viable, and they will work to render those devices safe. They conclude to say the FBI is the lead investigative agency, and we are working with our partners to investigate this as an act of terrorism. We are aggressively running down all leads to identify any possible associations of the subject. So that through from the FBI. The suspects in this, the deceased suspect shot by police in New Orleans, identified as 42-year-old Shamsuddin Jabbar, a US citizen from Texas, driving that Ford pickup truck. An ISIS flag was located in that vehicle, according to the FBI. And as you'd expect, they are now working to try and find out if this is a lone wolf attack, if this is an individual who was working with other people, if he has other associates or partners in the world of terrorism. But the FBI investigating this as an act of terrorism by the suspect named as 42-year-old Shamsuddin Jabbar, a US citizen from Texas. We're awaiting the news conference from law enforcement in New Orleans, from the police in that area. We're expecting it at around 7 p.m. UK time. It was delayed. We were expecting it around 5 p.m. It was delayed by 2 hours, presumably as more information came through about the perpetrator, the suspect, Shamsuddin Jabbar. I just want to bring you a little bit more news from the UK now while we await that press conference. Sky News analysis has found the typical household could see major bills rise by almost £270 by April. The increase in costs for energy, water and council tax would outstrip inflation and add to pressure on family budgets. It comes as the energy price cap rises for the second time this winter, as Sky's Thomas Moore reports.
Christmas cheer has been replaced by New Year gloom. From high streets to households, the economic reality is tough. Analysis by Sky News shows major domestic bills could typically rise by almost £270 annually by April. Elaine counts the pennies when it comes to energy. She's had her winter fuel payment stopped, and now the second rise in the price cap this winter is the last thing she needs.
Of course I'll struggle, absolutely struggle. If I struggle now, and to be fair, it's been fairly mild, hasn't it? We haven't had to sort of really hike it right up, but no, I'll struggle in the fact that I'll only have it on low, and it'll be cool in here.
The new rise in the energy price cap will mean a household using the typical amount of gas and electricity will pay an extra £21 a year. The price cap is expected to rise again in April, adding a further £52 a year. Also in April, water bills in England and Wales will increase by an average of £86. And under current rules, local authorities providing social care will be able to increase council tax by 5%, adding just under £109 to the bill for the average Band D home. That all adds up to £268 for the typical household.
This comes after 3 years of pretty painful price increases for households. So inflation has come back down. We're now close to that 2% number that the Bank of England is hoping for. But the cumulative effect of those last 3 years of rising prices means that the cost of things is really punishing for households.
The downbeat mood extends to the wider economy. There was zero economic growth in the third quarter of last year. Boxing Day sales were lower than last year, and businesses warned that national insurance hikes will hit jobs and pay. But the Prime Minister's New Year message was more positive. That's little comfort to those struggling now.
And more cash in your pocket wherever you live.
Do you feel there's more cash in your pocket?
Not really, no.
Are you finding life hard at the moment?
Very, very hard to live nowadays, yeah. Things are very expensive.
You know, you go shopping, you can't afford even fruit and vegetables.
Instead of saving, we have to add on energy prices
in the last
now.
3 months we receive like 3 notice, like they'll go up, even now in January.
With economic confidence low, high streets risk losing their sparkle, and that will add to the economic woes. Thomas Moore, Sky News in Northampton.
Now, it's 40 years since the first ever mobile phone call was made in Britain. Using this very hefty 5-kilogram device. Doesn't really look like a mobile phone, does it? But at midnight on the 1st of January 1985, Michael Harrison called his dad, who just happened to be the Vodafone founder, Sir Ernest Harrison, from the New Year celebrations in London's Parliament Square. What he said was, "Hi, Dad, it's Mike. This is the first ever call made on a UK commercial mobile network." Now, Michael Harrison, who made that historic first mobile phone call to his dad, has been telling us what that was like.
I said, "Hi, Dad, it's Mike here. Happy New Year. This is the first call ever made on a UK mobile network." So you see all these revelers, particularly that bloke with a very scary mask, all around, and they were looking at what I was doing. And clearly, people were just confused because most people had, in fact, I bet you nobody there had ever seen a mobile phone.
I can't imagine what they thought of it when they saw that massive brick coming out. Now, this is the News Hour. Coming up, we'll be taking a look at New Year's celebrations around the world.
I'm Dominic Waghorn, Sky's International Affairs Editor, covering a world that seems to be unravelling. War, unrest, revolutions.
It's not his country, it's ours.
They have succeeded for the first time in their country's history in removing a leader from power. No freedom! Sky News, the full story first. There was fighting here, but there's clearly now a lull, and they're using it to bring up more ammunition. This is a mass exodus in which Russia is hemorrhaging some of its brightest and its best. According to the local weather channel, there have been more than 2,500 lightning strikes and flash flooding, all on top of this week's lethal tornado. What stays with you most in this job is some of the people you meet. What is your worst fear about what the Russians want to do to the children?
They're just boosting demographics by stealing young people.
Would you like to take the opportunity, Mr. President, on Sky News to invite Barack Obama to come here? Mr. Trump, are you running for president? Can you confirm it?
We're going to take a look, a very serious look.
On that day, we saw your fighters killing women, killing children. Was that a mistake? Did you go too far? You couldn't control your fighters? The full force of the state is being used to crush any protest. Free wherever you get your news. It's half an hour now past the deadline that Hamas issued, and we've now seen a third barrage of rockets coming in. Another alarm. The mood here is jittery and nervous. We're seeing the world get more and more divided, and it's our job to try to make sense of it all.
We've got your Sunday mornings covered. From the front page and the sounds of the streets to the voices of the people who make the major calls and big picture politics beyond Westminster. We'll put you at the heart of our story. A new start to Sunday.
I'm ready. Are you?
Join me, Trevor Phillips, Sunday mornings on Sky News.
Weeknights on Sky News.
This is your chance. Tell people. Welcome to the Politics Hub.
Our police force has apologised. If you want to find out about Grimsby, you come to the docks.
I'm live in Jerusalem.
Are you not concerned that that could lead to all-out war?
Hello there, good evening. There are fears of an upsurge in violence. What's at stake here?
You are watching the press preview, a first look at the front pages as they arrive.
I'm James Matthews, and I'm Sky's US correspondent, based here in Washington, D.C. Donald Trump, it would appear, is about to learn his fate. There's no doubting the strength of this hurricane as it roars through. Sky News, get the full story first. Do you fear a fourth indictment?
He's from Sky News. He's from Sky News. He's entitled to ask me questions.
Hello, welcome back. Let's return now to our top story because 10 people have been killed and at least 35 injured after a man drove a pickup truck into crowds in the US city of New Orleans. He was killed after opening fire on police. The FBI are investigating the incident as a terror attack. And the FBI have also released a statement in the last 10 minutes or so giving more information on that suspect. They've named him as a man called Shamsuddin Jabbar. They've said he is a US citizen from Texas, and of course, the pickup truck that he used as a weapon had that Texas number plate. They also said that an ISIS flag was located in the vehicle. As you'd expect, the FBI now working to try and identify any associates that he had, how he came to be into possession of the vehicle, if he had any affiliations with terrorist organisations, or if this was a lone wolf attack. Well, joining us now to discuss all of this in more detail is Charles Marino, a former Secret Service security expert. Great to have you on the programme. Well, we're getting much more information through, aren't we? What do you make of the picture that we're starting to get of the suspect?
Yeah, tragic event here, predictable and preventable, unfortunately. This has all the hallmarks of being a terrorist attack, including the size of the event that was targeted, the fact that it was a recognized New Year holiday here in the United States, and also the fact that a vehicle was used. As we know, Al-Qaeda and ISIS have been calling over the past several decades for the use of vehicles to be used to carry out terrorist attacks. Now, what should have happened was he should have never been able to breach security into downtown New Orleans and Bourbon Street. He should have been stopped on the outer perimeter, but for some reason, that outer perimeter security failed to stop that vehicle, which tells us that there were not the necessary types of tools to be put in place that would typically stop somebody from carrying out an attack with a vehicle. And as you can see, it's a mass casualty event, numerous injured, and it's got a significant impact, not just on New Orleans, but also the country, as I think ultimately this will be ruled as terrorism. Now, the next step is the investigation to find out the affiliation between this individual and any organized terrorist groups, or was this radicalization that took place over a period of time that basically turned him into a sympathizer and somebody that aligned with the ideals of these terrorist groups.
You say that this attack was predictable and preventable, that he shouldn't have been able to breach, the security and wreak this havoc in a vehicle. We're, of course, in a situation now where we're expecting this major college football game to be going on in New Orleans shortly. Do you think there are questions about the security of that event and whether it should go ahead?
Yeah, look, I'm sure people that are down there to attend the event are not feeling a great deal of confidence right now in the ability to put forth a solid security plan. And I can assure you that local officials down there are reviewing those plans and have been since this incident to make sure that when they are closing streets, they're actually closing streets, that nobody is able to bypass to get into these, what I would call target-rich environments. These are typically areas where pedestrians are constrained regarding where they can go. how they queue in line going into a stadium. And this would certainly be an event that could also find itself on a target list. And I think what we don't have a definitive answer on yet regarding the suspect is, was he acting alone? Truly, was this a one-of-one type of event, or is this a one of many yet to come? And I think that should keep people at a elevated threat level, not only in New Orleans, but also around the United States. We just saw a horrific event such as this take place in Germany a couple of weeks ago. And so, look, it's certainly amped the threat level around the globe, I would say. And it's going to have people taking a hard look at how they're planning for these type of large events.
You say absolutely rightly that we don't know at the minute whether this was somebody who was potentially inspired by terrorists but was acting as a lone wolf, whether he had associations or affiliations. But what we do know is the fact that he had the ISIS flag in the vehicle. That's been confirmed by the FBI. Can you just talk to us a little bit about ISIS? How strong are they and how influential are they at the moment?
Yeah, well, I would say during the first Trump administration, we really saw attacks against ISIS targets ratcheted up. And as a result, we saw their influence and their capabilities diminished greatly. What I can say is that the foot has kind of been taken off the gas somewhat the last 4 years under the Biden administration. And as a result, you have a resurgence of not just their operational capabilities, but also their rhetoric, right? They're out there, they're talking more about their cause as opposed to hiding because they fear of an attack from the United States. So with President Trump coming back into office, I think you can forecast that we're going to see stronger operations against ISIS where they are right now in the Middle East. And you're also going to see increased operations here within the United States when you hear President Trump speak about upcoming deportations. We're going to be going after these criminal national security threats that have resulted based on our open borders. And I think, you know, as we talk back to this suspect in New Orleans, I think one of the things we have to recognize is if he was radicalized, how was he radicalized? I think there's a very real possibility that, you know, it may not be dealing entirely with online propaganda from ISIS or travel to a foreign country, but there's also a possibility he could have been radicalized here within the United States based on direct association with others. So the FBI is going to be talking to a lot of people, and they're going to have to get to the bottom of this. There's also reports that he's a member of the U.S. military. And so the Department of Defense here in the U.S. is going to face some tough questions as well. What type of position did he hold? When was his last background? What kind of security clearance did he hold, if any? And why was this change in persona not recognized?
There's so many questions, as you say. Yeah. I was interested to hear about the difference in tactic, as you see it, between President Biden and President-elect Donald Trump. We've obviously seen very different statements from the two men too. Donald Trump saying, when I said that the criminals coming in are far worse than the criminals we have in our country, that statement was constantly refuted by Democrats and the fake news media, but it turned out to be true. I mean, it's important to say that this is somebody who is thought to be a US citizen from Texas. But do you think that this does show a very different approach from the incoming president?
Well, it does. And I think the foundation of that approach still sticks. And that is because we still have a lot of questions about what influenced this suspect to carry out this attack. And I really do think we cannot rule out, with the amount of illegal immigration from over 180 different countries into the United States, many of those countries designated as special interest locations where there are confirmed terrorist organizations and operations up and running, making their way into the country. I think we still have to get a grip on securing our country. It's a foundation of Homeland Security, securing borders. You and I have spoken about this before, and that premise does not go away. And we're also seeing increases in violence within the United States. The facts are the facts, as I like to say, and the numbers speak volumes. And so all of this needs to be confronted by the Trump administration and by the appointment of his border czar and others. It looks like he's going to do exactly that.
OK, thank you very much indeed. Really interesting to talk to you today. Sad to be in the aftermath, of course, of such a horrific incident.
Thank you.
Well, we'll have much more, of course, on the terror incident in New Orleans, more on the preliminary suspect, a man who it's believed is a US citizen from Texas with an ISIS flag in the back of that pickup truck. And, of course, looking ahead to that press conference that we're expecting at around 7 p.m. In the meantime, let's look now at today's sport. We could cross to Teddy.
This Sky News Sports Bulletin is brought to you by Vitality. Getting more people more active. Live life with Vitality.
I can remember standing in the paddock at the Victoria Ground. One of the coaches said, "You had an exceptional tournament there. People are starting to notice you now." And I came away from that evening, I was buzzing.
This is Rich Wilkinson, 16 years old, living the dream at Stoke City. Like so many others, he was released, but Rich took a different path. He trained as a therapist to counsel people with shared experiences.
Are you saying that for you back then, your entire status and feeling of self-worth was bound in with your football?
Absolutely. Everything was football. The confidence it gave me, self-esteem it gave me, this athletic identity. It starts from the moment that people around you are telling you you're good.
Explain to me a bit more about that athletic identity then.
It's almost like this false reality that you create for yourself. So if you imagine after deselection, when that's gone, that athletic identity doesn't serve in the real world anymore. This is where a lot of the problems come for deselected football players, because they're still trying to feed off that person.
I notice you use the phrase deselected footballers, not dropped footballers.
No.
That's presumably deliberate.
Absolutely deliberate, and I think it doesn't sit very well with me, rejection. I don't think it gives that player enough credit, if that makes sense. Let's be realistic here. You know, how many deselected players keep football clubs going? You know, without the deselected players, there is no football team. When I sat in therapy myself, one of the first things my therapist said to me was that you did okay. And I'd never thought that. I'd always treated it like a rejection.
Did you feel a failure when you were deselected?
So for me, the family bathroom in our home was the place where I did a lot of my decompressing, processing as a football player. I spent a lot of my time in that room mulling over my game, how I played, what I could do better, what I failed at, what I was listening to. It was a really poignant place for me. So when it came to me getting the news about whether I was going to be taken on with a contract or whether I was going to be deselected, I took the letter to that bathroom and locked the door. I looked at it and it was soul destroying. From that day on, I always told myself that I was okay, but I really wasn't. And it's sad when I look back on it now and I think about it, because I shut football down completely. I didn't watch it ever again. I didn't read about it. I just removed it.
How did you get from there to where you are now?
I was warned that if I go into this area and start looking at this, it could be too traumatic. I might not be able to do it. Because I'd got unresolved trauma, it was dangerous. I left the 17-year-old boy in the bathroom. I felt like I needed to go.
This Sky News Sports Bulletin is brought to you by Vitality.
You're watching the News Hour. Coming up, Europe cuts off Russian gas. We'll hear what it could mean for the ongoing war in Ukraine.
First Minister, how are you?
Good morning. Good morning.
Nice to see you.
How are you feeling? Looking forward to getting into the parliamentary chamber.
Are you any further forward to making a decision?
No, it's an important day today.
All of the claims were in line with my parliamentary duties, so I'm making that clear to you, Conor.
He was a Scot through and through.
He was a very good politician.
Alex Salmond was controversial, he was a disruptor, but above all, he was respected.
Will you resign if you lose this week?
Again, I'm not planning to, of course, lose the vote of no confidence. I'm planning to win that vote of no confidence. His face said it all.
My intention
to stand down as party leader.
This is now a storm with deadly consequences. How are they feeling?
They're a bit scared at the minute.
We've been told to evacuate. How are you feeling?
Devastated.
Hundreds of homes were wiped out by flooding.
I'm Connor Gillis, Sky's Scotland correspondent. It was probably the darkest time in my life.
Scott is 5 years sober after a cocaine addiction left him close to death.
Scotland has a shameful record. Worse than England, the worst in Europe. Why not just say you've failed? Because then you might get more respect from families who've lost loved ones.
This is where one of the UK's most prolific rapists thought he'd got away with murder.
Sky News can reveal that former sex workers had told police he was sexually violent.
My Emma.
Free wherever you get your news. It's over, isn't it?
The Americans say he is Rossi, a fraudster.
This has been one of the most bizarre cases ever heard in a courtroom in this country.
A dangerous murderer.
Do you think you'll ever be able to forgive Andrew Innes after this?
She said she can forgive him, but as long as he's behind bars.
By doing the right thing, it's destroyed your life.
They terrorised me. They intimidated me.
Sky News, the full story first.
Play Sky News.
From the Sky News Centre at 7.
Now that you're up to date, we can go into a bit more detail.
Things can change incredibly quickly.
Taken by surprise.
Have you ever known a moment like this in British politics before? Yes. Cheers. We'll start with breaking news.
Let's get the latest on the ground.
So, by the end, we'll hopefully all understand what's going on in the world just that little better.
I'm James Matthews, and I'm Sky's US correspondent, based here in Washington, D.C. Donald Trump, it would appear, is about to learn his fate. There's no doubting the strength of this hurricane as it roars through. Sky News, get the full story first. Do you fear a fourth indictment?
He's from Sky News. He's from Sky News. He's entitled to ask me questions.
There's always more to the news than a headline. We want to discover, to delve a little deeper, to find out what's really going on. Explanation, analysis, the people at the heart of every story. I'm Neil Patterson, and this is the Sky News Daily Podcast. So, by the end, we'll hopefully all understand what's going on in the world just that little better. Available wherever you get your podcasts.
Hello, welcome back. Now, Russian gas will no longer be supplied to Europe through Ukraine after a 5-year transit deal expires. It marks the end of a decades-long arrangement, and it comes almost 3 years into Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Well, joining us now is Bill Browder, author of Red Notice, How I Became Putin's #1 Enemy, and Director of Public Affairs at Hermitage Castle. Before we get on to the decision on this gas line, how come you're Putin's #1 enemy then? You've got to explain that to us.
Basically, the Putin regime killed my lawyer, Sergei Magnitsky, in 2009. And I went on a mission to get justice for Sergei, which led to something called the Magnitsky Act, which freezes the assets and bans the travel of human rights violators and kleptocrats in Russia. And the Magnitsky Act was passed in the United States in 2012. It was passed in the UK, in Canada, in the EU, in Australia. And basically, this is now the tool which has tied up billions of dollars of assets of Russian kleptocrats. And of course, Putin is a kleptocrat and very much hates me for coming up with this tool to tie up all his money.
So you know more than anyone about the importance of, I guess, the financial and the economic war with Russia, if you like. How important is this decision on Russian gas?
Well, so the most important thing to understand is that, war can be fought in two main areas. One is on the battlefield itself, and the other is in the financial arena. And of course, Putin can't do all the things he wants to do on the battlefield if he's running out of money. And so everything that we can do, and we do, in order to dry up his ability to fight this war, is a good thing. It's something which can end the war quicker, can lead to less casualties of Ukrainians and civilians. And so what surprises me about this move of cutting off Russian gas going through Ukraine to Europe is that it took 3 years to do it. On one hand, Russia is bombing civilians and killing people in Ukraine. And on the other hand, they were allowing Russia to sell gas through their pipeline to Western Europe. And of course, that doesn't make any sense. That should stop. And that has stopped as of today. And that will cost Russia approximately $5 billion a year, which is money that would have gone to be spent to kill Ukrainians.
Yeah, like you say, it's quite extraordinary that this line actually runs through Ukraine, as you say. Is the issue, though, that there will always be a buyer for Russian gas? If it's not Europe, then it will be other countries.
Well, not really, because so oil is a different story. And oil, you can put it on a tanker and send it anywhere in the world. But gas evaporates. It has to go through a pipeline. And where are the pipelines? The pipelines are where they are, which is through Ukraine, mostly to Europe. There are some pipelines to China. There's some pipelines to Turkey, but it's not as if they can massively increase the sale of gas through those pipelines. They're capacity constrained. And so this is a $5 billion hit that can't be replicated as far as Russia's concerned. There's no other place they can sell that gas to. And so I would say that this is a pretty positive sign and something which I think will hurt Putin a lot.
You obviously think it's a kind of no-brainer, if you like. There are other countries who are a little bit more, I guess, on the fence about it, mainly because it could lead to higher energy bills for the people who live in those countries. Russia have said that, look, this is going to hurt Europe more than it's going to hurt Russia. Is that true, do you think?
That's complete nonsense. So, I mean, this is their whole position all the way through, which is that somehow we're hurting ourselves more than we're hurting them. Yes, there are countries that buy Russian gas. Yes, those countries will have to replace Russian gas with other gas. Perhaps the price will go up for those countries in buying gas. But when you look at the overall situation, those numbers are de minimis for Slovakia or Hungary compared to the $5 billion hit that Putin is going to take in his budget. And so I think it's really an important thing. And I should also point out that there was an enormous amount of gas that was being sold to Germany and other countries before the war started. And Germany has completely diversified away from Russian gas. And it's possible to do, and we should be doing it. We shouldn't be paying the Russian government money so they can then use that money to fund their war in Ukraine.
I was really struck earlier in the interview when you said that there's different ways of fighting wars. There's the kind of traditional warfare that we discuss an awful lot on Sky News with our kind of military maps and our analysts.